Taken for Granite, a paranormal romantic comedy by Wynne Valentine. Copyright 2026 by Wynne Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Chapter 1. The Vespertine building exhaled secrets. Sabina Vale felt it the moment her boot crossed the rooftop threshold, that peculiar shiver that came not from cold, but from the sensation of stepping into something between worlds. The air tasted of old stone and moonrise, of amber gas lamp light cutting through the blue-black velvet of Asteria's night sky. She paused, one hand gripping the iron railing, and let the city breathe into her lungs. Below, the lamplighter's quarter sprawled in glittering geometry, cobblestone streets winding like vines, gas lamps flickering to life as the sky deepened to indigo, wrought iron fixtures casting delicate shadows that danced and shifted with their own drowsy logic. The ambient weave, that gentle, pervasive magic that softened Asteria's edges and made the impossible seem merely improbable, hummed through the brick and mortar, through the very air itself. Sabina could feel it in her teeth, in her bones, in the marrow of her botanist's soul. It was the reason she was here, the reason she believed that night-blooming gardens were not merely possible, but inevitable. This was going to work. It had to work. She turned back to survey her rooftop kingdom, the verge, as the building's aging notices called it, and her heart did that peculiar leap flutter it always did when facing blank canvas. Gravel stretched across the space in a beige desert of potential, undulating slightly where years of rain and wind had created small dunes and valleys. In the far corner, a weathered tarp covered what looked like abandoned gardening equipment. Toward the center, like some ancient deity watching over negligible mortals, stood an enormous stone gargoyle. The creature was magnificent in its grumpiness. Sabina set down her first load, 3 canvas bags of lunar soil, a specialty blend she'd spent 3 weeks perfecting in her apartment's cramped kitchen, and walked directly toward the statue. The gargoyle's wings were folded tight against its back, carved with such detail she could trace the individual feathers. The musculature of its shoulders suggested something capable of flight, if only the ambient weave permitted such things. Its face was all severe angles and furrowed brow, eyes glaring downward with an expression so persistently sour that it looked genuinely affronted by the very concept of existence, as though the world had personally disappointed this stone creature across the span of centuries. "Well," Sabina said, placing her hands on her hips and tipping her head to examine the creature properly. Her many-colored headscarf, today's being a butter yellow with embroidered indigo flowers, slipped slightly, and she adjusted it with the practiced ease of someone who'd learned long ago that her mass of coily curls were not interested in conformity. "Aren't you a delightful little cherub?" The gargoyle did not respond, though Sabina hadn't genuinely expected it to. Statues, in her experience, were the best conversationalists. They never interrupted, never argued, never suggested that her botanical dreams were impractical or financially questionable the way her mother did. Just that morning, her mother had sent another letter, written in her careful, disappointed script. "Sabina, dear, I worry you are building castles in the clouds. Why not accept Mr. Hendrix's offer to work in his father's pharmaceutical firm? Security is a kind of love, too." But security, Sabina had discovered, felt like slow strangulation. She circled the base of the pedestal, trailing her fingers across the weathered stone. The gargoyle was rough beneath her fingertips, worn smooth in some places by time and the elements, pitted and craggy in others where water had carved tiny canyons. The stone radiated a cold that was neither unpleasant nor threatening, simply ancient and patient. Colder, in fact, than the March night air could quite account for, a kind of cold that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, from something deep within its granite heart that had been maintaining this temperature for who knew how long. "I'm going to call you Mr. Grumbles," she announced, as though the statue had been requesting a name all these years and was finally being graciously accommodated. "Because you look like someone just informed you that the universe exists, and you're distinctly unhappy about the arrangement. Mr. Grumbles, I am Sabina Vale, and I am about to make you the guardian of the most spectacular nocturnal garden this city has ever seen." Mr. Grumbles continued his stony silence. Sabina grinned. She'd rented the Verge from the building's caretaker, a crystalline woman named Mrs. Hogue, who'd glanced at Sabina's business proposal with the kind of skepticism usually reserved for alchemists claiming they could turn lead into gold. The proposal had been thorough: market analysis, cultivation timeline, moisture management systems, and a detailed breakdown of her expected revenue projections. Mrs. Hogue had examined it over the rim of her spectacles, as though it were a letter written in a language she did not recognize. But the lease was affordable. Far more affordable than the street-level storefronts Sabina had explored, and more importantly, no one used the rooftop. It was perfect for the midnight garden, her business plan, her dream, the thing that kept her awake at 3 in the morning feeling alive instead of anxious. Most gardens dreamed of the sun. Sabina's would dream of the moon. The idea had come to her during her post-university wanderings, that restless period when she'd realized that despite years of horticultural study and an impressive collection of botanical illustrations, she had no intention of working in some corporate greenhouse or landscape design firm. She wanted to create. She wanted to build something that challenged the very foundations of what people believed gardens could be. Flowers that bloomed under moonlight. Night-blooming species that painted the darkness in unexpected colors. Plants that sang to nocturnal creatures and drew the magic of the ambient weave like iron filings to lodestone. Her father had been more philosophical about her resignation from the botanical archive. "Our medical insurance does not cover entrepreneurial ventures in the paranormal sciences," he'd said gently over dinner, as though he were delivering a profound truth rather than a bureaucratic fact. Her brother had simply made that face, the one that suggested her life choices existed in some parallel dimension where normal rules did not apply. But here she was, making them apply. Sabina made 7 more trips up the spiral staircase, hauling bags of soil, stacking terracotta planters in neat rows, carrying boxes of seed packets and propagation supplies. Her muscles burned in that good way, that way that said she was doing something, that said her body was engaged in the work of creation rather than the slow atrophy of doubt. Her freckles disappeared beneath a fine coating of dust, and her overalls became progressively more stained. But her energy only accelerated. By the time she set down her final load, she felt not tired, but electrified. The specific thrill that came from watching an impossible thing begin to take shape. She pulled a small leather journal from her pack. The business plan, version 7, annotated and revised until the margins were crowded with her own looping handwriting. The Midnight Garden, LLC, Noctilucent Flora Cultivation and Sales, night-blooming specimens for collectors, gardeners, and those who've always felt more alive under moonlight than they ever did under sun. The journal also contained her personal notes, sketches of the garden layout, drawings of the plants she intended to cultivate, observations about the rooftop's light patterns and wind currents. She'd spent weeks on this space before tonight, mapping its secrets, understanding its rhythms. That corner caught moonlight longest in early spring. That spot near the chimney retained warmth. That edge was exposed to the wind and would need protection. The first crop? Somnium poppies. Deep indigo petals that seemed to glow with their own luminescence, even in the dry packages they'd arrived in. They were said to ease nightmares, to settle anxious minds into gentle sleep. She had seedlings waiting in her apartment, coaxed into germination through a combination of traditional horticultural science and the gentler magic that permeated Asteria. Some people scoffed at the idea that magic was real, that it threaded through the city like silver in quartz. Those people were boring. Sabina had always been good with impossible things. She began preparing the first planter, mixing her custom soil blend with the reverence usually reserved for sacred rituals. Peat moss, composted moonflower petals, volcanic sand, and the smallest pinch of something that might have been stardust or might have been wishful thinking. The lines blurred in Asteria, especially on nights like this when the ambient weave felt particularly thick, particularly present. She could almost taste it in the air, like silver and starlight, and the first moment of sleep. "Mr. Grumbles," she narrated as she worked, patting the soil down with gentle pressure. "I should tell you that my family thinks I'm mad. My mother said, 'Sabina, flowers are flowers. They bloom in the day and sleep at night. And that is simply the nature of the botanical world.' And my father said, 'Our medical insurance does not cover entrepreneurial ventures in the paranormal sciences.' My brother didn't say anything but made that face he makes. You know, the one that suggests my life choices exist in some parallel dimension where normal rules do not apply. But look at me, Mr. Grumbles. Look." The gargoyle continued not looking, its stone gaze fixed on some distant point of terrible disappointment. Sabina smiled wider. This was why she preferred statues to people. People always looked at her, really looked, with the weight of their expectations and concerns and skepticism pressing down like a thumb on tender soil. They wanted her to be other than she was, safer, more practical, more resigned to the ordinariness of her expected life. Statues simply existed, holding space without judgment. Mr. Grumbles was the perfect audience for a dreamer. She retrieved her seedling starter tray from her supply box. 6 tiny somnium poppies, no taller than her pinky finger, each one a miracle of coaxed germination and midnight watering. Their leaves were the color of fresh herbs, that tender spring green of things just beginning, and their stems had a faint silvery quality, as though they were absorbing moonlight in real time even in their current potted state. Under her fingers, they felt impossibly delicate, as fragile as hopes often are. "These beauties," she said, transferring them into the prepared planter with the delicate care of someone moving sleeping children, "are going to change everything. Can you imagine? Walking through a garden at midnight, and instead of darkness, you're surrounded by flowers that glow, petals in shades of indigo and silver, and that strange purple that only exists at the edge of dreams. People will come from all over Asteria. They'll want to buy them, cultivate them, share them with people they love. Artists will paint them. Poets will write about them. And it will start here, with you as witness and guardian." She settled the last seedling into place, creating a small arrangement of the delicate flowers that seemed already to hold a hint of their future luminescence. The soil around them was dark and rich, and full of possibility. The gas lamps flared suddenly, and for a moment, they burned brighter than they ought, a response to something she suspected, though she couldn't quite articulate what. Her own excitement, perhaps, or the ambient weave responding to the intensity of her belief that this garden would work. She dismissed it as the wind catching the flames, the natural flicker of gaslight in evening air, even as a small voice in her mind whispered that it was something more, the magic of the city, perhaps, breathing alongside her own passion. The light pooled across the gravel, across the spreading array of planters and tools, across Mr. Grumbles's eternally skeptical face. The shadows shifted and resettled, creating a landscape of infinite possibility. Sabina sat back on her heels, breathing in the salt and stone smell of the rooftop, and felt something in her chest settle into rightness. She'd left her job at the Botanical Archive 3 months ago. It had been safe work, cataloging historical plant specimens, maintaining the city's oldest seed collection, existing in a climate-controlled room filled with the ghosts of gardens that had bloomed centuries ago. The work itself was exquisite. She'd spent hours with the archive's collection, tracing the genealogy of species, learning the stories written in dried leaves and pressed flowers. But it had also felt like living in a museum of other people's dreams. Her supervisor had told her that leaving was short-sighted, that security was worth more than passion, that she was throwing away opportunity. Her parents had expressed similar sentiments in longer sentences and with significantly more concern. Her father had even offered to supplement her income, which was somehow both generous and devastating. The implication that she was a child playing at business rather than a grown woman pursuing her calling. But security had felt like slow strangulation. Passion felt like breathing. "I'm terrified," she told Mr. Grumbles, and meant it with a clarity that surprised her. Honesty was easier with statues. "I'm terrified that my mother is right, that I'm chasing something that doesn't exist, that I'll run out of money and have to move back home and spend the rest of my life being gently corrected at dinner parties. I'm terrified that I've made a fundamental mistake in believing that I could do this, that I could take an impossible thing and make it real. But also," she spread her hands across the planter of somnium poppies, her palms bracketing the tiny green promises of what would bloom. "Also, I know that this is the truest I've ever felt in my life. I know that in here." She placed one hand over her heart, feeling it beat its steady, certain rhythm. "There's a garden that's been waiting my whole life to exist. Mr. Grumbles, I'm going to build it. I'm going to build it right here on this rooftop, under your watchful and disapproving gaze, and I'm going to prove that impossible things are just things that haven't happened yet." The moon emerged from behind a drift of clouds, and its light fell directly onto the planter of somnium poppies. For a moment, just a moment, their indigo petals seemed to catch and hold that light, to transform it into something deeper and more complex, something that looked almost like bioluminescence. Sabina's breath caught. She'd been right. They were going to work. They were going to bloom. She stayed on the rooftop until the cold began to creep in at the edges of her awareness, until her fingers were stiff and her hazel eyes were heavy with the kind of tiredness that came not from exhaustion, but from contentment. The city around her hummed with its own quiet life, the distant sound of carriage wheels, the occasional call of night birds, the endless breathing of the ambient weave moving through it all like sap through a plant. As she packed up her tools, securing the planters against the wind with careful positioning, tucking her small journal safely back into her pack, she paused once more at Mr. Grumbles's pedestal. In the moonlight, his expression seemed almost less hostile, almost as though his eternal scowl was simply the result of living in a city full of minor disappointments. "Thank you," she said simply, "for listening, for letting me believe you understand. The garden will be beautiful, and you'll get to see it grow. We're going to be excellent friends, Mr. Grumbles, whether you're grateful about it or not." She made her way back down the spiral staircase, her footsteps echoing in the well of the building, through the residential floors where the other tenants slept their ordinary human sleep, unbothered by impossible dreams. At street level, she paused to look back up at the rooftop, at the silhouette of Mr. Grumbles against the star-strewn sky. From this distance, he almost looked like he was watching the city. Almost looked like he was standing guard. The midnight garden was beginning. The ambient weave sang in her chest, or perhaps that was just her own joy, her own certainty that she had made the right choice. That the impossible was, in fact, nothing more than tomorrow wearing today's clothes. That if she simply kept showing up, kept tending to her dreams the way she tended to her plants, kept believing when everyone else advised her to be sensible, something impossible would bloom. Behind her, on the rooftop, Mr. Grumbles remained exactly where he'd always been, watching, waiting. His stone gaze fixed on the small planter of somnium poppies, as though they held secrets he'd been waiting centuries to understand. Chapter 2. The first thing Orin noticed when consciousness returned was wrong. Stone sleep was supposed to be clean, dreamless, a cessation of existence that felt not like unconsciousness, but like existing outside time entirely. A pause between one moment and the next, with nothing in between but blessed, uninterrupted nothing. 217 years of it. 217 years of learning to surrender to that nothingness, to let his awareness sink into the granite the way water sinks into thirsty earth. For those 16 hours each day, he didn't suffer, didn't rage, didn't remember. But something smelled like soil, and when awareness finally crept back in, it brought with it the grinding realization of his stone body, that familiar, crushing weight that anchored him to his curse. His joints ached with the kind of dull geological ache that came from standing motionless for 16 hours at a time, the granite of his form settling and shifting with the temperature changes between day and night. His wings, folded tight against his back, creaked audibly as the evening air cooled them and made the stone contract slightly. Centuries of rain had worn grooves into the carved feathers, paths where water had traced its way down toward the earth, leaving scars that marked time itself on his stone form. His awareness returned gradually, the way it always did when dusk crept across Asteria and the sun's grip loosened on his stone form. The weight was familiar, almost comforting in its constancy. It anchored him to the fact that he still existed, still occupied space, still had a form even if that form was increasingly inhospitable to anything resembling life. Then came sensation, the cool air against his wings, the wind moving through the carved grooves of his face, the gas lamp light beginning its nightly warm flood across the rooftop. The light was amber and gentle, nothing like the harsh brilliance of daylight that left him frozen and aching. This was softer, kinder to a creature made of stone. Then came the chaos. Bags. Bags everywhere. Canvas and burlap, stacked like some kind of demented monument to disorder, arranged across the carefully maintained emptiness of his roof with the kind of carelessness that suggested the perpetrator had never once considered the concept of respect for established territory. Planters, clay, ceramic, terracotta, clustered in what looked like deliberate patterns. Tools scattered like bones across the gravel. A tarp in his corner. His corner. The small, sheltered space behind the eastern chimney where he sometimes observed the city and contemplated 2 centuries of accumulated resentment. Orin's amber eyes snapped open, and he had to consciously prevent himself from moving. The curse had taught him patience, even if it had murdered nearly everything else. Stay still. Observe. Only move when the hunt required it. Don't give yourself away. Don't reveal that you're awake, aware, and profoundly, bitterly enraged. Which it apparently did now, because someone was coming up the stairs. He heard her before he saw her, footsteps that moved with the kind of unself-conscious cheerfulness that made his molars ache. Lighter than his, quicker than his, accompanied by a humming that was neither quite musical nor quite the sound of normal human navigation. It was the humming of someone content, someone unburdened, someone who had never experienced the particular weight of being bound to a single rooftop for 2 centuries, while the world continued on without them. She emerged onto the rooftop carrying more supplies, and Orin got his first clear view of the person who had invaded his solitary kingdom. Small, human, brown-skinned, with freckles scattered across her nose like constellation maps, and wearing a headscarf the color of butter in her hair. Her overalls were of the heavy, work-oriented kind, and her hands moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent considerable time in dirt. But it was her eyes that caught him, warm and hazel and relentlessly optimistic, scanning the rooftop with the kind of delight that suggested she'd just inherited a palace rather than colonized an abandoned roof with glorified weeds. She walked directly toward him. Orin had anticipated many things over 2 centuries: the collapse of empires, the rise of new sciences, the slow creep of modernity that had transformed Asteria from gaslit mystery into something more accessible and commercial. He had observed the seasons changing, the city's character shifting, love stories and tragedies playing out on the streets below while he stood guard and suffered. He had not anticipated a human woman stopping at his pedestal and looking up at his face with an expression of such determined friendliness. "Well," she said, placing her hands on her hips, "aren't you a delightful little cherub?" He was a gargoyle, a sentinel, an ancient instrument of protection carved from stone and bound by curse and malice. A being who had once been a man, a talented man, a skilled man, a man with hands that could coax beauty from the most stubborn stone. The term cherub was aggressively inaccurate, yet her tone suggested she meant it as genuine affection, as though his appearance was charming rather than grotesque, as though his wings were endearing rather than mockery. The indignity was almost worse than the curse itself. She circled him, touched his stone, ran her fingers across the grain of him like he was an interesting sculpture in a museum. Orin felt that touch like electricity, like the first breach of his solitude in decades, and had to actively suppress the urge to animate, to move, to communicate in some fashion that this was his space, and she had no right, that she was violating something precious, something sacred, something that had become his only sanctuary. "I'm going to call you Mr. Grumbles," she announced, as though he'd been requesting a name, as though she had any authority whatsoever to christen him. "Because you look like someone just informed you that the universe exists and you're distinctly unhappy about the arrangement." She named him, this stranger, this human woman with the audacious cheerfulness and the garden supplies, named him like he was a decorative element, something to be catalogued and classified and fit into her own incomprehensible narrative. Not as the guardian, not as the sentinel, not even as the statue, but as Mr. Grumbles, as though his primary characteristic was tractability rather than rage. "Mr. Grumbles, I am Sabina Vale, and I am about to make you the guardian of the most spectacular nocturnal garden this city has ever seen." Orin did not move, did not allow his eyes to track her or his wings to shift or anything remotely resembling a response. But his mind was a chaos of rage and betrayal and something uncomfortably close to indignation. She made multiple trips up the stairs, each one accompanied by the shuffle of heavy loads and the kind of humming that suggested she was genuinely enjoying this act of invasion. Orin remained statue still, observing, cataloging every flower pot and bag of soil with the grim determination of someone tracking enemy movements. She was settling in, building something, treating his rooftop like it was hers, like she had claim to it, like she had any right to be here at all. And yet, beneath his rage, something unexpected was happening. The small seedlings she'd positioned seemed to lean slightly in his direction, their tender stems orienting toward him, as though the magic woven through them was responding to the older, deeper magic that bound him to stone. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but he noticed it the way a stone notices water flowing past it. A small, persistent pressure that wore away at certainty. The ambient weave in the plants sensed the ambient weave in his curse, and it seemed to recognize something of itself in him. Kinship, perhaps, or simply the acknowledgement that magic called to magic, even across the divide between living and stone. The curse had been specific. He was bound to the Vespertine building, unable to leave, unable to escape, unable to do anything but exist in this prison of stone for 16 hours a day. He'd made peace with that, more or less. 200 years taught you to make peace with the unbearable. But he'd also carved out a small sanctuary, this rooftop, the small sheltered nooks and corners where no one came, where no one looked, where he could exist in blessed solitude during the daylight hours and relative peace during the night. He'd protected the space, maintained it, kept it clean and austere, and utterly, perfectly empty. This woman had invaded that solitude with soil bags and incomprehensible optimism. When she began planting, actually digging in his gravel, actually positioning plants with the kind of careful attention usually reserved for holy rites, Orin felt something dangerous curl through his chest. Territoriality, perhaps. The echo of what he'd been before the curse. A stone carver with a master's hands and an unflinching certainty in his own superiority. Before his rival, Aldous, had betrayed him to a hedge witch with a grudge and a gift for permanent transformations. Before he became this, a thing of stone, frozen in the moment of his worst failure. Sabina Vale was lecturing him about her botanical dreams, about her family's skepticism, about the terrifying magnitude of following passion instead of security. Orin listened despite himself, caught by the way she spoke to a statue like it was a person, like it was there. Most people didn't even look at him. He was architecture, part of the building's facade, rendered invisible by his very permanence. She was treating him like a confidant, a friend, a being worthy of her attention and trust. It was infuriating. And somehow, worse than that, it was becoming familiar. These beauties, she was saying, transferring tiny plants with hands that shook slightly with concentration, are going to change everything. Can you imagine? Walking through a garden at midnight, and instead of darkness, you're surrounded by flowers that glow. Petals in shades of indigo and silver and that strange purple that only exists at the edge of dreams. Despite himself, despite the anger and the territorial rage, Orin found himself considering it. A garden, on his roof, blooming at night. The image formed in his mind unbidden. Something beautiful replacing the gravel and emptiness. Something alive. Something that would require her presence here every evening. Her voice, her warmth, her relentless optimism. No, absolutely not. Beautiful things were traps. Beauty was precisely the thing that had gotten him into trouble before, that had made him confident and careless and ultimately vulnerable to betrayal. His reputation had been unmatched in the 1830s. He was the master carver, the one all the wealthy families wanted, the one whose work commanded prices that made rival artisans weep. Aldous had envied his talent, his reputation, his client's preference for Orin's work over his rival's derivative drivel. Aldous had found a witch and paid her in gold, and she'd cursed him into stone specifically because, she'd said, "Beauty belongs to nothing eternal. Let this beautiful man become eternal, and therefore never beautiful again." It was, he had to admit, a thorough curse, comprehensive in its cruelty. He would not be seduced by this woman's nocturnal flowers. He would drive her away, subtly, because visible terror might complicate his existence and raise inconvenient questions, but thoroughly. There were ways. Sounds in the night, mysterious disturbances, the kind of gentle haunting that would convince her that the rooftop was a poor choice for her business venture. He could manage it. He'd had 2 centuries to learn the specific arithmetic of psychological warfare. Sabina Vale seated herself cross-legged beside her planters, hands pressed to the earth like she was trying to hear the secrets buried there. Her headscarf had slipped, and her coily hair spilled out in a riot of curls that caught the gaslight. The sight of it made him think, unbidden, of the craftsmen's daughters who'd sometimes come to observe his work in the 1820s. Curious, bright-eyed, terribly vulnerable to the charms of a handsome stone carver, she continued talking, to the plants now, to the rooftop, to the watching gargoyle she believed to be nothing but stone and centuries of weathering. "I'm terrified," she admitted, and something in her voice shifted. The relentless optimism fractured, revealing something more honest beneath. "I'm terrified that my mother is right, that I'm chasing something that doesn't exist, that I'll run out of money and have to move back home and spend the rest of my life being gently corrected at dinner parties. I'm terrified that I've made a fundamental mistake in believing that I could do this, that I could take an impossible thing and make it real." Orin felt that vulnerability like a weight on his chest. 200 years of solitude meant he'd become intimately familiar with fear, the kind that didn't make grand entrances but settled into your bones and lived there, quiet and permanent. She was terrified. This woman with the butter-yellow headscarf and the impossible dreams. She was terrified and doing it anyway. Something in him recognized that. Something ancient and granite deep that remembered what it felt like to dare. To believe in his own skill and vision so completely that he'd thought no one could touch it. To be wrong about that. To learn too late that the world was full of people who would happily destroy beauty if it meant diminishing someone they envied. No. He would drive her away. He would restore his solitude. He would... She placed her hand over her heart. "There's a garden that's been waiting my whole life to exist. Mr. Grumbles, I'm going to build it. I'm going to build it right here on this rooftop, under your watchful and disapproving gaze, and I'm going to prove that impossible things are just things that haven't happened yet." The moon emerged as though on cue, a romantic flourish that made Orin want to sneer. This was what Sabina Vale believed in. Magic, destiny, the fundamental rightness of following your heart's architecture. Orin believed in betrayal, in endings, in the patient cruelty of time. They were incompatible creatures. She was light and soil and growth. He was stone and bitterness and the slow erosion of hope. They should not exist in the same space. It was dangerous. She stayed until the cold drove her inside, packing up with the careful precision of someone who actually cared about her tools. At the pedestal, she paused once more. "Thank you," she said simply, "for listening, for letting me believe you understand. The garden will be beautiful, and you'll get to see it grow. We're going to be excellent friends, Mr. Grumbles, whether you're grateful about it or not." She disappeared down the stairs, and Orin was left alone once more in the gaslight, surrounded by the artifacts of her invasion. Planters and bags and the small, defiant seedlings that apparently represented the future. Her future, not his. Never his. He remained statue still long into the night, cataloging strategies, planning subtleties, determining the most effective method of psychological warfare. The rooftop remained his. He would remind her of that. He would make the space inhospitable. A sound here, a disturbance there, the kind of minor terrors that would accumulate until she realized she was not wanted. But as the hours stretched and the city quieted, he found himself looking at the planters, at the careful arrangement, at the small indigo flowers that seemed to hold the moonlight like promises. The ambient weave pulsed through them, gentle and strong. They had been placed with such care, such hope, such absolute certainty that they would grow. Sabina Vale would learn that some sanctuaries did not welcome invasion, even if that invasion smelled like soil and looked like hope, even if the woman who'd orchestrated it spoke to stones as though they were capable of listening, of caring, of being moved by her dreams and her vulnerability, and her absolute refusal to surrender to the reasonable, sensible voice of doubt. He watched the flowers until dawn crept across the sky, until the sun's pull became irresistible, and he felt his consciousness begin to thin. Soon the daytime would come, and he would be locked in stone once more, unable to move, unable to intervene, unable to stop her from building something that required him to care. As his awareness faded into stone sleep, his last coherent thought was troubling. He wondered if his plan to drive her away was going to work. And more troubling still, he wasn't entirely certain he wanted it to. Chapter 3. The somnium poppies had arrived in a cardboard box on Tuesday, their bulbs wrapped in tissue paper and packed with dry moss like precious gems. Sabina had arranged them carefully in terracotta pots that very evening, her fingers pressing into the rich soil with the kind of reverence usually reserved for sacred objects, which, in a way, they were. The rooftop of the Vespertine building at night was her favorite place in all of Asteria, a sprawling garden suspended above the glittering city streets, where moonlight pooled like spilled cream, and the stars seemed almost close enough to touch. She had spent 3 years coaxing this space to life, turning a barren concrete expanse into something that whispered of wildflowers and promise. Roses climbed lattice trellises in jewel tones, deep crimsons and midnight purples, and a rose so pink it seemed to glow from within. Jasmine vines twisted around iron railings, their nocturnal blooms releasing their perfume to the dark air like secret messages. Night-blooming cereus, moonflowers, evening primrose, belladonna lilies. She had gathered them all here, creating a garden that belonged to the hours when ordinary people slept. But the somnium poppies were different. Even in the moonlight, she could see how their stems held an iridescence, how their bulbs seemed to possess an inner luminescence. According to her research, hours spent in dusty botanical archives and whispered conversations with the proprietors of the city's more esoteric herbalist shops, these flowers bloomed only once every 7 years and were said to encourage the deepest, most restorative sleep. Dreamless sleep, some texts claimed. Or perhaps dreams of such profound clarity that upon waking, one felt more rested than a full year of ordinary nights could provide. There were even accounts of the poppies possessing minor medicinal properties when combined with certain other lunar-attuned plants, though the texts grew vague about specifics at that point. Likely because they'd been written centuries ago when the lines between botany and magic were considerably more blurred. Sabina had always believed those lines were meant to be blurred. She pressed the last bulb into its pot. Rich, dark soil infused with crushed pearls and essence of moonlight gathered on the spring equinox, and sat back on her heels, surveying her work with satisfaction. The bulbs nestled in their planters looked like they held their own gravity, their own purpose, like they knew exactly what they were meant to become. Around the pots, the soil seemed to warm slightly beneath her hands, as though the rooftop itself was welcoming these magical plants into its embrace, recognizing them as something precious that deserved protection and care. "You've developed an obsessive quality to your gardening lately," a voice observed from above. She looked up to find Mr. Grumbles perched on his favorite corner of the rooftop railing, his stone form rendered silver by moonlight. It took Sabina a moment to process the words, took her a moment to realize that words had, in fact, been delivered. That the gargoyle had spoken. That her careful, patient months of one-sided conversation had apparently been received. She had stopped noticing how unlikely it was to have a conversation with a gargoyle about her gardening habits. Or perhaps she had simply accepted that Asteria operated by its own rules, and in a city where the buildings themselves seemed to breathe. Befriending a stone creature was hardly the strangest occurrence. In a city where magic hummed through the very mortar and the ambient weave made the impossible seem merely improbable. A talking gargoyle was less a violation of natural law than a reasonable byproduct of living somewhere that respected neither nature nor law in the conventional sense. Obsessive? She smiled, brushing soil from her hands, her heart still settling from the shock of hearing his voice. It was gravelly, like stones grinding together, like the sound of centuries compressed into syllables. It was the voice of something that had waited a very long time before choosing to speak. I prefer thorough. You've been out here every night this week, and last week, and the week before that, if my memory serves, which it does, given that I don't sleep and have nothing but time to develop annoyingly accurate recall. Mr. Grumbles had a way of delivering criticism that somehow managed to be both cutting and affectionate. His gargoyle features were sharp, angles and shadowed hollows that caught the moonlight in unflattering ways. But his amber eyes held an intelligence that made it impossible to dismiss him as mere decoration. There was something in those eyes that suggested he'd been observing things for a very long time, that he'd developed opinions about the world based on centuries of patient watching. These bulbs needed to be potted immediately upon delivery, Sabina said, standing and stretching, her muscles protesting the hours spent kneeling. Any delay would have jeopardized their viability. The somnium poppy is sensitive to atmospheric pressure changes, and the spring equinox timing is critical. Naturally. And I want to observe their early development, document the growing cycle. She moved toward one of her raised beds, checking the moisture level of the midnight blooming jasmine with practiced fingers. Plants have stories to tell if you know how to listen to them. Growth patterns, response times, the particular rhythm each species maintains. The somnium poppies especially. They're rare enough that every observation might contribute to scientific understanding. Naturally, he repeated, with what she detected was the gargoyle equivalent of a smirk. Sabina threw a small handful of soil at him, which scattered across his granite shoulders without effect. He tilted his head in a way that suggested profound annoyance, which meant he was amused. She had learned his language over the months. The set of his wings when he was feeling particularly sardonic. The slight tension in his carved jaw when she'd made an especially poor horticultural decision. The way his expression, or at least the expression a stone face could manage, seemed to shift with the seasons as she continued her work. They fell into a comfortable silence, the kind that developed between people, or people and gargoyles, who had spent enough time in each other's presence that words became optional, companionable. Sabina moved around the rooftop, checking on her other plants. Deadheading spent blooms from the roses with careful precision, adjusting the trellises that supported the climbing vines, checking the soil moisture of the herbs that grew in neat raised beds. The work soothed her. Everything made sense when she was in the garden. Every problem had a solution. Every plant had needs that could be understood and met. It was nothing like the world below, where problems multiplied and confused themselves, where needs often contradicted one another, where certainty was a luxury for people with simpler lives. The evening was cool, with that particular quality that late winter in Asteria possessed, a freshness that felt almost suspicious, as though spring were a promise made by something not entirely trustworthy. Sabina wore a dress she'd dyed herself, a soft sage green that had taken 3 careful applications of moonflower-infused dye to achieve, with a practical brown apron over top. Her curls had mostly escaped the braid she'd attempted that morning, and they now formed a halo around her face, backlit by moonlight and lanterns. She'd given up fighting her hair long ago. In a city touched by magic, in a place where impossible things bloomed under the right conditions, one's hair misbehaving seemed almost reasonable. She was retying her apron strings when she heard the footsteps on the stairwell. As she turned toward the sound of someone ascending, the gas lamps that lined the rooftop railing flickered suddenly, dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again, as though the building itself was responding to some unseen threat. The gas lamps in the stairwell beyond seemed to respond as well, their light wavering like a warning, like the ambient weave expressing its disapproval at the invasion of an unwanted presence. The Vespertine building had several ways to access the rooftop, though most were locked or forgotten. Sabina used the spiral staircase in the eastern tower, which wound up through 7 stories of the building's interior, emerging through a small door camouflaged in a trellis. She had keys for this particular route. Mrs. Hogue had insisted on it, the only thing resembling enthusiasm the woman had displayed about the rental arrangement. The main stairwell, the one closer to the western side of the building, wasn't supposed to be used for rooftop access at all. She wasn't alarmed exactly when she heard someone ascending it. The Vespertine building, like many of Asteria's older structures, was a maze of hallways and passages that didn't necessarily correspond to any rational floor plan. She'd navigated the building's eccentricities long enough to understand that it had opinions about geography. Walls sometimes ended at unexpected corners. Doorways opened onto hallways that seemed to belong to different time periods. People got lost in it constantly, which was either because the building was deliberately confusing or because the ambient weave had some opinion about the space that made conventional architecture take a secondary role. But she was curious enough to move toward the sound, peering down the stairwell just as a figure emerged onto the rooftop. He was tall and lean, with dark hair and features that suggested a heritage from somewhere in the southern reaches of the continent. He wore a long coat, expensive-looking, and carried himself with the kind of careful precision that suggested either military training or considerable anxiety about knocking things over. He looked, Sabina thought with some amusement, like someone who was not used to being uncertain about his surroundings. "Oh," Sabina said, because it seemed like the thing one said when encountering an unexpected person on one's private garden. "Hello?" The man startled, genuinely startled, which gave Sabina a small spark of satisfaction. His hand moved instinctively toward his chest, as though his heart might escape if he didn't hold it in place. He looked around at the garden with the specific bewilderment of someone who had absolutely no idea such a space existed, and Sabina found herself rather enjoying the moment. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice pitched carefully neutral. "I was looking for the west-facing windows. I thought this stairwell would—" He paused, taking in the garden with obvious surprise. Roses trained up iron railings, planters arranged in careful patterns, the small figure of a woman covered in soil and moonlight, the large, extraordinarily grumpy-looking gargoyle standing guard. "This is not a hallway." "No," Sabina agreed, dusting off her apron. "It's more of a garden. That happens sometimes in the Vespertine. The building has opinions about what goes where." This observation seemed to disconcert him further, which was perhaps unkind of Sabina to find so entertaining, but she couldn't help herself. There was something about his obvious discomfort that made her want to prod it gently, the way one might prod a creature one wasn't quite certain about. Not to hurt it, but to understand it better. "I'm Julian Thorne," he said, recovering some composure. His voice had a musical quality to it, a particular attention to cadence and tone that suggested someone trained in articulation. "I rent one of the flats on the 4th floor." "Sabina Vale, and the flat you're looking for is probably on the opposite side of the building. The Vespertine's architecture is deliberately confusing. I think the building does it on purpose, to separate the people who belong here from the people who don't." She paused, reconsidering. Or perhaps it's simply showing everyone that the building's idea of belonging is more democratic than conventional architecture would suggest. Julian Thorne looked skeptical of this assessment, but not skeptical enough to argue. He was the kind of person, Sabina thought, who preferred to avoid conflict when possible. There was something careful in his bearing, something that suggested he'd learned to apologize for existing in other people's spaces. He nodded toward the garden. "You maintain all of this?" "I do. It's my research. I'm a botanist." "In the middle of a rooftop garden. At night." "The best flowers bloom at night," Sabina said simply. "So the nighttime is when they need the most attention." Mr. Grumbles made a sound from his perch, something that might charitably be described as a gargoyle cough, though Sabina suspected he was laughing at her. Or perhaps laughing at Julian's confusion. Or possibly at the whole situation, which was admittedly somewhat absurd. Julian looked up at the gargoyle, then back at Sabina, then at the gargoyle again. He opened his mouth, closed it, and settled for, "Well, thank you for the directions. West side of the building, then?" "East stairwell. Go down 3 flights," Sabina instructed. "Then turn left at the portrait of the woman with unfortunate eyebrows, right at the suit of armor, and you'll find the west side." "There's a suit of armor." The Vespertine is full of surprises. Julian left, shaking his head slightly, and Sabina watched him descend the stairwell with the careful steps of someone expecting the building to change on him at any moment. Once his footsteps faded, she turned back to her poppies. "Was that flirtation?" Mr. Grumbles asked. "That was customer service," Sabina said, perhaps more sharply than necessary. She'd noticed the way Julian had looked at her, the careful attention he'd paid to her words. She'd also noticed that she'd been entirely unmoved by it. Where was the flutter, the spark, the sense of possibility that people seem to get when encountering someone potentially interesting? Perhaps she was simply more interested in the growth cycle of nocturnal flowers than in the romantic prospects of confused tenants. She had almost forgotten about the stranger entirely when, 3 hours later, as she was cleaning her tools and preparing to head back downstairs, she noticed the envelope wedged into the base of her largest rose trellis. It was cream-colored, heavy stock, the kind that promised official business, the kind of envelope that arrived with the weight of consequences attached. She opened it slowly, her pleasant evening already beginning to curdle into something less certain. The letter was from the Vespertine Buildings Property Management Company, dated a week ago. The words swam slightly before her eyes as she read them. Renovation project, structural assessment, temporary closure of certain areas, relocation of unauthorized botanical installations, compliance with municipal codes. There was more. Something about permits, about restrictions on the rooftop, about how any plants currently occupying the space would need to be removed by the 1st of March. That was in 2 weeks. 2 weeks until the first flowers of the season would be forced from her carefully constructed sanctuary. Sabina sat down heavily on one of the wooden benches she'd installed, the letter still in her hands. Around her, her garden seemed to dim, the moonlight suddenly insufficient to properly illuminate the careful work of 3 years. The somnium poppies, already potted, already beginning what she hoped would be a transformation, would have to be moved. All of her seedlings, the roses that had finally reached the height she'd been training them toward, the jasmine that had taken 2 years to establish, all of it would have to be moved. All of it would have to be moved by people she didn't know, to places they didn't belong. She read the letter twice more, her eyes catching on phrases like comprehensive remediation and expedited timeline and failure to comply will result in legal action. It was, she reflected with the particular clarity that came with shock, a remarkable amount of finality for a single piece of paper. A remarkable amount of authority granted to words printed on expensive paper stock. A remarkable amount of power wielded by people who'd never seen the garden, never understood what it meant, never bothered to ask permission before deciding its fate. The letter was signed by someone named Tate Cromwell, representing something called Pinnacle Industries, an organization Sabina had never heard of and had no interest in learning about beyond the information that they seemed to own the building, or at least enough of it to make decisions about her rooftop. When she finally stood, her knees felt stiff, and the easy contentment she'd felt while potting her poppies seemed like a memory from someone else's life. Someone younger, perhaps. Someone with fewer responsibilities. Someone whose dreams weren't being dismantled by official letterhead. She would need to talk to someone about this. Someone who might understand. Someone with a great deal of experience with the Vespertine's eccentricities. Someone who'd been standing watch over this building long enough to know its true nature, its history, its weight. She looked up at Mr. Grumbles, silhouetted against the stars, and found him looking back at her with an intensity that suggested he had seen her read the letter and understood, in whatever way gargoyles understood things, exactly how much her world had just shifted. There was something in his stone eyes that looked almost like rage, or perhaps like solidarity, like the recognition of someone who'd had his own sanctuary threatened once before. "Come inside," Sabina said quietly, though the words didn't make sense. Gargoyles didn't come inside. But she needed to think, needed to process, needed to understand what came next. "I'm going to need to think about this." She descended the spiral staircase with her heart heavy and her mind already spinning, the letter still clutched in her hands, carrying with it the weight of official indifference and the promise of inevitable change. Behind her, on the rooftop, Mr. Grumbles remained at his post, his stone gaze fixed on the letter in her hands as though he could read its words from across the distance. As though he already understood what his ancient, patient watching had just cost her. The garden was dying, and no one but they could prevent it. Chapter 4. The somnium poppies had affected Orin in a way he hadn't anticipated. He had existed in a state of baseline awareness for 2 centuries, a careful, managed consciousness that acknowledged the passage of time without quite feeling it. Centuries of nights blurred into one another, differentiated only by the seasons and the small, incremental ways that cities changed. Roofs were replaced. Chimneys were added and removed. Stone weathered. He endured. The fatigue was never something he'd questioned. Stone did not truly tire, but stone could lose its sharpness, could develop a kind of dullness around the edges, a softening of purpose. He had attributed this to the nature of existence itself, that centuries press down with their weight, a stone becomes worn smooth by the passing of years, and the best one could hope for was not to crumble entirely beneath that burden. He had learned to think of himself less as a being and more as a feature of the architecture. No more sentient than the gargoyles carved beside him, no more aware than the weather vane that spun with the wind. But then Sabina had planted the poppies, and something had changed. It wasn't immediately obvious. The first night, he felt the same as always, vigilant, present, unable to escape the fundamental loneliness of being a creature of architecture perched above the sleeping city. The flowers were simply flowers, their indigo petals pale in the moonlight, their scent drifting in the cool night air. He had dismissed them with the same detached observation he applied to all her botanical pursuits. Another temporary addition to a temporary arrangement on a rooftop he would outlive by centuries. But by the third night, something had shifted. His awareness, usually sharp as fractured obsidian, had developed a softer focus. The constant low-level ache that lived in his granite shoulders, something he had simply accepted as permanent as his stone form, as inevitable as the cycles of the seasons, had eased. It wasn't gone entirely, merely muted, as though the pain had been wrapped in cloth and set at a distance. On the 4th night, he realized what was happening. The poppy's essence, their soporific quality, had somehow permeated the rooftop air. Not enough to make him sleep. He couldn't sleep, had never slept, would never sleep. His curse saw to that much, but enough to create a kind of waking calm. A peace that didn't require escape because it suffused everything. The distant sounds of the city didn't grate against his awareness like stone on stone. The cold didn't bite through his form with its usual relentless pressure. Even his own thoughts, usually sharp and demanding, had taken on a languid, almost philosophical quality. By the 5th night, he understood what others might have called relief, what he recognized as the absence of torment. The poppies released their scent most fully in the hour before midnight, a subtle fragrance that reminded him of something he couldn't quite grasp. A half-remembered dream from before he became stone, perhaps. The flowers seemed to know secrets that his centuries-long vigil had not uncovered. They bloomed with purpose, their petals an impossible shade of blue-purple that he had only ever seen in the deepest part of night. The quality of darkness just before the first birds began to sing. He had considered mentioning this to Sabina and decided against it. She would likely find it fascinating from a botanical perspective and would spend considerable time asking him detailed questions about his neurological capacity, his tolerance for plant compounds, whether his stone structure could absorb the pollen in a manner that flesh never could. The last thing he needed was for her to treat him like a particularly interesting specimen in her garden, something to observe and document and attempt to understand through the lens of scientific inquiry. He was already precarious enough in his position as a functioning gargoyle in a city that mostly ignored his existence, and the idea of becoming her research project filled him with something between irritation and profound dread. So he said nothing, and instead spent his nights in a state of almost contentment, watching her work, listening to her hum while she tended her plants with careful, practiced hands. He observed the way she spoke to the flowers as though they could understand her, about their growth, about the city below, about her hopes that the garden would find roots that ran deeper than the soil that contained them. She talked to the gargoyle too, to him, cheerfully delivering her monologues to what she believed was a statue, unaware that he heard every word and that her words had become, over the course of 3 years, something more than merely tolerable. They had become anticipated, expected, necessary. He had maintained the careful distance that 2 centuries of solitude had taught him was necessary. He was stone. She was flesh and temporary. Engagement with her world would only result in loss, and he had endured enough of loss for one immortal lifetime. Until she came back distressed. It was late, past midnight, when she emerged onto the rooftop, and even from his perch, even in the state of meditative calm the poppies had wrapped around him like a shawl, Orin recognized the change in her at once. Her movements lacked their usual fluidity, the graceful, efficient way she moved through her garden as though it were an extension of her own body. Instead, she climbed the stairs with hurried, careless steps, as though speed mattered more than balance. Her breathing was rapid, audible even at this distance. She held something in her hands. Paper, he registered distantly, and her shoulders were pulled tight, her frame diminished by tension. The natural curve of her spine had collapsed into something rigid and defensive. Something had happened. She moved to the bench and sat heavily, in the way that suggested her knees had simply surrendered to gravity rather than lowered her down deliberately. She was reading something, rereading it, he corrected himself, noting the way her eyes tracked back to the top of the page, searching for something she might have missed in the first pass. Her hands were shaking slightly, the paper rustling with the small tremors of her distress. Orin shifted position on his railing. Movement was not required. He was a statue, and could maintain immobility for days without difficulty, could remain motionless through wind and rain and the slowly changing seasons. But the need to move suggested that the calm the poppies had provided was not quite absolute. There were some stimuli that could penetrate it, that could cut through even the softest, most meditative piece, like a knife through silk. The sight of Sabina Vale in distress was apparently one of them. He made a small sound, a deliberate rumble that was distinctly gargoyle. A greeting. A prompt for information. The kind of sound a statue might make if the wind caught it just right. If the sound were merely a trick of the night air and the acoustics of the rooftop. She looked up, and even in the moonlight he could see the shine of unshed tears in her eyes. They caught the light like small mirrors, and in that moment, the peace the poppies had afforded him fractured entirely. "There's a renovation notice," she said, and her voice held the specific quality of someone delivering bad news to herself as much as to anyone listening. Someone who didn't quite believe what they were reading, who hoped that speaking the words aloud might somehow change their meaning. They want to clear the rooftop. All of it. They're renovating the building. They say the plants are unauthorized botanical installations. They say they have to go by March 1st. Orin processed this information with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned to think slowly, to let understanding settle into his stone form like sediment. March 1st. He looked outward, mentally counting the days, the weeks. 2.5 weeks away. 14 nights. 3 years of her work, scheduled for removal and probable destruction. The somnium poppies, barely potted, their bulbs still folded in on themselves, waiting for the right conditions to finally bloom. All of it would be torn from the rooftop and discarded as waste. He should have said nothing. This was not his concern. He was stone. He was permanent. The buildings changed. Renovations came and went with the predictability of seasons, and he remained. The humans and their ephemeral projects were not his responsibility. His role was to endure, to observe, to hold the rooftop constant while everything else transformed around him. But he looked at Sabina Vale, sitting hunched on a bench she'd built with her own hands, in a garden she'd created despite being nobody's business and nobody's requirement, and something in his granite chest cracked. Literally cracked, he thought distantly, as though his stone heart had developed a fissure that ran from his center outward. "They will not," he said. The words emerged from him as a grinding rumble, like millstones turning against each other, the sound of stone scraping stone in the depths of a mountain. He felt the vibration move through his entire stone chest, reverberating through his granite body like an earthquake moving through the earth itself. His jaw, which had been locked in the same position for decades, cracked audibly as he forced it open for the first time in centuries, a sound like ice breaking on a winter river, painful and necessary and final. The effort sent a sharpness through the lower half of his face that was almost alive, almost real in its intensity. And beneath it all, the ambient weave pulsed faintly, a shimmer of magic in the air around him, acknowledging the guardian had finally, irrevocably, broken his silence. In 200 years, he had spoken approximately 47 times. He was acutely aware of this, the same way a miser was aware of their coins, or a lighthouse keeper might count the ships they'd guided safely past the rocks. Words were currency in his diminished existence, and he had just spent a fortune of them. Sabina's head snapped up. Her entire body went rigid as though she'd received an electrical shock. "What?" "They will not," Orin repeated, because he had committed to the statement now, and to amend it would be a kind of cowardice he couldn't bear to embrace. "Remove your garden. It will not happen." "But the notice is a piece of paper," he said, and his voice had developed the quality of something carved from stone itself, immovable and absolute. "Paper burns. Paper rots. Paper returns to earth. I am stone. Stone is older than paper. Stone is harder. Stone endures." He couldn't quite believe he was saying these things, couldn't quite believe he meant them with such certainty, such force. Except that he did, absolutely, with a conviction that surprised him. The calm from the poppies had receded entirely, replaced by something hotter, something more like will, like purpose, like the memory of what it felt like to shape the world according to his own design, back when he had hands that could carve, back before the stone had claimed him entirely. "They can't," Sabina began, then stopped. Her expression shifted, moving through disbelief and into something more like calculation. The careful, scientific assessment he recognized from her when she was working through a botanical problem. What would you do?" He didn't know. He had committed to a promise he had no practical means of keeping. This was, he reflected distantly with something between amusement and despair, a poor way to conduct oneself, but he was committed now, The words were spoken. They existed in the world between them, real as the stone beneath her feet, as immutable as his curse. "I will think of something," he said, which was not an answer exactly, but was the best he could manage, the most he could promise without claiming knowledge he did not possess. "When it becomes necessary, I will think of something." Sabina held the letter loosely in her hands, and for a moment he thought she might argue. She had that expression, the one that preceded her most earnest questions, her most thorough arguments, the look of someone whose mind was organizing information into logical patterns, looking for the weak point in a stone wall. But instead, she simply nodded, the slight inclination of her head almost meditative in its acceptance. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for promising, even if you can't actually do anything about it." Orin did not explain that his promise was not contingent on her belief in his ability to keep it. That a gargoyle's word was a different thing than a human's promise. It carried the weight of permanence, of stone, of centuries spent honoring commitments that had long since ceased to matter to anyone else. That 2 centuries of silence had made his rare utterances carry a weight he sometimes forgot they possessed, a gravity that was independent of their practical utility. He simply settled back into his position on the railing, his granite form becoming once again what it appeared to be, a decorative fixture, ornamental stone, a guardian gargoyle watching over the city with blind, indifferent eyes. He watched as she climbed the stairs toward the interior of the building, the letter still in her hands, her steps steadier than they had been before, as though speaking her fear aloud had somehow diminished it. The calm from the poppies had not returned. Instead, he existed in a state of complicated awareness, the knowledge of his promise, the impossibility of keeping it according to any conventional logic, and the strange certainty that he would find a way regardless. That if the renovation happened, if Sabina's garden was destroyed, if the poppies never bloomed, if her 3 years of labor were reduced to nothing by the machinery of a corporation that saw the world only in terms of profit and efficiency, there would be a reckoning. With what? He didn't know. With whom? He'd figure out when the time came. For now he remained on his railing, stone and permanent and furious in a way that stone should not be capable of being, furious in the way a mountain is furious when humans attempt to move it, with the slow, grinding certainty of geological time and the immovable weight of the earth itself. He contemplated the small, fragile garden spread across the Vespertine's rooftop, the careful arrangement of planters that represented thousands of hours of labor, the young woman who had tended them with an optimism that the world had not yet managed to crush entirely. The promise he'd made that was already reshaping him in ways he couldn't quite articulate, like a river slowly carving a new channel through stone. 200 years of silence, broken for her garden, broken for her tears, broken for the simple fact that endurance, he had discovered, was not the same thing as acceptance. That seemed, he thought distantly, the kind of thing that should matter more than it did. The kind of thing that changed everything, from this moment forward, about the nature of what he was willing to lose and what he was willing to fight to protect. Chapter 5. The realization didn't hit her all at once. It came in layers, like sediment, each one building on the last, until the full weight of what had happened pressed down so completely that she couldn't quite breathe. She made it downstairs, through the spiral staircase and into the hallway, before her feet stopped responding to her brain's commands. She halted at the third-floor landing, her hand trembling on the iron railing, and simply stood there in the darkness. Gargoyles didn't speak. This was the fundamental fact of gargoyle existence, the one thing that even Sabina, who had spent months conversing with Mr. Grumbles about plants and weather and the various mysteries of the Vespertine building, had somehow managed to accept as true. Gargoyles were decorative. Responsive, yes. His grumbling expression had shifted slightly over the years, Or perhaps that was simply her imagination, the way the gaslight caught his features differently depending on the angle and season. Apparently sentient, certainly. There was something in the way he sat that suggested awareness, a watchfulness that went beyond the carved permanence of ordinary stone. But not vocal, never vocal. And yet he had spoken. He had used actual words, in grammatically correct sentences, with an accent that suggested extensive exposure to the academic formality of whatever century he'd spent most of his consciousness in. His voice had been rough, as though carved from the same stone as his body, but unmistakably articulate, unmistakably intentional. They will not. The words echoed in her mind as she sank down onto the step she was currently occupying, putting her head between her knees. The tile floor was cold beneath her, and she pressed her palms against it, needing something solid to anchor herself in. She had spent 3 years studying the botanical sciences, understanding growth and metamorphosis, and the chemical reactions that transformed a seed into a living plant. But nothing in her education had prepared her for this particular transformation. For the moment when the statue you'd been talking to for 3 years simply opened its mouth and revealed that the statue had been listening all along. Her heart was doing something interesting. Racing, yes, but not from fear, from something else. Something that tasted like excitement and wonder and the particular, intoxicating rush of discovering something completely unexpected. The kind of feeling she'd had as a child when she found a rare flower blooming in her grandmother's wild garden, something that shouldn't have been able to grow in that climate but had anyway, had thrived, had persisted against all conventional understanding of what should be possible. She climbed back up the stairs. She couldn't help it. She had questions. Mr. Grumbles was still on his railing, silhouetted against the stars, and he turned his head as she emerged back onto the rooftop with a look that suggested he had been expecting this and was moderately annoyed about it. His expression was exactly as grumpy as always, carved permanently into his stone features, and yet, now that she knew he was alive, the expression seemed less like a static frown and more like a deliberate choice, the cranky disposition of someone who had elected to be annoyed, which somehow made him infinitely more real and infinitely more fascinating. "You spoke," Sabina said, approaching him carefully, the way one might approach a particularly rare and potentially hostile specimen. Now that she knew he was alive, she could see the details she'd somehow overlooked before. The veins of quartz running through his granite features like silver threads. The way the lichen on his shoulders formed a pattern almost like epaulettes, ancient and layered from centuries of weathering. His amber eyes glowed with an inner luminescence that seemed to hold the reflected moonlight and transform it into something more alive, more sentient. Her scientific mind was already beginning to inventory the implications, to catalog what this revelation demanded of her understanding of the world. "That was you. That actually happened." "I did," he agreed curtly. "Speak." "Yes." In a manner of speaking. "Full sentences, with grammar." "Do you require me to speak in sentence fragments? I can do so, if it would make you more comfortable. Or perhaps in purely guttural utterances that better suit my appearance." "No, no," Sabina said quickly, climbing up onto the railing near him, not touching, but close enough to see the fine striations in his granite features, the way the moonlight caught the edges of his carved face. "This is fascinating. You have a voice box? Or equivalent structure? The physiology of gargoyles is almost entirely undocumented. There are texts that theorize about stone structures, but nothing accounts for this. Your breathing, or producing sound. There must be a mechanism. Is it similar to wind through a cave, or something more sophisticated?" "Sabina." The way he said her name was like a stopper in a bottle. It halted her questions, tamped them down, created a moment of silence that stretched between them like a held breath. Yes, she asked, though her mind was already spinning with questions, organizing them into priority hierarchies. I can hear the scientist in you gearing up, the machinery of your intellect beginning to turn. I am not a research specimen. I am not an interesting phenomenon to be documented and categorized and added to the annals of natural philosophy. I know, she said, though her mind was already spinning with questions that demanded answers. But you're also not silent. You have never been silent before, have you? You've always responded, so I assumed. But actually, responding isn't the same as initiating speech, and I've never heard you initiate before, which means something changed, and I want to understand why. What changed? Was it the poppies? Did the somnium poppies affect your vocalization capacity? That would suggest some kind of neurochemical component to your sentience, which would be extraordinary because it means you're doing it again. I know, I'm sorry, but you have to understand. This is remarkable. How long can you speak? Are you limited by the phase of the moon, or by proximity to certain types of stone, or is it something else entirely? A function of consciousness that emerged over time? How many words do you have available in your vocabulary? Are there things you fundamentally can't express? Can you lie? Do you have... She was peppering him with questions faster than he could possibly answer, which was entirely intentional. The point was to keep asking until something broke open and answered itself, until the mystery organized itself into comprehensibility. This was her approach to everything. The botanical enigmas that had drawn her to lunar horticulture in the first place, the mysteries of how plants grew and what they needed, all of it was solved through rigorous inquiry. You're treating me like a golem, he said flatly. I'm treating you like a fascinating phenomenon, she countered, which was not quite a denial. Are you a golem? That would explain the speech capacity. Golems are constructed beings, and the animated ones have verbal capabilities according to the Talmudic texts I've read, though the power sources are different, and golems are usually bound to their creators. But you clearly don't have that kind of constraint, so maybe a different type of binding or... I'm not a golem? An elemental then? Bound into stone form by some ancient magic? Trapped or willing, but... I've been stone so long I can't remember being anything else. Sabina paused, the question framework she'd been building in her mind finding new footing. This was different. This was not the syntax of magical binding or spell work. This suggested not a curse or a binding or a creation that had happened recently, but a transformation. A becoming that had had centuries to settle into its final form. What were you before? She asked more quietly, her scientific interrogation giving way to something more like wonder. Before the stone? Human, he said, and the word sounded like stone settling, like weight and time and something that had long since hardened into permanence, like a decision made so long ago that it had become part of the bedrock of his existence. Once. I was human once. That was a very long time ago. She wanted to ask how long. She wanted to ask what had happened. What event had transformed a human into stone? What curse or spell or architectural whim had fixed him to the Vespertine's roof like a fixture? But something in the way he had spoken suggested that the questions would not be welcome, that there were boundaries here, even if he was willing to speak. That this conversation had limits, that she could push only so far before he would retreat back into his centuries-old silence. How did you become a gargoyle? She asked instead, which was asking the same question but perhaps in a way that offered him more autonomy in answering, more choice in what he revealed. I made a choice, he said, a very long time ago. I chose this. I chose the building. I chose to stay. Sabina processed this, the implications spiraling outward like the growth rings of a tree expanding year after year. A human who had chosen to become stone, to bind himself to a single structure, to remain while everything else changed around him. It should have been tragic, should have been a narrative of imprisonment and loss and the slow grinding of centuries beneath the weight of immobility. And yet, the way he said it suggested something more complicated, something more like commitment, more like the decision of someone who had weighed their options and chosen permanence as a form of love. Why? She asked. To endure, he said. The only way to be permanent was to become stone. And Sabina, who had spent 3 years building a garden on a rooftop that could be torn apart in 3 weeks, who had poured herself into creating something beautiful in a temporary space, who had always known in her heart that everything grew and everything changed and nothing stayed fixed forever. Sabina understood, perhaps more than he'd intended her to. She understood the logic of it, the desperate mathematics of trying to create permanence in a world where all things were temporary. The renovation notice, she said, will be handled. How? She pressed, needing to understand the mechanism of his promise, needing to believe that it was possible, even if the practical steps were opaque to her. I haven't decided yet, he admitted, which was somehow more honest than any certainty could have been. She believed him. Inexplicably, completely, with a certainty that overrode every rational argument she could construct. She believed that a 200-year-old gargoyle who had once been human and had chosen permanence would find a way to protect her garden. She believed it the way one believes in gravity or the return of seasons, as something foundational enough not to require proof, as a truth that was written into the structure of the world itself. You care, she said, and it was not quite a question, but an observation, a recognition of something that had shifted between them in the space of a few minutes. He was silent for a long moment, his amber eyes reflecting the moonlight, reflecting nothing, reflecting everything. The silence stretched between them like a held breath, and in that silence, Sabina could almost hear the weight of 200 years, the accumulated emotional sediment of centuries spent in solitude. The poppies are interesting, he said finally. I have observed for 200 years without finding many things interesting. The gardens that have come and gone on rooftops throughout the city have all been temporary. They have all been removed. Weeds overrunning carefully planted beds, flowers that bloomed and died and returned to the earth. But these flowers, your flowers, are different. The way you tend them, the care you take, the intention behind every plant. That is interesting. That is worth observing. It was not a yes. It was not a direct answer to her unspoken question, but it was something, and Sabina had learned over the past 3 years to accept the language that Mr. Grumbles, that this centuries-old man, communicated in. Gruff and economical, yes, but not without meaning. Not without care concealed beneath the rough exterior like a river running beneath stone. Without thinking about it, she reached out and touched his granite shoulder. Her fingers made contact with the cool stone, feeling the texture of centuries of weathering beneath her palm. For just a moment, she expected him to recoil, to move away from the contact. But instead, he flinched only slightly, and even that seemed more from the unfamiliarity of touch than from dislike. As though her hand on his stone form was something his ancient body didn't quite know how to process, but was willing to learn. Around them, the garden seemed to hum, a low, contented vibration that moved through the rooftop itself, as though the plants were singing, as though the ambient weave was pleased by this small gesture of connection between a woman made of flesh and a man made of stone. She climbed back down from the railing and returned to her poppies, and Mr. Grumbles, or whatever his name had been before he became stone, remained on his perch. They did not speak further that night. There was nothing more that needed to be said. Not yet. The words would come in time, she suspected, now that she knew he had a voice to speak them with. Now that the silence had been broken, there would be more words, more conversations, more exchanges than she could imagine. But underneath the practical work that followed, Underneath the scientist's careful planning as she documented her garden for contingency purposes, cataloging her plants in case the renovation happened despite his promise. Underneath all of that was something else. Something that was blooming in her chest with the same inevitability as the somnium poppies reaching toward the moonlight. A question about what might endure, a wondering about the things that chose to stay, a recognition that permanence was possible, that transformation could be a choice, that some beings were willing to become stone in order to protect what mattered, that some gargoyles had been listening all along, had been watching and caring and waiting for a reason to break their silence. When the sun came up, gold and demanding, spilling across the rooftop and turning the world into shades of amber and rose, the somnium poppies still stood in their pots. Their bulbs were still folded in on themselves, still waiting for the right conditions to bloom. And Sabina Vale sat among her plants and believed, with a certainty that surprised her, that they would get those conditions, that the rooftop would remain, that something had spoken into being the promise of preservation. Stone, she thought, was harder than paper. And a gargoyle's word apparently was harder still. Chapter 6. The complications began approximately 48 hours after Orin had made his promise, which was exactly 48 hours longer than he had anticipated enduring them. First, there was the matter of actually delivering on the promise, which proved to be more complicated than his initial confidence had suggested. The renovation notice was, on investigation, perfectly legal. The building management company had the authority to proceed. The municipal codes were satisfied. There was no legal angle, no technicality to exploit, no obscure ordinance he could weaponize. He had spent the better part of 2 evenings perched on the city archives roof, reviewing documents through third-story windows with the grim determination of a man who had very few other options, and the result was uniformly discouraging. This was frustrating in a way that 2 centuries of existence had not prepared him for. He had grown accustomed to frustration in general, the low-level annoyance of permanence, the tedium of watching seasons cycle with only the rooftop pigeons for company. But this was different. This was the frustration of caring, which he had avoided for a very long time, and it had teeth. The second complication was Sabina herself. She had begun sleeping on the rooftop. Not every night, but most nights, she brought a blanket and a cushion and installed herself near her plants, ostensibly to document their overnight growth cycles. But Orin suspected the truth was simpler and far more troubling. She was worried. She was protecting what she had made. She was waiting to see if he would keep his word. This meant he had to see her approximately 16 hours a day instead of the previous 6. And more importantly, it meant he had to do something about the specific and considerable ways that her presence was becoming fundamental to the structure of his evening consciousness, which was unacceptable. Stone did not depend. Stone did not long. Stone persisted independent of circumstance or companionship, and any deviation from this principle was a failure of his foundational nature. On the 3rd night of her rooftop vigil, she fell asleep reading her botanical notes, her head tilted back against the wooden trellis she had built, her own construction, another mark of her insufferable optimism, her curls falling loose from whatever braid she had attempted that morning. The curve of her neck caught the gaslight in a way that seemed designed to test his resolve. Orin spent approximately 3 hours staring at her and contemplating the specific ways that stone should not be capable of feeling, before returning his attention to the garden with the determination of a man who had decided that suffering through 200 years of silence was preferable to admitting that his silence had become unbearable. On the 5th night, she brought up the matter of legality again. "I've been thinking," she said after midnight, as he stood near the bench where she was updating her notes with the meticulous care of someone who believed that scientific documentation might somehow change the immutable timeline of bureaucratic processes. We could argue that the poppies are part of a research project. Technically, I'm conducting botanical research, which has scientific merit, and that might constitute an exception to the renovation timeline. There is no exception. But if we presented it to the municipal board, they've already been presented with this argument. The renovation company already filed the appropriate counter-documentation. She looked up at him sharply, and he could see the precise moment her scientist's mind began processing the logical implications of his knowledge. How do you know that? Orin had, in fact, spent a portion of the previous evening perched on the edge of the municipal building's roof, reviewing documents through third-story windows while a night watchman slept 3 floors below. This was not something he should admit to, mostly because it would necessitate admitting to the depth of his concern, and he was not prepared to examine that depth too closely. I investigated the matter, he said, which was technically true and evasively specific. By doing what? You're made of stone. You don't exactly move easily. There was a note of amusement in her voice, as though the logistics of his movement were a puzzle rather than a profound violation of his own principles. I move when necessary. She considered this, her scientist's mind working through the logical implications. You've been off the building. You've left the Vespertine to, what? Visit the municipal offices? The city council? You've been investigating this problem. This conversation was developing in a direction that Orin did not particularly wish it to develop. He attempted to redirect it through the simple expedient of not responding, which usually worked with humans. Humans found silence uncomfortable and tended to fill it themselves with words that might distract them from uncomfortable truths. It was a reliable strategy. Sabina, however, was not a usual human. You have, she said with the certainty of someone who had just solved an equation and was rather pleased with the result. You care. You actually care, and you've been trying to solve this. I made a promise, Orin said tersely. I am keeping it. By trespassing on city property? By whatever means necessary. She stood, abandoning her notes on the bench where they lay in careful columns, and moved closer to him. This was becoming a pattern. Her moving closer when he was trying to establish distance. It was counterproductive and, more troublingly, it was working. Each time she moved into his vicinity, the air seemed to change, to warm, to fill with something other than stone dust and old regrets. Thank you, she said, and her voice was soft in the way that made it harder to maintain his careful distance. For taking this seriously, for trying. You're welcome, he said, and the words emerged roughly, as though they had been stored for 200 years and had accumulated rust. The gratitude was almost harder to bear than the problem itself. He was not accustomed to gratitude, to being appreciated for effort. His existence for 2 centuries had been singular, self-directed, utterly independent. He had carved stone in his human life because it pleased him, because there was elegance in the transformation, because he understood the language of grain and chisel. But he had not done it for approval. He had not done it for thanks. The notion that someone else might care about his efforts, might value his attempts, was presenting complications he had not anticipated. I should go check on the watering systems, Sabina said, moving past him toward the eastern corner of the rooftop where the irrigation setup was most complex. The somnium poppies near the far planter are looking a bit drooped, and I want to make sure the water pressure is consistent. Orin watched her go, watched the determined set of her shoulders, the way she moved through the garden as though she belonged there. Which she did, he supposed, more than he did now. She had transformed this space from his solitary refuge into a place of growth and life. She had made it matter. The problem emerged when she was connecting the final hose to the water pump. Orin detected it first, the way the rubber line had loosened, the way the coupling had begun to slip with the inexorable slowness of materials under pressure. He calculated the trajectory and the force with which it would disconnect, and determined, with the precise mathematical certainty that came from 2 centuries of observing physical phenomena, that it would strike Sabina's feet at precisely the moment she was balancing on the edge of the stone lip that bordered the raised planter beds. He should have warned her. He should have called out. He should have used his voice, that rare and precious thing he had spent so long hoarding like a dragon hoarded gold, to alert her to the danger. Instead, he moved. 200 years of stone immobility made the movement jarring and imprecise, his joints cracking and groaning like ancient wood under strain. His limbs responded to commands they had not executed in decades, the sound of stone grinding against itself as he mobilized, a noise like boulders settling, like the world's joints stiffening at the approach of winter. But Orin covered the distance between them with something approximating speed, muscle memory combining with desperation to create a velocity that stone should not possess. The hose disconnected exactly as he had calculated. The water hit the ground with more force than the relatively gentle pressure should have produced, spraying across the stone lip in a sudden cascade. Sabina's feet slipped on the suddenly wet surface, her balance compromised, her body beginning to fall with the inevitability of physics. He caught her. His arms, granite and unyielding, shaped by centuries into something harder than most metals, wrapped around her waist and her shoulders, holding her against his chest. The contact was immediate and overwhelming. Her small, warm body pressed against his stone form, her momentum arrested by his immobility, her heart hammering against what had no heartbeat. Her hands gripped his shoulders for balance, her fingers curling against granite as though it could give, as though the contact meant something beyond the purely mechanical. The contrast was remarkable and terrifying. He had forgotten, if he had ever quite noticed, the specific quality of warmth that human bodies produced. The way it radiated outward like heat from a furnace. The way it seemed to combat the fundamental coldness of stone with something that felt almost like defiance. Her skin was warm, disturbingly, impossibly warm. Her breath was warm, audible against his shoulder, and each exhale seemed to thaw something calcified deep within his chest. The air around her seemed to have absorbed warmth from her continued proximity to it, creating a microclimate of heat and life against his cold exterior. And she was touching him. Not accidentally. Not in passing. Deliberately, her fingers pressing against his shoulders with the kind of grip that suggested she was aware of the contact, that she was choosing to hold on rather than simply grasp for stability. The sensation was almost painful. Not physical pain, but something deeper. The pain of being reminded what he had been missing for 200 years. But beneath the warmth of her skin lay something else, his terror. His arms could crush her bones like autumn leaves. He had immense strength and absolutely no practice being gentle. Stone hands shaped by a stonemason's century of work, hardened by 200 years of absolute stillness, were tools of destruction by their very nature. Her fragile human skeleton could snap between his fingers as easily as he could snap a twig. The thought flooded through him with cold clarity. She was trusting him to hold her carefully, and he had no idea if he could. Orin looked down at his own hands with something like horror. The gray stone of his palms, the thick fingers with their weathered knuckles, the strength inherent in every line. These were not the hands of someone who had practiced gentleness. These were the hands of a man who had spent 2 centuries immobile, carrying no weight, touching nothing alive. How could he know the delicate calibration required to hold her without breaking her? "I've got you," he said, and then was immediately annoyed with himself for saying it, because it was obvious that he had her. She was suspended against his stone form with no possibility of falling, and stating obvious facts was not in keeping with his carefully cultivated persona of sardonic endurance. "I know," she said breathlessly. "Your reflexes are very fast for something made of stone. Gargoyles were originally designed as defensive structures. Speed is a design feature." It was a lie. Gargoyles were not designed for speed. They were designed for permanence, for watchfulness, for the kind of patience that only stone could maintain. But he needed to explain his movement, and this was the first explanation that occurred to him that did not involve admitting that he had been watching her so intently that he could predict the trajectory of falling water before it fell. "Right," she said, and she did not let go. "That makes sense." She seemed to be catching her breath, processing not just the near fall but something else entirely. The reality of being held in his arms, of feeling the full immensity of his weight and strength. Her body gradually relaxed against him, the panic fading into something else. Awareness, perhaps. Or understanding. He should release her now. The danger had passed. The hose was on the ground, the water had stopped flowing, and her balance was no longer in question. There was no practical reason to maintain the contact. Every principle of self-preservation that had sustained him through 2 centuries of solitude suggested that he should release her immediately and return to the safer distance of his pedestal. But holding her, actually holding another living being, feeling the warmth of her, the steady beat of her heart against his chest, was becoming fundamental to his ability to think coherently. The temptation to stay like this, suspended in this moment before consequence could catch up to them, was almost overwhelming. Orin held on for a moment longer, just a moment, stretched and impossible, before releasing her anyway, lowering her carefully to the stone ground as though she were made of the most delicate glass. His hands lingered at her waist, reluctant to break the contact, until she stepped back carefully, testing her balance on the wet stone with the deliberation of someone who had learned, in the last few seconds, to respect the treachery of wet surfaces. When she was satisfied that she wasn't going to slip again, she looked up at him with an expression of such startled clarity that he had to physically restrain himself from touching her again. There was something in her eyes, recognition perhaps, or the ghost of understanding, as though she had seen through his granite exterior into something softer underneath, something that had been warmed enough to feel again. And then she reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were warm and alive against his stone, and when she placed his palm against her neck, just for a moment, letting him feel the pulse of her heartbeat, Orin understood that she was showing him something. Proof. Evidence that she was alive, that she had survived the fall, that her trust in his ability to hold her carefully had not been misplaced. The skin-to-skin contact sent electricity through him. Where her warmth met his coldness, something happened. The garden around them seemed to respond. The nearest somnium poppies, the indigo ones clustered near the bench, suddenly unfurled their petals as if in recognition of the moment. Their dream's fragrance intensified, thickened the air, became almost visible. It was as though the weave itself had noticed the contact, had acknowledged it, had blessed it with a small pulse of magic that reverberated through the garden in a way that made the gaslight flicker and the plants seem to glow faintly from within. Sabina gasped. Whether from the beauty of it or from the magic responding to their touch, Orin could not quite determine. "Did you feel that?" she whispered. "Yes," he said, and it was the most honest word he had spoken in 200 years. She removed her hand slowly, and Orin was left standing with his palms still warm from her touch, a sensation so foreign, so remarkable, that he could not quite believe it was real. The warmth lingered. It did not fade immediately the way it should have dissipated back into the cold of his stone within seconds. Instead, it remained, a small island of heat in the center of his palm, lasting minutes after she stepped away. This had never happened before. In all 200 years of existence, no warmth had ever adhered to him this way. No human contact had ever left a mark that refused to fade. "That was the first time," she said softly. "What was?" "You touching me, in any meaningful way. That's probably the first time in 200 years you've touched another person. Orin did not confirm or deny this observation. The truth was more complicated and less comfortable. He had not touched anyone in 200 years. He had existed in a state of untouching, preserving his solitude the way some men preserved their dignity. Contact was risk. Contact implied connection, implied the possibility of loss, implied that he had something to lose. For 2 centuries, the easiest path had been to accept that he was stone, cold, impermeable, isolated. But her warmth was still radiating outward, still seeming to warm the air around him like a fire warming a room, and he found himself incapable of pretending that the experience had been anything less than remarkable. His hands were still warm where her skin had touched his stone, and more than that, the warmth was still spreading, slowly moving through the stone of his arms, a sensation so peculiar he did not have a name for it. The memory of her heartbeat against his chest was settling into the calcified spaces of his own form like winter settling into the city, slow and comprehensive and complete. The horror was fading, replaced by something more complex. Yes, he could crush her. Yes, his strength was immense and potentially destructive. But he hadn't. Even without practice, even without knowledge, he had held her with exactly the right pressure. Firm enough to catch her, gentle enough to keep her safe. The knowledge that he could be careful, that his hands were not necessarily instruments of destruction, unlocked something inside him he thought had been permanently sealed away. "You should finish watering the garden," he said, his voice rougher than intended, and he turned away because the alternative was to continue looking at her, which seemed dangerous in a way that had nothing to do with physical safety. "The plants won't schedule themselves. Orin. And properly secure that hose. Repeated disconnections are becoming tedious." She was still looking at him with that startled expression, that expression of wonder and recognition, but she did not argue. She returned to her work with a thoughtfulness that suggested she was processing something beyond the simple task of connecting water lines. Orin returned to his position on the railing, where he could pretend to be unaware of her presence while remaining acutely conscious of every movement she made. The rooftop settled back into its patterns. The plants continued their slow growth. The night deepened around them, and the water flowed steadily through the hoses into the soil. And in the hours before dawn, Orin found himself contemplating the specific qualities of warmth, not the warmth of the air or the season, but the warmth of living things, the warmth of permanence that did not require stone. He looked down at his palm, where the last traces of her warmth still lingered, and realized with something close to despair that warmth could linger on stone, that a person could leave an impression that refused to fade, that 200 years of isolation could be undone by a single moment of contact. It was not, he thought with no small amount of exasperation, a productive line of inquiry. But then neither was touching her, and he had done that anyway. And he would do it again. Chapter 7. Soot and Stem Cafe was, as it had been for the past 73 years according to the chalkboard menu, a haven of mismatched furniture, whimsical tea selections, and community spirit that no amount of corporate development could diminish. At least, that was what Sabina was counting on. The cafe's proprietor, Marcus, a man with kind eyes and an encyclopedic knowledge of tea leaf origins, had been consistently welcoming when Sabina had begun coming in to use the community bulletin board. He did not hesitate when she asked if he had space for an informal meeting on Thursday evening. "Take the back alcove," he said, gesturing to a corner surrounded by particularly aggressively patterned velvet chairs in shades of jewel tone that should have clashed, but somehow didn't. "I'll make sure we have enough tea and pastries for whatever you're planning." "How did you know something needs planning?" Sabina asked. "The look in your eyes," Marcus said kindly. "You've got that expression people get right before they decide to fix something. What's happening with the vespertine?" "That," Sabina said, is what we're going to figure out together. By Thursday evening, she had managed to gather Julian and Clara. Julian had responded to her handwritten note slipped under his door with surprising alacrity, and Clara had needed only a brief explanation before she agreed, arriving precisely at 6 o'clock with a small silver magnifying glass hanging from a chain around her neck and an expression that suggested she was here for battle. Clara Finch was everything Sabina had hoped she would be, and several things she hadn't anticipated. At 82, the woman was small and angular, with silver-white hair kept in an impeccable bun at the nape of her neck. Her eyes, pale blue and razor-sharp behind large spectacles, seemed to catalog everything they landed on: the cafe's patrons, the arrangement of chairs, the pattern of dust on the window glass, with the efficiency of someone who had spent a lifetime sorting the world into what mattered and what didn't. She wore a cardigan in muted heather over a pressed blouse, and her hands, though gnarled with age, moved with the precise economy of a woman who had never in her life wasted a gesture. The magnifying glass was, Sabina would later learn, Clara's constant companion, a tool acquired during her years as the quarter's unofficial archivist and historian. It was not, as might be assumed, for seeing things more clearly. Her spectacles served that purpose adequately. Rather, it was for examining the small details others overlooked: the date scratched into a cornerstone, the maker's mark on old plumbing, the faded ink on a century-old lease. It was a symbol of her philosophy, that the truth was in the details, and the details were what most people were too hurried to notice. She settled herself into one of the jewel-toned chairs with the care of someone whose body had learned, over 82 years, that comfort and practicality were not always aligned. She did not remove the magnifying glass from her neck, letting it rest against her cardigan like a talisman of authority. Marcus brought tea and fresh pastries, delicate shortbread and small fruit tarts that filled the back alcove with the scent of butter and jam. The cafe was warm and welcoming, lit by Edison bulbs strung along the walls and the soft glow of the gas lamps visible through the front windows. Above them, Sabina noticed the gas lamp above their table seemed to flicker subtly, dimming slightly as they discussed the weight of the renovation notice, then brightening as if in response to the determination growing among them. It felt like the kind of place where important decisions were made, where community took root and flourished. So let me understand this correctly, Clara was saying, settling back with her cup of oolong held with particular precision. Pinnacle Industries is planning to demolish our rooftop and replace it with industrial equipment. That's what the notice says, Sabina confirmed carefully. They call it asset optimization, but demolition, Clara said flatly. She adjusted her magnifying glass on its chain, and her gaze seemed to turn inward, toward memory. I've seen this before, dear. In 1983, Meridian Development came in with almost identical language for the Ashton Building 3 blocks south. Gutted it. Gutted every building on that street. Replaced it with those glass towers that look like they're trying to deny the existence of architecture. She took a measured sip of her tea. I watched them tear down a building that had housed the same family business for 47 years. The owners thought the developers were partners. By the time they realized otherwise, the papers were signed and their legacy was dust. Clara's voice had a particular quality when she spoke of loss, a hardness around the edges that suggested she had accumulated a great deal of it over her years in the quarter. She had witnessed the slow erosion of historic buildings, the replacement of character with corporate efficiency, the death of communities that had existed in the spaces between the stones. Corporations do not optimize, Clara continued, turning the full weight of her gaze on Sabina. They erase. They take beautiful things and convert them into profit margins. And once they have, you cannot get those things back. Julian was quiet, his sandy hair falling across his eyes as he stared at his cup of chamomile. He looked diminished somehow, smaller than he had seemed on the rooftop, as though the weight of potential loss had compressed him down to something fragile. His hands, so confident when he played his guitar, trembled slightly around the warm ceramic. Sabina recognized the look on his face. It was the same expression she had seen on her own face that first night, when she'd read the notice and felt the entire future unraveling like a thread pulled from cloth. She reached over and gently nudged his foot under the table. "What do you think?" she asked softly. "I think," Julian said slowly, each word seeming to cost him something, "that I've spent 3 years making that apartment into a home. I soundproofed the walls myself, built shelves for my vinyl collection, started writing music again because it finally felt like there was space to. I don't. He trailed off, and his voice grew quieter. "I don't want to lose that." "Then we fight," Sabina said. The words came out with surprising vehemence. She had not known she was going to say them until they were already in the air, but once spoken, they felt as natural as watering a seedling, an act of faith in something that hadn't yet grown, but absolutely would. "We fight. For the building, for the history, for the people who live here and the community we're building. The Vespertine is not just bricks and mortar. It's home. It's sanctuary. It's the place where we've all found something we didn't know we were missing." She thought of Orin as she said it, of course, though she could not say that aloud. She thought of how he had waited 200 years in solitude, how he had endured loneliness because there was no alternative, how the moment someone had shown him kindness, he had caught her mid-fall without hesitation. She thought of the way his stone fingers had touched her face when she wept, careful and reverent, as though she were made of something precious that might break. "Some things are worth preserving," she continued, her voice growing stronger. "Some things are worth more than the money people could make by destroying them. The Vespertine has sheltered lives for nearly 200 years. It has caught people in its arms when they had nowhere else to go. How do we put a price on that? How do we simply allow it to be erased because someone wants to maximize their asset returns?" As she spoke, the gas lamp above their table brightened noticeably, its flames seeming to dance with approval. The light pooled around them like a blessing, golden and warm and absolutely certain. For just a moment, Sabina wondered if the ambient weave was listening, if the very magic that animated Asteria itself was bearing witness to their small act of rebellion. Clara studied her over the rim of her teacup. The older woman's gaze was penetrating, the kind of look that peeled away pretense and examined what lay beneath with the same clinical attention she might give a faded document under her magnifying glass. She seemed to be weighing something, not Sabina's words, necessarily, but the quality of her conviction, the depth of her belief in the possibility of victory. Outside, the lamplighter's quarter settled into evening. The gas lamps were just beginning to glow, casting warm pools of amber light across the cobblestones. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled. The city around them continued its ordinary work, unaware that in this small alcove of a beloved cafe, the fate of the Vespertine was being decided. "You're either incredibly naive or incredibly principled," Clara said finally. "I'm not sure which yet." "Can I be both?" Sabina asked. Something shifted in Clara's expression, a softening perhaps, or the reluctant recognition of a kindred spirit. The older woman's mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. It was faint, barely visible, but it changed her entire face. "Perhaps," she said. "That's a combination that might actually survive contact with a corporation." "All right, I'm in. What do you need from me?" The relief that flooded through Sabina's chest was so intense it nearly overwhelmed her. She was not alone in this. The thought bloomed like a garden in her mind. Clara was in, which meant they had 3 people, which meant they had the beginning of something that might, against the odds, become a real force. Over the next 2 hours they sketched out a plan, rough and probably full of holes, but a plan nonetheless. Clara would compile her personal records of the building's history and comb through the boxes of documents her late husband had left behind. The mention of her husband came with a particular tenderness, a softness in Clara's voice that suggested the loss was both distant and immediate. The way grief worked, Sabina thought. Years could pass and still the right words could bring it rushing back. Julian would reach out to contacts in the local arts community who might care about preserving the Vespertine's character. He was quiet about it, but his shoulders seemed to straighten as they spoke. There was something in being given a purpose, in being entrusted with a role. Sabina could see the musician awakening in him, the part that had been dormant for years beginning to stir. And Sabina herself would research every legal and historical avenue she could find. She would learn about preservation statutes, about the ways buildings could be protected, about the loopholes and escape clauses that might allow them to halt the destruction. There must be something in the building's past that can help us, Sabina said, thinking of Orin's ancient presence on the rooftop. A building that old doesn't survive this long without accumulating protections. There's always a layer of history, a charter or designation or something that makes it matter. Protections, Clara repeated, and something flickered behind her spectacles. A spark of understanding, or perhaps recognition. That's an interesting word choice. My husband used to say something similar. He believed certain buildings in the Lamplighters' Quarter carried more than just history. They carried intention. She adjusted her magnifying glass, lifting it slightly as though to examine something unseen. Intention, purpose, the will of the people who built them to endure. I may have some of his old research files. Give me a few days to look through them. When they parted ways late that evening, Marcus had given them the alcove well past his usual closing time, pressing fresh bottles of herbal tea into their hands as they left. There was a strange buoyancy between them despite the gravity of their situation. They had transformed from isolated individuals, each fighting alone, into something that resembled an actual team. A found family, still young and fragile, but united by the desire to protect something that mattered. Julian paused at the door, his guitar case slung over one shoulder. He had brought it to the meeting, Sabina realized, though he hadn't played. Perhaps he'd considered it. Considered giving voice to the emotions that words couldn't quite capture. Perhaps he would go home and finally begin writing the song that had been gestating inside him since she'd mentioned the somnium poppies. Sabina, for what it's worth, I believe you, about the building being worth fighting for. I think it's the first thing I've believed in a while. Sabina smiled, and it came from a genuine place. That's because it's true. True things are easier to believe. She walked home through the Lamplighters' Quarter, the gas lamps casting their warm, golden pools across the cobblestones. The city felt different tonight. More alive, more present, as though the ambient weave itself had taken note of their small act of defiance and was humming its approval. The very air seemed to vibrate with possibility. Above her, the Vespertine rose against the starlit sky, its dark sandstone face weathered but still standing, still sheltering the lives within it. Centuries of people had lived and loved within those walls. Centuries of stories had unfolded in those apartments and corridors. And she would not let it be erased. She would not let the people who called it home be scattered like seeds on infertile ground. On the rooftop, she could just make out the silhouette of Mr. Grumbles, of Orin, against the stars. She could feel him there, waiting, watching, hoping. He was bound to the building in ways she still didn't fully understand, but she understood enough. His fate was tied to its fate. His salvation lay in its preservation. We're coming for you, she whispered to the building, to the gargoyle, to the fragile new garden that was already putting down roots in impossible soil. All of us, together. The ambient weave hummed. The gas lamps flickered, their light pulsing like a heartbeat. And Sabina Vale, botanist, dreamer, and newly appointed defender of historic buildings, walked home feeling, for the first time since the renovation notice, like she wasn't alone in this fight, like a seed that had finally found its soil, like something that was about to grow. Chapter 8. The night sky had bruised itself purple and gold when Orin noticed Sabina's predicament, which meant approximately 2 hours into her gardening efforts, which meant he had been watching her work with increasing, he would not call it concern, irritation. Yes, irritation at the profound inefficiency of her approach to the physics of celestial light. She had moved the moon petal calla 3 times already. First to the eastern corner of the garden, where the moon rose in its appointed trajectory, but the light fractured into 1,000 useless pieces as it filtered through the ancient oak's skeletal branches, the thin spring leaves creating a lacework of shadow that would render the flower useless. Then to the western edge of the rooftop, where the beam caught it only in stuttering intervals as clouds drifted past with the capriciousness of weather, as though the sky itself were conspiring against her effort. And now, most foolishly, to a spot beneath the low eaves of the building's northern face, where the flower would receive perhaps 2 hours of proper moonlight before the structure's shadow consumed it entirely, rendering the moon petal calla no better than a common garden variety with grand pretensions. Orin had watched her work from his pedestal with growing. He would not acknowledge it as concern, though it had the shape of concern, the weight of concern, the way it settled in his chest like something solid and permanent. Irritation was more accurate, irritation at the inefficiency of her approach. From his pedestal he observed the way she would frown at the calla, study the sky with the intensity of an oracle reading entrails, mutter something incomprehensible to herself, something about lunar mechanics and flowering phases, if his centuries-attuned ears were accurate, then dig it up again with the kind of determined vigor that suggested she was wrestling an invisible opponent rather than negotiating with the immutable laws of celestial mechanics. The somnium poppies beside him seemed to find her performance amusing. They trembled slightly in the night air, their indigo petals catching the moonlight like small pooled tears, as though laughing at her struggle. She would fail. He knew with the certainty that came from 2 centuries of observation. The moon petal calla was temperamental in the extreme. It was not a flower for the optimistic or the half-committed. It required not merely moonlight but a specific kind of moonlight. Sustained. Perfect. Uninterrupted by shadow or cloud or the capricious interference of buildings and vegetation. It was the botanical equivalent of a curmudgeon, exacting in its demands, unforgiving in its requirements. It was, in other words, a flower he understood completely. Sabina sat back on her heels, pushing a coil of her hair away from her forehead with the back of a dirt-smudged hand. Even from this distance, even obscured by the building's shadow, he could see her frown. The flower drooped slightly in its new location, somehow expressing botanical disappointment with a clarity that suggested it shared Orin's assessment of her placement strategy. He could return to his pedestal. It would be simpler. He could spend the remaining hours until dawn in the blissful absence of thought. No witnesses to his weakness, no temptation to intervene in matters that were not his concern, no involvement in the slow work of building hope in a world that had trained him to expect nothing but stone and silence. He could maintain his careful distance, his practiced indifference, the careful architecture of his emotional isolation. Instead, he moved. His feet found their way across the garden with less grace than he might have preferred. He was 200 years out of practice at being ambulatory, at moving through the world as something other than a fixed point of observation. Stone was meant to be still. Movement was an admission of caring, of investment, of the possibility of failure. But his feet carried him forward anyway, responding to imperatives that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the specific irritation of watching her struggle with something he could solve. Sabina looked up at the sound of his approach, the scrape of stone on stone, the weight of his movements, and he saw the surprise flicker across her features, the way her eyes widened slightly, before settling into something warmer. Welcome, perhaps, or at least the absence of wariness, progress of a kind. The Kala won't thrive there, he said. It came out more abruptly than he had intended, without the softening preliminaries that humans seem to prefer in their exchanges. But then, he was not accustomed to softening. Softness had been beaten out of him somewhere around the year 1823, when he had learned that caring was a weakness, and weakness was a path to destruction. The shadow coverage is too extensive. It will receive insufficient moonlight for the required photosynthetic cycle. Sabina tilted her head, studying him with the thoughtfulness of someone who had learned to look for the kindness beneath his bluntness. There was amusement in her hazel eyes, though whether it was directed at his assessment or at her own repeated failure, he could not quite determine. I'm beginning to notice. 3 strikes, as they say. The metaphor is incomplete. A plant doesn't grant 3 strikes. It grants none. It simply ceases. One moment it is growing, the next it has turned brown and withdrawn into itself. Conserving resources it will never use because the conditions it required were not met. 3 strikes implies negotiation. Plants are not interested in negotiation. Well, when you put it so cheerfully, she said, rising to her feet and brushing soil from her knees with a gesture that suggested she was not particularly bothered by his bluntness, which was perhaps the most concerning development of all. I feel much better about my horticultural decisions. He stood before the Kala, examining it with the eye of someone who had spent 2 centuries observing the slow progression of seasons and shadow across this rooftop. He understood the patterns of light in a way that daylight people could never quite grasp. He had watched the sun trace its arc, had observed the moon's monthly dance, had seen the seasons shift the angle of illumination in ways that seemed imperceptible until you had observed them for 200 years. The flower hung its head as though in agreement with his assessment of its unsuitability, drooping with the kind of resignation that suggested it had begun to lose faith in Sabina's ability to provide what it needed. Follow me, he said, already turning toward the building's northern face, toward the narrow space between the chimneys where he had spent 2 centuries watching the moonlight perform its private miracle. That's mysterious and slightly ominous, Sabina observed. But she came, her footsteps light and quick behind him as he navigated the narrow space between the chimneys. The lunar alcove, he thought. Though he had never given it a name until now, had never considered that it might deserve something more than his private knowledge. His secret. The space was small, almost claustrophobic, with perhaps 5 feet of clearance on either side of the chimneys. The air seemed cooler here, isolated from the rest of the rooftop, sealed away in its own small pocket of the city. But as he stepped into the passage, Orin became acutely aware of how close they were in this narrow space. His shoulder, all unyielding stone, was only inches from hers. The passage was tight enough that when she moved forward to stand beside him, her warm shoulder brushed against his cold arm, her skin warm even through the fabric of her sleeve against his gray granite. Where she touched him, something happened. He felt it immediately, a sensation like awakening, like the first whisper of spring moving through winter stone. The lichen that had been growing on his shoulder, pale and ancient, suddenly burst into life. Tiny white flowers emerged from the lichen almost instantly, as though her touch had given them permission to bloom. It was impossible. Lichen didn't flower like that. Stone didn't respond to human contact by suddenly becoming hospitable to life. And yet, there it was. A small constellation of delicate white blooms spreading across his shoulder, where her warmth had met his coldness. Orin, she whispered, having seen it too. That's... Don't, he said, But there was no harshness in it, just a plea. He was not ready to examine what it meant that her proximity, her warmth, could transform even the dead things on his body into something living and beautiful. But the moon had found its way here with the precision of a lover's hand, with the care of an architect who understood the geometry of desire. It fell in a column of silver, sustained and perfect, shifting only marginally as the hours progressed. For 200 years he had watched it from stone, this private glory of light and shadow, this evidence that the world contained small perfections hidden in unlikely places. He had guarded it in silence, preserving it as though it were a secret that might disappear if he acknowledged it too openly. "Oh," Sabina breathed, stepping into the column of moonlight. He felt something in his chest, something that had been calcified for so long he had forgotten it could move at all. It shifted, cracked, threatened to break entirely, shattering the careful stonework of his emotional architecture. "The moonlight here is undisturbed," he said, his voice rougher than he had intended. His voice was like an old tool, rusty from disuse, scraping against the inside of his chest. "The building shelters it from wind. The angle of the chimneys focuses it, drawing the beam down into this alcove as though the chimneys themselves are designed to collect moonlight. It will sustain almost any nocturnal flower." Sabina knelt in the silver light, and it transformed her in a way that made him want to retreat back into granite for 100 years. The moonlight caught the freckles on her skin, made them seem to glow from within. It rendered her brown eyes luminous, full of reflected radiance. It set her coily hair aflame with reflected light, transforming it into something precious and rare. She looked up at him with an expression that made him want to retreat into stone for a century, to hide from the weight of what she was looking at him with. "Orin," she said softly, "this is perfect." He had never particularly minded being called by his stone-form designation. It was, after all, what he had become. It was the name carved into his new existence, hammered into him by centuries of isolation. But hearing him referred to this way, as if the designation were a true name, something given with affection, felt different now. It felt like acceptance. "The moon petal kala requires precision," he said, because words were easier than whatever emotion was currently threatening to crack his carefully maintained composure. He had not felt something crack inside him since the moment the curse had taken hold, since the moment his flesh had become stone and his voice had been stolen. The sensation was not welcome. Most flowers are forgiving. This one is not. It will reward you for understanding it. It will punish you for negligence. "Like someone else I know," Sabina murmured, and he saw the corner of her mouth twitch upward. Together, they settled the kala into the silver light. Her hands worked efficiently, understanding the physics of its needs, the proper depth for the roots, the angle that would allow the soil to retain moisture while still allowing drainage. His hands, his actual hands with their strange dexterity, shaped by centuries of stone and 2 centuries of immobility, steadied the clay pot, supporting its weight while she worked. But the awareness of her nearness was almost overwhelming. Her warmth filled the small alcove. Their hands worked in close proximity, each conscious of the other's movement. She reached for a handful of soil and he pulled back reflexively, not from emotional distance, but from genuine visceral fear. His stone fingers could snap her human bones. He had immense strength and absolutely no practice being gentle. Her delicate hands, small and warm and alive, working in the soil with such care, such precision. They were so vulnerable. The thought of those hands breaking beneath his stone fingers made him want to lock himself away entirely, to never move again, to accept the pedestal as his eternal prison. He watched her work with both longing and dread, the 2 emotions warring within him. He wanted to touch her, wanted to feel her warmth against his coldness, but he was terrified that the wanting would be the thing that destroyed her. Their hands came close, once, twice, several times as they worked. Each time he pulled back, creating distance, maintaining the space that would protect her from the danger of him. The weave, he became aware of it suddenly, all around them, pressing close in the narrow alcove. It was responding to their presence, to the proximity of human warmth and stone coldness. The magic hovered in the air like something almost visible. As they worked, planting the calla in the perfect column of moonlight, the weave hummed, an audible vibration that resonated through the alcove, through the stone, through Orin's entire being. It was a sound like satisfaction, like recognition, like the magic itself approving of what was occurring here. The moonlight seemed thicker, more tangible, more real. It was not his imagination. She looked up at him at the same moment he became aware of it, her eyes wide. "Can you feel that?" she asked softly. "Yes," he said. The weave was responding to them, to the contrast between his coldness and her warmth, to the way their proximity created something neither of them could generate alone. The magic is stronger here, concentrated by the architecture, by centuries of the building holding this space sacred, and it responds to us, to what we are doing. When the task was complete, the moon petal calla stood in the perfect column of moonlight, its silvery petals seeming to glow from within, responding to the light as though it had been waiting for this moment for all of its existence. It would thrive here. He knew it with the certainty of 2 centuries of observation. He knew it the way he knew stone, the way he knew time, the way he knew loss. "Thank you," Sabina said. She was still kneeling in the lunar alcove, her hand resting on the soil around the flower, her expression filled with something that looked like wonder. "For knowing, for showing me." He wanted to tell her that she was welcome. He wanted to tell her that 200 years of solitude had made him an expert in noting the small perfections hidden in the spaces between things. The way light caught on stone, the way water moved through soil, the way a flower could find exactly what it needed if someone was patient enough to help. He wanted to tell her that her optimism, that relentless, maddening optimism, had somehow created a space in his chest where there had only been stone before. Instead, he said, "The flower is fortunate. It requires little else." "Is that true?" she asked softly. He looked away, toward the column of moonlight that he had been guarding in silence for so very long. The light seemed to pulse slightly, responding to the presence of the flower it had been designed to nurture. "No," he said finally, "not in my experience." When he turned to leave the lunar alcove, heading back toward his pedestal and the approaching dawn that would return him to silence and stone, Sabina did not follow. He heard her settle beside the calla, heard the small sounds of her arranging the garden bed with care, heard her hum something low and melodic, a tune he did not recognize, but found himself listening to anyway. It was a sound made of hope and warmth, a sound that seemed to echo in the alcove, bouncing off stone, filling the small space with something other than silence. Before he left, he looked back. She was kneeling in the column of moonlight, her entire form luminous, her hands gentle in the soil, and the white flowers that had bloomed on his shoulder from her touch seemed to pulse with the same silver radiance. The building around them seemed to breathe, the stone warm beneath his feet, as if her presence had awakened something ancient and dormant. He placed his hand against the nearest chimney stone, feeling the warmth she had brought to the space. The stone was still warm, still remembering her contact. The building was remembering her presence in a way that suggested this place, this small, perfect place, had been waiting 200 years for her to find it. By the time the first gray edge of dawn crept across the garden, his limbs were already stiffening, the familiar weight of granite settling into his bones with the inexorability of time. But as stone claimed him, one thought remained, sharp and clear as a chiseled edge. She had followed him to his secret. She had seen his small mercy, his careful knowledge, the place he had guarded for 2 centuries. She had understood its perfection, had trusted his guidance, had planted something precious in the space he had preserved in silence, and the building itself had responded, had warmed at her touch, had blessed their work together with the weave's palpable presence. He would remember that. He would remember the precise quality of her voice as she said thank you, the way the moonlight had transformed her into something luminous, the way her hands had worked beside his without fear, and how he had pulled away, not from coldness, but from the terrified knowledge of what his strength could do to her fragile form. He would remember that someone, finally, had seen the guardian in the stone and recognized it not as a curse, but as something worth preserving. He would remember that, on the nights when the moon was high and the calla bloomed in the lunar alcove, there was something more than solitude in the spaces between the chimneys. There was a gift, given and received, marking the beginning of something neither of them had quite named yet. And most of all, he would remember the white flowers blooming on his shoulder, where her warmth had touched his stone. Proof that even he, made of granite and calcification and centuries of isolation, could still be transformed by the touch of something living and warm and real. Chapter 9. The morning after Orin showed her the lunar alcove, Sabina found herself conducting a symphony of simultaneous projects, a state of being that Julian had once described as organized chaos, and Clara had called the inevitable and somewhat exhausting result of an optimistic temperament colliding with botanical ambition. Sabina preferred to think of it as purposeful multitasking. The moon petal calla had bloomed overnight, as though the lunar alcove had been precisely what it needed, as though Orin's knowledge, accumulated across 2 centuries, had been exactly what the flower had been waiting for. Sabina was still riding the small high of that success, still marveling at the delicate silver petals that seemed to hold the moonlight as though it were water, when an idea struck her while deadheading the somnium poppies one afternoon. The idea came not as a thunderbolt, but as a gradual awareness, a slow recognition of something that had been waiting to be discovered. The flowers were extraordinary. Their indigo petals seemed to absorb moonlight and hold it, releasing it slowly throughout the night in a gentle glow that bathed the rooftop in something between light and memory. But their true gift, according to the herbals she had consulted in the library's rare botanical collection, was dream soothing. They eased nightmares, calmed the anxious mind, offered rest to the restless. They were flowers of comfort, flowers of healing, flowers that could transform the quality of sleep itself. Julian needed rest and purpose, and something to believe in beyond his own persistent self-doubt. She found him in the afternoon, in the narrow room above the cafe where he kept his instrument and his self-doubt in roughly equal measure. The space smelled of old wood and the faintly desperate energy of someone practicing scales alone, perfecting technique in the privacy of isolation where no one could witness his imperfection. Sabina climbed the narrow stairs with their worn runner of carpet and knocked without preamble, because she had learned that Julian required directness. Gentleness sometimes made him retreat further into his own head, into the complicated spaces where self-criticism flourished. He looked up from his guitar, the instrument resting against his chest, his fingers still positioned on the frets, and there was that familiar flash of apprehension, as though the universe might have arrived with criticism rather than company. "I have a commission for you," she announced, not bothering with preamble or social grace. Sabina had learned that some people responded better to clarity. "I need a lullaby, something based on the somnium poppies. They're dream flowers. They ease nightmares and soothe the anxious mind. I thought a composer's interpretation of their effects, their nature, something that captures what it feels like to rest in their presence." She watched the resistance in his face shift, soften, transform into something almost like curiosity. His sandy hair fell into his eyes, making him look younger than his 32 years, more vulnerable. "I'm not sure I'm the right person for—" "You are," she interrupted. Not unkindly, but with the firmness of someone who had learned to recognize when people needed to be believed in more than they needed to be coddled. "You have a gift, Julian. You're just not brave enough to use it yet." "That's rather blunt." "Yes," she agreed, settling onto the worn window seat that overlooked the alley behind the cafe. "I find bluntness saves time. Now listen. I want to create an experience in the garden, a spot where people can sit with the flowers and listen. Not just look, but listen. A full sensory immersion. The poppies would be visible, but the music would make the experience complete. It would be art, Julian. Collaborative art. My flowers and your composition working together to create something neither of us could create alone." She watched him, saw the way his fingers tightened on the guitar, saw the war between self-doubt and longing play across his features like weather moving across a landscape. His hazel eyes grew distant, as though he was seeing something that existed only in possibility. "I'm not sure I'm good enough," he began, but she cut him off with the kind of cheerful bluntness that made him flinch, and then, unexpectedly, smile. "Then get better," she said. "Study the flowers. Sit with them. Let them show you what you need to write. You have 2 weeks." "2 weeks? Sabina, that's—" "2 weeks," she confirmed, not leaving room for negotiation. "I believe in you, Julian, even if you don't quite believe in yourself yet. That will have to be enough for now." He opened his mouth as though to protest, to offer a reasonable excuse, to retreat into the familiar safety of self-doubt. But something in her expression must have convinced him of her sincerity. Something in her absolute faith in his ability to accomplish this impossible thing shifted the balance of his internal calculus. 2 weeks, he repeated, and his voice had changed. There was something new in it. Fragile, perhaps, but determined. "What should I call it?" "The Rooftop Serenade," she said immediately. "Because that's what it is. That's what you'll create. A song for the garden. A lullaby for the lost and the anxious and the people who can't sleep because the world seems too loud." She left him there, reaching for his notebook with the tentative movements of someone beginning to reach for hope, beginning to imagine that he might be worth saving. Sabina descended the narrow stairs, humming one of Clara's favorite melodies, her mind already moving on to the next project. The commission given, Sabina returned to her larger project, the establishment of a small planted area near the northern face of the building, in the space adjacent to the lunar alcove. If the moon petal calla was thriving there, and it was, its silvery petals seeming to pulse with inner light every night, then perhaps other nocturnal specimens would do the same. She had collected cuttings and seeds from the library's botanical records. She had prepared soil with the precise amendments needed for delicate, light-sensitive plants. She had a vision, growing clearer by the day, of what the entire rooftop could become. It was while she was digging, her trowel searching the soil for rocks and roots to remove, preparing the bed with the care of an archaeologist preparing an excavation site, that her tool struck something solid that was decidedly neither stone nor root. The resistance was different, metallic. Her hands, trained in the careful work of gardening and excavation, recognized the distinction immediately. She paused, repositioned her trowel, and began to work carefully, with a precision that suggested she was uncovering something important. The object emerged slowly from the earth, layer by layer. Small, iron, crusted with rust and soil and the detritus of time. Something that had lain buried for longer than she wanted to consider. A carving tool, she realized as it became visible. A chisel, used for the delicate work of stonework, the kind of tool a sculptor would treasure. It had a handle of darkened wood, shaped by centuries of use, and now hardened by burial, the grain visible even beneath the patina of age and earth. And on the handle, worn but unmistakable, the letter O. The moment the iron broke free of the earth entirely, the instant it released from the stone and soil that had claimed it, something shifted in the rooftop itself. A tremor ran through the garden, a ripple of disturbance that Sabina felt travel up through her knees where she knelt. The gas lamps flickered, their flames wavering as though caught by wind, though the November air was perfectly still. And the somnium poppies, those nocturnal darlings she'd tended so carefully, shuddered in their stems and closed their petals briefly, as though drawing inward from pain. The gesture was unmistakable. The building had felt something being pulled from its body. It had reacted to the chisel's liberation the way a living thing reacts to losing a limb that had grown part of its flesh. Sabina sat back on her heels, the chisel resting in her palm. It was warm from the earth, impossible light despite its age, as though it had been waiting for her to find it. She turned it over, studying the forged iron with the reverence of an archaeologist discovering an artifact of significance. The craftsmanship was evident in every detail, the careful balance, the precision of the forging, the way the iron had been shaped to respond to a user's hand with the intimacy of a tool that had been loved. Someone had made this. Someone had shaped it with care and intention. Someone had loved it enough to mark it with their initial. She thought of Orin, standing in the moonlight, his gray stone face unreadable, revealing only what he absolutely had to. She thought of 200 years of silence. She thought of what it might mean to lose something that intimately your own, something that represented not just a craft, but an identity, a life, a self that no longer existed. The chisel seemed to pulse in her hand, heavy with meaning. That evening, as the sky deepened to the indigo of her somnium poppies, and the first stars began to emerge like punctuation marks in the darkness, Sabina climbed to the rooftop with the chisel cradled carefully in her hands. The last light was dying, painting the lamplighter's quarter in streaks of amber and rose, the city beginning its transition from day to night. She found Orin's pedestal and waited, watching the slow miracle of his awakening. The stone warming as the sun touched the horizon, the features shifting from carved to something almost alive, the amber glow kindling in his eyes like a flame being lit. His eyes opened, that amber glow that still startled her, even though she had witnessed it a dozen times now, even though she had begun to associate it with everything good and true about the world. She reached into the pocket of her work apron and withdrew the chisel, holding it out to him on her open palm. She said nothing. She had learned, over the weeks of knowing him, that silence was sometimes the most eloquent thing a person could offer. His stillness was absolute, complete, as though the very air around him had crystallized into something immobile and dense. This was not the stillness of stone sleep. That was different, was the absence of consciousness, was simple dormancy. This was the stillness of a man confronted with a ghost he had long since given up expecting to see. This was the stillness of someone whose world had just shifted on its axis, rearranging itself to accommodate an impossible moment. Sabina waited. She had learned that time moved differently for him, that patience was sometimes the most profound gesture of respect. She simply held the chisel there, resting in her warm hand, letting the last rays of sunset illuminate the letter O on its handle, and did not look away. When Orin reached out, when his stone-gray fingers wrapped around the chisel with a tremor that ran through his entire form, Sabina felt something profound shift in the space between them, something fundamental. His eyes squeezed shut, his granite jaw clenched so tightly she worried the stone might crack under its own pressure. For a moment she thought he might shatter from the weight of whatever memory, whatever emotion, whatever history the chisel had carried with it across the centuries. Where the old iron touched his granite palm, she saw it. A faint warmth radiating through the stone, visible in the way it caught the last of the sunset's light. The chisel was warm too, from the earth that had held it. And where the two met, iron to granite, something shifted. It was as if the tool remembered its maker, as if the centuries of separation had been merely sleep, and now, being held again by the hand that had once shaped it with such care, it woke into memory. The warmth spread through Orin's hand like recognition, like coming home. She said nothing. She simply placed her free hand gently on his stone arm, warm skin against cold granite, and waited for him to be ready to speak. Her touch was a question and an answer simultaneously. It was an acknowledgement of his pain and a refusal to let him carry it alone. He didn't speak that night, but he held the chisel like it was the only solid thing left in a world that had become entirely liquid and uncertain, like it was a lifeline to a person he had once been, like it was redemption and punishment and hope all wound together. And Sabina sat beside him, her hand never leaving his arm, through the deepening night and into the early hours before dawn. She sat with him while the city slept. She sat with him while the somnium poppies bloomed. She sat with him while the moon-petal calla turned its silvery face toward the moon, and she offered him the most profound gift she could. Her witness, her presence, her refusal to leave him alone in his grief. By morning, when Orin's form returned to stone, when the warmth drained from his features and the light faded from his eyes, the chisel rested against his chest, held in fingers that would not release it even in sleep. The stone fingers curved around it with protective care, as though even in his dormancy he was guarding it, preserving it, refusing to lose it again. And Sabina understood, with a clarity that surprised her in its intensity, that something had shifted between them. Some barrier, long maintained, had begun to crack. The carefully constructed walls he had built across 2 centuries of isolation had developed a fissure, and through that fissure, light was beginning to pour. He was a mystery. He was becoming a friend. And Sabina was beginning to suspect he was something far more complicated, far more human, far more capable of being loved than even he had allowed himself to believe. Chapter 10. Night fell, and Orin became. The transition was always a small death and rebirth, the calcification releasing, flesh claiming what granite had held. Muscles that had been locked in stone acquired the capacity for movement. Blood that had been suspended in stasis resumed its ancient, tireless work. For 200 years, this metamorphosis had been his only constant, his only certainty. The sun set. He woke. The sun rose. He became stone again, a guardian frozen in eternal watchfulness. But tonight, it was different. Tonight, he had a purpose beyond mere existence. He descended from his pedestal slowly, deliberately, carrying the chisel with both hands as though it might dissolve at any moment. 200 years. It had been hidden in the chimney stones for 200 years, waiting for him to be brave enough to retrieve it. Except he hadn't retrieved it. She had. Sabina, with her trowel and her unstoppable curiosity, had unearthed the one thing he'd buried deeper than memory, deeper than conscious choice, deeper than the very foundations of his being. The chisel was small, but its weight was immeasurable. The metal was dull with rust, the handle worn smooth by hands long turned to dust. On the blade, his mark was still visible, the O he'd stamped into his tools as a young, confident man who believed his work would outlast him. He had been right, though not in the way he'd intended. His work had outlasted him, but he had not. He had become his work, been consumed by it, transformed into a permanent feature of the building his hands had carved. He found her in the lunar alcove, tending her night garden with the kind of quiet focus she brought to everything. The moon petal calla had grown 3 inches, its silvery petals opening wider, as though the perfect light had given it permission to finally bloom. She'd planted evening primrose around it, and moonflowers trailing up the chimney stones. The space had transformed into something luminous and sacred, a place where the boundary between earth and sky seemed negotiable. The light was soft here, filtered through the city's glow and the stars themselves. It was the kind of light that made things look like they existed in 2 places at once, partly in the real world, partly in dream. It was fitting, Orin thought, that she had chosen this spot for her most precious blooms. The moon petal calla was a creature of threshold spaces, of the hours when day and night negotiated their borders. I buried it, he said. Sabina looked up from her work, and he saw her take in his expression, raw, exposed, more vulnerable than any granite could ever be. She straightened slowly, brushing soil from her hands, and waited. There was no fear in her eyes, which struck him more forcefully than any scream might have. She did not flinch. She did not pull away. She simply waited for him to find the words, offering him the gift of her patient attention. After he cursed me, Orin continued. The words felt strange on his tongue, like a language he'd almost forgotten but which lived, still, in his blood, locked in the stone, waiting for the right key to release it. I knew what I was becoming. I could feel it. The stone claiming me from the inside out, binding me to the building. I could feel the humanity draining away, being replaced by something colder, harder, eternal. I could feel the separation between myself and the structure beginning to collapse, as though we were becoming the same thing. I knew it would take me completely, would transform me into a permanent feature of the Vespertine, as much a part of it as the cornerstone or the roof's support beams. So I hid it, in the chimney, in the stones that were becoming me. I thought. He looked down at the chisel in his hands, turning it slowly, examining it as though it belonged to someone else, someone long dead. I thought if I couldn't carve anymore, I wouldn't need it. If I didn't have it, maybe I could pretend it had never mattered, that I'd never been a man with calloused hands and stone dust in my lungs, that I'd never felt the joy of seeing marble surrender to the vision in my mind. He ran a thumb across the blade. It caught slightly on roughened spots, on the places where rust had begun to corrupt the metal. Maybe I could believe that I'd always been stone, that there was no before to grieve for, no life to have lost. He settled onto one of the low stones at the garden's edge, the chisel still gripped between his palms. Sabina sat beside him, not touching, but close enough that he could feel her warmth, a radiating presence that made him acutely aware of the cold within his own stone form. The contrast was almost painful in its clarity, a reminder of the distance between them, of the gulf his curse created. "My name is Orin," he said. The name felt enormous in his mouth, a thing he'd kept locked away so long it had become more ghost than fact. Saying it aloud was an act of resurrection, a way of asserting that the man beneath the stone had once existed, had mattered, had been real. I was born in 1801. I was a stonemason, a carver specifically. I had a gift for it, or so I was told. I could see the shape in the stone before I cut. I could feel what wanted to emerge from the raw material, the potential locked within. Some carvers, they work from drawings, from the visions of architects. I worked from instinct, from the conversation between my hands and the stone itself. He turned the chisel over in his hands, studying the O stamped into the handle with its confident, youthful stroke. I loved it. I loved it the way you love your flowers, as though the work itself were breathing, as though I were in dialogue with something alive, something that had been waiting, dormant, for someone to see it and bring it forth. What happened? Sabina asked softly. I was good, he said. The word was simple, but it contained multitudes. Pride and loss and the bitter irony of talent that had become both his greatest achievement and the instrument of his destruction. There was another carver, Aldous. We competed for the same commissions in those days, fought over the same jobs in the building trade. His work was proficient but mechanical. He understood technique, could replicate any style, follow any blueprint with perfect precision. But there was no life in what he made. His pieces were correct, but they were cold. They had no soul. He paused. The night seemed to hold its breath around them, the ambient weave pressing close as though it, too, were listening to this old, old story of ambition and envy and the corruption of art into weapon. Mine did. People felt the difference. They sought me out, paid more for my work, wanted me to carve the important pieces, the gargoyles, the architectural flourishes, the places where a building's character emerged. And Aldous could not bear it. I saw it in his eyes. This hunger to be better than me, to prove that his work was superior. But no matter how technically perfect his pieces were, people knew the difference. They could feel the care in mine, the love. He lifted the chisel, held it up to the moonlight so that the metal caught the silver glow. In 1823, I was commissioned to work on a new building, a grand commission, the Vespertine building. The architect was visionary, the patron wealthy enough to demand excellence. I was 22 years old, and they gave me the most prestigious project in the city. I spent 2 years on the stonework. Every piece was a love letter to the craft. Every gargoyle, every cornice, every carved rosette. I poured myself into this building. I worked from dawn to dusk, my hands bleeding and raw, my body aching. But every moment was sacred. His voice had grown quieter, rougher, like stone being worn smooth by water, by relentless time and pressure. And Aldous watched. He studied the building as I built it. He learned its bones, its structure. He understood, in a way I did not understand, that he could not defeat me in open competition. So he chose a different path, the dark path, the one that required him to abandon any remaining shred of decency. What did it feel like? Sabina whispered. Like hooks in my soul. The words came without thought, raw and immediate, as though the 2 centuries between that moment and this had compressed into nothing. The memory was so vivid it might have been happening now, in this moment, on this quiet rooftop. Like something reaching into the core of me and binding it to the stone I was carving. I could feel myself changing, could feel the flesh beginning to harden, becoming less permeable, less alive. Could feel the separation between myself and the building beginning to collapse, as though we were becoming the same thing. He looked at his hands, stone hands, gray and rough, hands that had once shaped marble into beauty, and now could barely hold a chisel without trembling. I had perhaps an hour before it was complete. Before I became part of the structure entirely, my consciousness locked within the stone, unable to move or speak, or be anything but a permanent feature of the building I'd given everything to create. I ran to the cellar, found a hollow space between the chimney stones. I knew them so well by then, had worked so closely with every inch of the Vespertine that I could navigate it blind, and I buried this. He lifted the chisel, held it before her like a sacred relic. The only thing that had ever truly been mine. My mark. My name. My proof that I had once been a man who created, rather than merely existed. He felt something shifting inside him, the memory of that desperation, that final act of defiance. But beyond it, something else. His arms began to shake, then his legs. Not with fear, but with the pressure of remembering, of reliving that moment when his mortality had met its end. His forearms began to crack. It started small, hairline fractures appearing in the gray stone, visible in the moonlight. The emotional pressure of remembering, of reliving that moment of betrayal and transformation, was too much even for his calcified form. The cracks spread slowly, spreading across his wrists, climbing up his arms as though the memory itself were splintering him from within. He could feel the fractures. Not pain, exactly, but a sense of rupture, of his careful stone architecture breaking under the weight of grief. Orin. Sabina moved closer, her voice filled with alarm, but he continued speaking, racing against the dawn that was hours away, but already seemed to be creeping closer, racing against the stone that was claiming him from within, racing against the fear that he would lose the ability to speak before he could finish. And then I went outside, stood before the building I had made, and let the curse take me. I felt the stone claim the last of the flesh, felt myself crystallize, harden, transform into something eternal but unchanging. The transformation was slow and agonizing, and when it was done, I was no longer Orin the Carver. I was the guardian, the protector, a permanent fixture of the Vespertine, bound to it more completely than any contract or covenant could manage. As he spoke, the cracks spread, across his chest, down his spine. He could feel himself fracturing, splintering, coming apart under the weight of 2 centuries of grief. But also, his jaw was stiffening. Dawn was still hours away, should be hours away, but he could feel the familiar weight of stone beginning to claim him. The curse recognized his emotional breakdown and was seizing the opportunity to take hold. And the building? His words were becoming more difficult, his jaw tightening with each syllable. He was racing the stone, racing the coming dawn, racing his own mouth as it calcified around the words he needed to speak. When the curse took hold, something changed. The walls settled differently, the structure strengthened. It was as if my binding gave it something, gave it power, made it more real, more solid, more permanent. I don't understand why. I've never understood why. But I remember thinking, in those first days when I couldn't move or speak, that the building had woken up, that my curse had awakened something in the Vespertine itself, something that had been dormant until my stone and its stone became one. His toes were losing sensation, his knees were beginning to lock. This was wrong. The sun hadn't risen, wasn't due to rise for hours. But his panic and grief were accelerating the process, were calling the stone to claim him even before its time. He was running out of moments, running out of the ability to speak. Sabina pressed her warm hand against his arm, right where the cracks were spiderwebbing across his stone, and the moment her skin touched his, something happened. The weave surged. Every flower on the roof opened simultaneously, not just opening, but bursting into bloom as if responding to a signal. The moon petal calla expanded its petals fully. The evening primrose and moonflowers unfurled in a cascade of white and silver light. A pulse of silver light radiated outward from the lunar alcove, spreading across the entire garden, filling the rooftop with a luminescence that seemed almost holy. The air itself seemed to vibrate with magic, with the building's recognition of what was occurring here. And warmth, profound, impossible warmth, spread through his arm where her hand touched him. Not just the surface warmth of her skin, but something deeper. The warmth seemed to travel through the stone of his entire arm, spreading through his shoulders, moving down his spine, filling the fractures with light and heat. The cracks began to slow their spread, the pressure easing as her warmth infused him. His voice returned to him suddenly, as if the warmth had restored his ability to speak. His jaw unlocked fractionally, enough to continue. "But I don't know what it means," he said, and his voice was shaking now. "I don't know if my curse is feeding the charter. If my binding to this building is the source of its power, its protection, its permanence. I only know that when the curse took hold, the building became something more, and I've never known if I was protecting it, or if it was protecting me, or if we became the same thing so completely that there's no difference anymore between the guardian and the thing he guards. Sabina said nothing. She simply held his arm, her warmth seeping into the stone, and the fractures slowed their progression. They didn't heal, not yet, but they stopped spreading. The pressure eased. His knees became less rigid. His voice remained. The story hung in the air between them, dense with the weight of centuries, with loneliness and loss and the particular ache of beauty corrupted into curse. And underneath it all, the unspoken weight of a question. If his curse powered the building, if his binding gave it its strength, then breaking the curse meant risking the very structure that had become his identity, his purpose, his reason for being. Silence settled over the lunar alcove like fresh snowfall. The moon petal calla glowed in its column of light, oblivious to tragedy, attending only to the business of being beautiful. The somnium poppies released their dreaming fragrance into the air, and even the city below seemed to have hushed, as though Asteria itself understood that something sacred was occurring on this rooftop. A confession, an unburdening, the transfer of one soul's suffering to another's keeping. Orin waited for Sabina to respond. He braced himself for the things humans typically offered in the face of tragedy: platitudes, well-meaning inadequacies, the fumbling attempt to assign meaning to suffering that had no meaning, only endurance. He prepared himself for pity, for the particular cruelty of being pitied, for the way her eyes might change if she truly understood the depth of his loss. But she simply held his hand tighter, and in the silence, in the warmth of her touch, in the way the weave pulsed around them in acknowledgement, he understood that this was what he had truly been cursed to lack. Not warmth, not voice, not even freedom, but witness. Someone to know his story and not turn away. "You were a beautiful carver," she said finally, her voice soft but steady. "I can tell, just from the building itself. I can feel the love in every stone." "The building is my prison," he said. "The building is your masterpiece," she countered, "and the curse that bound you to it doesn't change that. You made something extraordinary, Orin. That's not erased by what Aldous did. That's not diminished by his spite or his jealousy or his corruption." Something inside him cracked. Not the curse. The curse held, as it always had, immovable and eternal, a binding that no amount of time or hope could dissolve. But something else. Something he'd built himself, brick by careful brick, over 200 years of solitude. The wall he'd constructed between himself and the world, between feeling and surviving, between hope and the crushing certainty that hope was a luxury he could not afford. That wall cracked, and what poured through was not pain, though there was pain aplenty. What poured through was relief, the staggering, bewildering relief of no longer carrying his story alone, of having it heard by someone who did not turn away, of being known in all his brokenness and curse-bound captivity, and still being met with warmth instead of fear. "How are you not afraid?" he asked. "Because you're not your curse," Sabina said simply. "You're the man who carried his chisel with pride. You're the person who knew where the moon petal calla needed to be. You're the being who has stood guard over this building for 2 centuries, protecting the space, keeping watch." She paused, and something in her expression softened into something almost tender, the kind of look that could heal the deepest of wounds simply by existing. "You're someone I trust." The words undid him more completely than any curse ever could. His stone hand trembled as she held it, as her warmth seemed to seep slowly into his cold skin, warming him from the inside out. For 200 years he'd been alone, monumentally, absolutely alone, a creature of stone and shadow, with no one to witness his loneliness, no one to ease it. No one to know his name or his story or the man he'd been before the curse transformed him into this. And now, there was Sabina, with her botanical brightness and her refusal to be afraid, resting her hand against his arm in the lunar alcove, telling him that she trusted him. Telling him that his curse did not make him monstrous, that his loneliness had not corrupted him, that the love he'd poured into his work, into the Vespertine itself, had not been wasted. "I don't know how to be anything other than cursed," he said quietly. "Then we'll figure it out," she replied. "Together." It wasn't a promise that the curse would break. It wasn't a guarantee that his stone would ever become flesh permanently, that he would ever return to being human in the way he'd been before. But it was something perhaps more precious, the certainty that he was no longer carrying his burden alone, that someone knew him, not despite his brokenness, but perhaps because of it. That his suffering had been witnessed and honored and met, not with pity, but with love. Sabina stayed with him through the night, and Orin told her stories of his apprenticeship, of the first stone he'd ever carved, of the joy he'd felt in seeing his work become permanent, become eternal, of his arrogance and his talent and his grief. He told her about the other carvers, the ones he'd learned from, the ones whose techniques he'd surpassed. He told her about the day he'd understood that he had a gift, that he could see things in stone that others couldn't perceive. And Sabina listened, her warm hand never leaving his arm, bearing witness to the man beneath the stone. She asked questions, not clinical or curious in a detached way, but truly wanting to understand the texture of his life before the curse, the specifics of his joy, the architecture of his identity. The cracks in his forearms slowly healed as her warmth remained, the fractures sealing themselves as the weave continued to pulse around them, acknowledging their connection, blessing their communion. And as the night progressed, as the moon traced its slow arc across the sky and the garden bloomed around them in response to their proximity, Orin felt something shift inside him. Not healing. Healing was too grand a word for what was occurring. Rather, it was more like the understanding that wounds could be held by another person, that pain could be shared and therefore made lighter, that a curse, for all its weight and permanence, did not have to be carried alone. By the time the gray edge of approaching dawn crept toward the eastern sky, a change had occurred. Orin's chisel rested against his chest, a weight he no longer wanted to hide. It was no longer a symbol of loss. It had become a symbol of survival, of identity, of the man he had been and the guardian he had become. And for the first time in 200 years, as the sun prepared to rise and stone prepared to claim him once more, he understood that the curse no longer had to be his entire story. It was merely the prologue, the story, the real one, written in moonlight and botanical growth and the gentle warmth of human kindness, in the way the building seemed to hum with purpose when she was near, in the way the weave responded to their connection as if acknowledging something ancient and essential, was only just beginning. Chapter 11. The leather-bound ledger felt warm beneath Sabina's fingers as she settled into the worn armchair beside the tea service in Clara's sitting room. Outside the carriage house window, November light filtered through the climbing ivy, painting everything in gentle gold. The sort of golden hour that occurred between afternoon and evening, when the gas lamps of the lamplighters' quarter began their nightly awakening. She glanced toward the garden door visible from her seat, then back to the portion of Orin's pale stone face visible from her angle, and took a careful breath. The morning had been revelatory. She had spent it consumed with the weight of what she now carried. His confession, his history, the tangible reality of his suffering turned into words she could hold and protect. She felt altered by it, as though she had swallowed something that was slowly remaking her from the inside. Love, perhaps, though she was still learning the shape of that word when applied to a man made of granite and secrets. "You understand, I cannot tell you everything," she began, choosing her words like flowers for a delicate arrangement, some to withhold their scent, others to release it carefully. Her voice was soft, meant only for Clara's ears, though she spoke as if Orin could hear every syllable. He could. "But what I can tell you is this, that building has a very old tale attached to it. A tale from before most of us were born, before even my mother's time." As she spoke, something remarkable happened. The walls of the cafe seemed to settle, a barely perceptible shift, as though the Vespertine itself was listening from across the street. The air grew attentive. The ambient weave of the city's gentle magic seemed to orient itself toward her words, toward the secret she was allowing to surface. It was as if the building knew she was finally giving its history a voice, finally allowing its truth to be heard. Clara sat forward on the settee, her notebook forgotten in her lap. The girl had the most expressive eyes, dark and searching, always hungry for truth. Sabina had grown quite fond of her directness in these past days, the way she could pivot from despair to determination in the span of a heartbeat. It reminded Sabina of her own nature, the way she'd learned to channel worry into action. "What sort of tale?" Clara asked. Her hand already moved instinctively toward her pencil, the habit of a mind accustomed to recording history. Sabina set down her teacup with deliberate gentleness. Steam rose from the liquid in curling spirals, and she watched it drift like the ghosts of unspoken things. One about craft, about artisans who built something meaningful, something they wanted to protect. She paused, letting the weight of the words settle between them like a seed pressed into soil. "Protection is a very old magic, you understand. Not the flashy sort, the kind that lives in foundations and holds its breath for centuries." The air in the room seemed to grow quieter, as if even the ambient weave of the city's gentle magic was listening. Sabina had learned, in her time at the Vespertine, that Asteria's enchantments were like that, responsive to intention, aware of significance. Orin shifted. She felt it more than saw it. A subtle settling of stone into earth, the infinitesimal sound of centuries shifting. His voice, when it came, carried that peculiar resonance that made the teacups rattle softly, as though he were speaking through the very stone of the building itself. "The Artisans' Compact," he said, from 1887. The year hung in the air between them like a note struck on an instrument no one had played in decades. Sabina felt the weight of it, not 1887, but the deliberate act of naming it, of speaking it aloud. It was the first time he'd voiced those words with such clarity in her presence, and she felt the significance of it bloom between them like night-blooming jasmine, something delicate and rare that only opened under specific circumstances. Clara's pen stilled entirely. Her entire body seemed to focus, the way a plant turns toward sunlight. A compact? Between whom? Sabina turned fractionally toward where Orin stood, not meeting his stone eyes but acknowledging his presence in her posture, the tilt of her head. She saw him in her mind's eye as he'd been in the darkness, the breadth of his shoulders, the contemplative set of his features, the weight of 200 years carried in the curve of his spine. "Between those who understood that some things were worth more than profit," Sabina said gently. "A binding agreement, a promise made in stone and paper, both." She turned back to Clara, her voice steady. "Isn't that so, old friend?" "Precisely so," Orin confirmed, and there was something almost tender in his gravelly tone, the tenderness of something precious acknowledged, secrets shared with the right person at last. "They called themselves the Artisans' Guild. We preserved the terms in ways that seemed wise at the time, archival methods suited to immortal guardians." The "we" in that sentence seemed to unlock something in Clara. The older woman's eyes widened, not in fear but in understanding. She'd known Orin was more than stone, but this confirmation, this casual reference to himself as part of a centuries-old order, reframed everything. The guild would have kept records, Clara said slowly. If they were formal enough to establish a compact, there would be documentation. Constitutional frameworks for buildings sometimes reference founding compacts. They'd need the charter, Sabina finished, and smiled at the girl's brilliant certainty, the way her mind seized on the problem and began to dismantle it like a flower, petal by petal. Yes, I rather think they would. Something with legal standing. Something dated, witnessed, recorded. Clara was already rising, that particular energy overtaking her that Sabina had come to recognize in these past days. The energy of a mind catching hold of a thread and preparing to pull it with careful, methodical hands. It was an energy Sabina recognized in herself, the urgency of protection translated into action. It would be recorded, Clara said with sudden conviction. If it was formal enough to be called a compact, there would be legal documentation. Constitutional frameworks for buildings sometimes reference founding compacts. They'd need... She paused, then continued with gathering excitement. The Lumina Scriptorium. It's the oldest archive in the city. Everything with legal standing gets registered there. Land deeds, building charters, foundation documents from the city's earliest days. If this compact was binding, if it had any legal weight at all. She turned to both of them, eyes shining with the kind of hope that comes from seeing a path forward. We could find it. Sabina reached for her teacup again, noting how the steam curled upward in delicate spirals, like vines, like the tendrils of some climbing thing determined to grow toward warmth. Like hope, when you didn't look too closely at its fragility. The Lumina Scriptorium, Orin repeated, his voice thoughtful. I recall it. Before the building was expanded in 1923, it occupied the entire block near Meridian Green. The original vaults were constructed to preserve documents from the founding days of the city. If anywhere in Asteria has kept such records, it would be there. Clara began pacing, a habit Sabina had noted, the way her thoughts seemed to organize themselves through movement. The older documents are archived in the lower sections. I'd need to request access through the proper channels. My husband used to work with the librarians there, an archivist named Mr. Abernathy. Brilliant man. He may still remember me. Sabina felt a flicker of something warm in her chest. Clara's late husband had been a historian, a keeper of records, someone who'd understood the power of documented truth. The Lumina Scriptorium would have been a place he loved. Tomorrow, Clara said immediately, turning to face them both. Tomorrow morning. Mr. Abernathy opens the reading room at 9. If we go early, we can request access to the charter records before the general crowd arrives. The question is whether such documents will help us, Orin said, his tone carefully neutral. But Sabina heard the hope beneath it, a thin green shoot breaking through stone-hard skepticism. Sabina exchanged a glance with the statue, a glance that held years of understanding in miniature, of borrowed time and careful hope. All the nights they'd spent together, all the words exchanged in darkness, had built this moment. She could see in the set of his shoulders that he wanted to believe. She could also see that he'd been disappointed before. Papers have power, Sabina said softly, speaking to both of them. Legal papers especially. If the artisan's compact was properly registered, properly documented, it would have created binding obligations that would supersede current property rights. Renovation notice or not, a charter of preservation would be difficult to dismiss. The city has ordinances about protected buildings. And if we find nothing? Orin's question was practical, but she heard the fear beneath it. Then we search differently, Sabina said. But Clara is right. If such a thing exists, the scriptorium is where it would be kept. The afternoon light deepened to amber as they discussed the likely organizational systems of the archives, the way documents were cataloged, the specific terminology Clara should use when requesting access, what to look for in old building records. Sabina found herself thinking of her garden during these practical discussions, how some seeds took years to germinate, how the most beautiful flowers were often the slowest to bloom, how sometimes you planted something without knowing if you'd ever see the result. And then, impossibly, you did. "I'll begin the search tomorrow," Clara said, as the light outside began to shift toward true evening. "And Sabina, you should come with me. 2 sets of eyes, and I'd value your perspective. You notice things others miss." Sabina nodded, though a small part of her heart contracted at the thought of her daytime hours, when she would ordinarily spend time with her garden. But this was more important. This was Orin's life, his future, his possible salvation. Her garden would survive a few days without her tending hands. He might not. She felt the exhaustion of it settle on her shoulders, the reversed schedule catching up with her in ways that words couldn't quite capture. Days spent in research and archival work, fighting for the building's preservation. Nights spent tending the garden, keeping it thriving under moonlight, her hands working soil while her mind wound through legal frameworks and historical precedent. Her palms were cracked and stained with earth, the soil embedded so deeply under her fingernails that no amount of washing could clear it completely. She was becoming something between human and garden herself, caught in the liminal space of protection and growth. "I will," she said. "I'll come to the scriptorium." She poured another cup of tea and began discussing specific archival terms with Clara, ecclesiastical versus secular documentation, the differences in notation between centuries. Behind her, Orin stood in his patient way, waiting. But there was something different in his waiting now. A quality of expectation, of something that might, just possibly, be hope. As the gas lamps of the city flickered to life outside the window, signaling the true arrival of evening, Sabina felt the weight of what they were attempting settle on her shoulders like a mantle. Tomorrow they would begin in earnest. Tomorrow the fight would take a new shape, not magical resistance, but historical documentation. Not supernatural protection, but the careful work of humans who refuse to let something precious be destroyed. "We'll find it," she said quietly, as much to herself as to anyone else. "We have to." And beside her, the stone that was Orin seemed, in the gathering dusk, to lean toward the light. Chapter 12. The morning was a knife made of sunlight and catastrophe. Orin's awareness of the day came first, that prickling sensation of solar radiation traveling through the stone of his form, warming the granite incrementally from the outside in. It was a sensation he'd grown accustomed to over more than a century, the slow burn of daylight imprisonment. He could not move. He could barely feel the distinction between his own substance and the pedestal supporting it. He was, for all practical purposes, a part of the garden itself, no different than the flagstones beneath his feet or the iron railings that edged the rooftop space. His consciousness, however, remained perfectly intact. That was the particular cruelty of the guardian's curse, to be aware, to be thinking, to be trapped inside stone as immovable as any rock in a riverbed. The pinch of his awareness sharpened as he felt the vibration of footsteps crossing the garden. Multiple sets. Too heavy to be Sabina, too organized. He could feel the vibrations travel through the stone of his pedestal, up through the base of his form, a constant, muted tremor that registered as wrongness, as intrusion. Voices followed, filtering into his stone-bound senses like water seeping through fine cracks. Sound came to him as a strange combination, the muffled murmur of speech carried through earth and granite, mixed with the high-frequency clarity of noise transmitted through stone itself. He could hear them speaking, yes, but more acutely, He could hear the acrid chemical smell of industrial cleaner, something harsh and synthetic that one of Cromwell's assistants had used to wipe the nearby stones. The scent reached even his immobilized form, an assault on senses that had no recourse, no escape. "Outstanding specimen," a man said. His shoes were expensive, Italian leather, Orin calculated distantly, the work of artisans who understood their craft, at least. Good craftsmanship in the stitching, though the leather was clearly maintained by servants rather than worn with intention. The shoes crossed the garden with the measured confidence of ownership. Mid-Victorian, wouldn't you say? Excellent condition. The pigmentation hasn't oxidized significantly. Orin wanted to correct him. 1887. Cast by artisans whose names were carved so small on his back that only he and Moonlight knew them. Not Victorian, Edwardian, late Edwardian. The distinction mattered more than it should for a statue, but stone was peculiar that way. Every detail of one's creation lodged itself into memory like a burr in fabric. The woman with him spoke next. Younger, her voice carrying the rapid-fire cadence of someone accustomed to being heard in boardrooms and conference halls. "The grounds are really the project, Mr. Cromwell. We're looking at approximately $2.3 million for full renovation. The architect estimates 18 months. The current state of the landscaping is, frankly, a liability. The soil composition is unstable. The drainage patterns are inefficient." Orin felt the word grounds register. Sabina's garden. Her midnight garden, with its careful arrangements of somnium poppies and moon-petal callus, the climbing vines she'd trained along the edges of the space, the small herb section where she grew night-blooming jasmine, all of it categorized as unstable and inefficient. Cromwell. That was the man's name then. Tate Cromwell. Orin filed it away with the same meticulous care he'd filed away 137 years of unbought rage, the sort of rage that comes from powerlessness. "The sculpture stays?" Cromwell asked, and Orin felt something arch within him, not quite hope, but the anticipation of it. "The client wants it moved," the woman said. He heard her stylus against tablet glass, the soft, almost musical sound of modern recording. "It's over the optimal position for the new garden features. We're proposing relocation to the north quadrant, or, alternatively, we liquidate it. Auction house estimates suggest 12 to 15,000 at current market rates." Liquidate. The word fell into Orin like a stone dropped into deep water, sinking, sinking, sinking through the layers of his being. To be liquidated. To be reduced to a monetary value. To have 200 years of existence, 200 years of witness and endurance, calculated in thousands of dollars and dispersed to the highest bidder at an auction house. For a moment, he understood perfectly the terror a human must feel facing dissolution. Except for him, dissolution was not metaphorical. It was concrete. It was achievable. "Leave it," Cromwell said, and Orin felt something like relief begin to crystallize through the horror. "Build around it, heritage angle, adds character to the landscape design, very on brand for adaptive renovation." On brand. As though a century-old guardian, a man with a name and a history and a hand that had learned to carve stone before this American boy was even born, was a design element, a branding opportunity. "Noted," the woman said. He heard her stylus again, making notes, making decisions, making his future into bullet points on a tablet. "I'll adjust the measurements." Then came the detail that made something cold settle into the bedrock of his being, colder than stone had any right to be. "The pedestal's a problem, though," Cromwell said. He walked closer. Orin heard the shift in the acoustics as the man approached, smelled his cologne. Expensive, artificial, utterly without character. The smell of money with no connection to craft or earth or any living thing. Cracked pavers underneath, uneven subsurface. We'll need to install proper foundation systems. Looks like we'll pour concrete base, run the new HVAC distribution through the garden axis. This location's actually optimal for a distribution node. Lot of square footage to heat and cool. HVAC. Orin understood the acronym with the clarity of anyone who'd read every renovation proposal associated with the building over the past 15 years. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, machinery, mechanical hearts beating beneath his pedestal. Vibration and noise conducted through stone until his very atoms resonated with each hum and throb of equipment designed by people who'd never touched stone, never felt the integrity of a thing made to last centuries. As if to punctuate the thought, he felt a worker's boot step directly on his pedestal base, a careless, heavy footfall that registered through his stone form like someone stepping on his ribs. The sensation was breathtaking in its violation, a reminder that even in immobility, his form was subject to others' casual disregard. His boundaries, the careful spaces he occupied, meant nothing to them. He'd heard of buildings like this, gutted and refitted with mechanical systems that treated the original structure as an inconvenient container rather than a living thing. The thought of HVAC units humming beneath him, day after day, their vibrations traveling through his stone body like a constant, unending ache. "We'll need to jack the sculpture slightly," Cromwell continued, his tone conversational, the tone one might use to discuss moving a coffee table or relocating a planter. "Create the workspace underneath, give it new support structure. Should be straightforward." The woman made a note, and Orin felt it in his stone core, a sickening lurch, as though his entire form had lurched toward dissolution. The Vespertine shuddered in sympathy with his terror, a subtle tremor that was barely perceptible but unmistakable to him. The building understood. The building knew what it meant to be moved, disrupted, displaced from the careful geometry of its own foundations. Straightforward. As though one could lift a man, a guardian, a carver, a being who'd stood sentinel over this rooftop for 137 years, and shift him about as if he were a piece of furniture. As though the foundations that supported him, the specific angle at which he'd been placed, the careful architectural relationship he bore to the building itself, meant nothing. The younger woman made a note. She didn't question the propriety of displacing a century-old statue. No one ever questioned Tate Cromwell. They left. Their footsteps receded across the garden's old stones. Orin stood rigid, more rigid than usual, if such a thing were possible. His stone form had turned colder than its own nature demanded, colder than November, cold as the space between stars, the places where even light grew weary of traveling. He existed in that cold for hours. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but remember. He remembered the feel of Sabina's hand on his arm. He remembered the way her voice sounded when she spoke his name. He remembered her laugh, rare, precious, earned through careful jokes, and the kind of tenderness that came from being truly seen. All of it, it seemed, was temporary. All of it could be unmade by men in expensive shoes and women with styluses, by the simple economics of renovation and the reduction of meaning to market value. When night fell, when the sun finally released him and he felt his consciousness expand back into the sprawling grammar of his being, muscle and intention and agency returning in increments, he didn't move immediately. He waited for the familiar soft approach of footsteps, for the one person who might, just possibly, understand what he'd been forced to witness and endure while helpless. Sabina came as she always did, cutting through the garden with the confidence of long familiarity. She wore her dark coat, unbuttoned, and carried nothing. She'd learned that he preferred to tell his story without props, without the mediation of objects between them. "Something's happened," she said. not a question. Her voice held the clarity of someone who'd learned to read the set of his shoulders, the angle of his head, the particular quality of his stillness. Orin told her. He told her about Cromwell's shoes and the woman's tablet, and the casual calculation of his displacement. He told her about the HVAC system and the vibrations he would endure once they installed it, the way such machinery would conduct through stone like a constant assault on the nervous system. He told her about the word liquidate and how quickly heritage became irrelevant when profit entered the equation. He told her about being straightforward, about being moved like a piece of furniture. He told her everything with the economy of someone who'd learned long ago that words were tools, not indulgences. Each one placed with precision, with care, the way he'd once placed his carving chisel against stone. When he finished, Sabina was silent for a long moment. The silence wasn't empty. It held the weight of her thinking, the careful way she processed information. Finally, that's when we need the charter most. The charter is a piece of paper, Orin said, and heard the cold fury threading his voice like frost through tree bark. Papers burn. Papers get filed away. Papers mean nothing to men like Cromwell. They mean nothing to the corporations that back men like Cromwell. Sometimes, Sabina said softly, moving closer to him, papers mean everything. It depends entirely on whether anyone reads them, whether anyone remembers what they say, whether anyone cares enough to fight for what they document. I'm helpless, Orin said flatly. It was a statement of fact, not self-pity. Stone was helpless by definition. Stone endured. Stone bore witness. Stone could do nothing but stand and be moved about by others' hands. Not helpless, Sabina corrected. She reached out and placed her hand on his stone arm, and the moment her skin touched the granite, warmth bloomed instantly through the cold surface. Not the slow spread of the setting sun, but something immediate and alive, a heat that recognized her touch and responded to it. The stone where she pressed her palm grew warm with something that transcended temperature, something that pulsed with connection and presence. Nearby, a cluster of night-blooming jasmine, the flowers she'd cultivated with such care, the flowers that only opened in darkness, released its scent in sudden abundance, as though responding to that same touch, that same warmth. The fragrance rose through the cool November air, delicate and precious, a gift the garden offered in witness. Constrained. There's a difference. Helplessness implies you could do something but choose not to. You're constrained by the daylight, yes, but that's a limitation, not a definition. But standing in the November night, feeling the shape of his future settling like winter snow into all his cracks, Orin couldn't find the distinction she meant. The distinction felt theoretical, a philosophical point that meant nothing when confronted with the practical reality of men with styluses and budgets that could reshape the world. He was a guardian, yes. But guardians were supposed to protect their buildings, their charges, the sacred things they'd sworn to preserve. How could he guard anything when he was forced to stand motionless while dissolution was planned, footstep by footstep, across the very ground he'd protected for more than a century? We'll find the charter, Sabina said, and there was steel in her voice now, the steel of someone who'd just learned exactly how much was at stake. And if we do, if we find proof of the compact, they won't be able to touch this place, won't be able to touch you, not without legal consequences. And if you don't? He asked. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she was quiet. And in that quiet, he heard the honest echo of her uncertainty. Then we fight differently. But we fight. I'm not letting them displace you, Orin. I'm not letting them liquidate what's precious. The fierceness in her voice, the way she said we, made something in his stone heart splinter and reform. For the first time in 200 years, someone was fighting for him. Not with him. For him. The distinction mattered as much as she'd suggested it would, in a way that began to shift his understanding of constraint and capability. But standing in the November darkness, with the shape of his displacement already measured and blueprinted by men who'd never known his name, that splinter of hope was small. So very small. Still, it was there. Chapter 13. The Lumina Scriptorium was older than Sabina's entire lineage, with all its botanical records and inherited wisdom. It occupied a circular chamber beneath the city library, its walls lined with metal shelving that stretched up toward a domed ceiling of frosted glass. Gas lamps burned in brass fixtures atop the oak tables, eternal flames meant to illuminate dead words, and the air smelled of leather, ink, and something Sabina could only describe as the particular dust of forgotten time. It was the dust of promises, she thought, of words written down and filed away, waiting for the moment when someone would need to know they were kept. Mr. Abernathy, the head archivist, was a man of approximately 70 with silver hair, and the particular rigidity that comes from lifelong devotion to exact organizational systems. He'd allowed them access to the public records of chartered entities, 1880 to 1895, with the expression of someone grudgingly issuing keys to his own mausoleum. His desk was a landscape of meticulous chaos. Index cards organized by hand, systems of cataloging that made Sabina's head spin even as she understood the elegance of their logic. "You're certain of the date?" he asked, not for the first time, not for the 10th time. 1887, Clara confirmed, and Sabina watched the girl's fingers trace the spine of the enormous leather volume before them. They'd been at this for 3 hours. 3 hours of leather-bound registers, each containing hundreds of entries in copper plate handwriting. 3 hours of nothing but blank spaces where the charter should have been, of cross-references that led nowhere, of dates that fell just outside the window they'd been searching. "Then it should be here," Mr. Abernathy said, with the grim certainty of a man whose entire worldview depended on such things being true. He withdrew himself to his corner desk, surrounded by cataloging systems that made Sabina's head spin. She could feel his faith wavering, though. Even certainty had limits when tested long enough. Julian had come with them. They'd needed his strength to manage the heavy volumes, though his presence had become something else entirely. He sat in the corner with his composition journal, but his hands were raw. Sabina noticed it when he turned a page. His fingers were blistered at the fingertips, marked with that particular redness that came from endless, desperate repetition. Playing, she realized. He'd been playing until his hands hurt, trying to find a melody that would match the urgency they all felt, the terrible certainty that they were running out of time. His face had taken on a grayness that worried her. Not the gray of tiredness, but the gray of exhaustion that came when the body was being asked to create beyond its capacity. The endless searching, the weight of futility, it was doing something to him, wearing away at that particular resilience required for creation. She'd seen it before, in gardens and in hearts alike. The moment when faith started to fracture, when the soil became too depleted and nothing wanted to grow. "It could be under a different name," Clara said, but her voice had lost some of its certainty. The magnifying glass rested in her lap, temporarily forgotten. "Different legal terminology. We might not recognize the charter when we find it. Or it might not exist," Julian said quietly, not looking up from his journal. His voice was thin, worn. "People make promises. Promises don't always get written down. And even when they do, promises can be lost. Erased, forgotten." The afternoon light filtered through the frosted glass dome above, painting everything in pale geometric patterns. Outside those walls, in the city beyond, November was turning colder. The deadline was moving closer. Sabina felt the weight of it like a stone pressing on her chest, hope becoming heavier even as it began to collapse beneath the weight of its own fragility. She set down the volume she'd been examining and stretched her fingers. They ached from turning pages, from the particularly delicate work of reading centuries-old handwriting. The ache felt appropriate somehow. Work done in service of love should hurt. It meant you were reaching far enough. She stood and walked to the wall of shelving, tilting her head to examine the organization system. Alphabetical by founding entity, chronological by charter date, indexed by industry sector. The system was beautiful, really. A cathedral of order meant to hold the accumulated promises of the city. She ran her fingers along the spines, feeling the embossed letters, the particular weight and texture of objects that had been handled with reverence. Building and grounds. There. Listed under B. She began pulling volumes methodically, though her hands moved slowly, almost reluctantly. She was afraid of finding nothing. Afraid of bringing back one more disappointing armful of records that wouldn't contain what they needed. But Orin was waiting on that roof. Waiting for her. Waiting for them. And she'd promised him something, though he didn't know it yet. She'd promised him a future. The volumes were heavy. She arranged them in chronological order on the table beside Clara, who looked up with hope beginning to dim in her eyes. 1887. Building construction, modification, and preservation entities. There were dozens of companies and collectives and individuals who'd wanted their promises written down and filed away with legal weight. The sheer number was both encouraging and paralyzing. Somewhere in these dozens of entries was one that mattered, one that could save everything. They worked in silence for another hour, broken only by the sound of turning pages and Mr. Abernathy's occasional shuffling in the corner. Sabina felt the afternoon light begin to slant differently through the frosted dome. The sun was moving, as it always did. Time was moving. The deadline on the building notice was moving closer. Her fingers found the entry almost by accident. She'd been turning pages with that particular mechanical numbness that came with repetitive searching, and there, tucked between two larger entries, the handwriting slightly different from the copperplate standard. "Here," she said, not with Clara's sharp excitement, but with the careful tone of someone who'd found something but wasn't yet certain if it was salvation or merely another false hope. Building and Grounds, Artisans Guild for the Preservation and Maintenance of Sacred Spaces, chartered 1887. Clara leaned forward immediately, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. That's it. That's almost certainly it. Sabina's finger traced the entry, and her heart began its strange doubling. There were signatures, or there had been. Names that might have been written there once, but now. "Water damage," Mr. Abernathy said, appearing beside them with that silent way he had. His aged eyes examined the page with the particular sorrow of someone who'd spent decades witnessing the fragility of written records. Significant water damage. The ledger must have been shelved near a vulnerable wall. A leak, perhaps, decades ago. The damage is substantial. The entry was still there, still recorded. But the critical details, the names, the specifics, the exact terms of the preservation clause, were rendered nearly illegible by the creeping stain that had worked its way across the page centuries ago. Sabina could make out fragments. Binding obligation. Perpetual. Modification. Community. Consent. But whole sections were obscured by the brown-black of old water damage, the ink running and bleeding until the words became ghosts of their original selves. Clara's hand found Sabina's again, gripping tightly. "It's destroyed," the girl whispered. "The damage is too severe. We can't read the full clause." Sabina felt something in her chest crack. Not collapse entirely. She'd learned better than that. Learned that hope was more resilient than it appeared, but crack deeply enough to let the cold in. The charter existed. The promise was there, documented, formal, intended to preserve. But the very words that would explain how, that would articulate the exact mechanism of protection, were lost to time and moisture and the simple entropy that claimed all things eventually. She looked at Julian. The boy was staring at the damaged page with an expression of such despair that it frightened her. As if he'd been holding himself together on the belief that they would find what they needed, and now that belief had fractured along with the ancient ink. "This is a primary document," Mr. Abernathy said, his voice heavy with the particular regret that archivists carried. "It can't be disturbed. Couldn't be removed from its protective case even if we wanted to. The water damage was arrested long ago, but the fragility is extreme. I could consult with our restoration specialists, but recovery of illegible text is not guaranteed." The gas lamps above them seemed to flicker slightly, or perhaps that was her imagination. Perhaps it was just the movement of air from the vaults, the circulation of atmosphere through the protected records. But in the circular chamber beneath the city, surrounded by the accumulated weight of centuries of documented promises, it felt as though the very air was responding to their despair. The lamps dimmed almost imperceptibly, as if the ambient weave itself was drawing breath, sensing the weight of their failure. Sabina stood very still. The charter existed. They had found it. But finding a document wasn't the same as understanding it. And understanding was what they needed now. They needed the exact wording. They needed proof, precise and legal, of what protections the building carried. An idea came to her then, sudden and strange, like a plant pushing through unexpected soil. "Mr. Abernathy," she said carefully, "who would remember the exact wording? Who would have been alive when this charter was written and executed?" The archivist blinked at her. 1887? My dear, that was nearly 4 decades before I was born. Anyone who was of legal age then would be extraordinarily ancient now. Unlikely to be alive at all. "Not impossible," Sabina said. Her voice had taken on a particular quality, the tone of someone who just glimpsed a path where none had existed before. Not impossible if they were remarkably preserved. Someone who was there, at the beginning. Someone who witnessed the charter being written, signed, executed. Someone who would know the exact terms, even if they'd never spoken them aloud. Clara's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "Orin," she breathed. "You mean Orin was—" "A member of the guild," Sabina confirmed. "One of the founding signatories, if I'm not mistaken. And if he was alive when the charter was composed, if his mind has preserved what water damage has destroyed." "You're suggesting," Mr. Abernathy said slowly, "that the stone statue on the Vespertine building contains, within its memory, the exact legal wording of a document created in 1887. "I'm suggesting that he might," Sabina said. "We won't know unless we ask." Around them, the gas lamps steadied slightly, as if the recognition of possibility had strengthened them. The ambient weave seemed to respond to the hint of continued hope, a subtle warming of the air, a settling of light that suggested the city's gentle magic was reassured. The despair of moments before was still present, but no longer absolute. Where there was a path, however uncertain, there was hope's particular stubborn growth. Julian set down his composition journal. His raw fingers trembled slightly as he lifted his hands. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse with disuse, and with something that might have been returning purpose. "If we can reconstruct the charter, if we can prove its exact terms, then the melody makes sense. The composition I've been working on, it echoes the structure of old legal documents, the formality, the repetition, the binding nature of spoken and written words that carry weight." He looked at his blistered fingers as if they belonged to someone else entirely. "I've been composing something that sounds like a promise, like a binding agreement made in music. I didn't know why. Now I understand." Sabina felt something shift in her chest. This was the creative drive reasserting itself, not because the obstacles had disappeared, but because they'd found a way to work with them rather than around them. The soil was still depleted, but a seed had found its way into the broken ground and was beginning to reach. "We need to leave," she said. "We need to return to the Vespertine and speak to Orin before nightfall, before the archive closes for the day. There may be legal questions, archival procedures, that we'll need to address." Clara was already gathering their materials, her movements quick and purposeful. "We'll need to request official access to the damaged charter. We'll need to make a legal argument for reconstruction. We'll need Orin," Sabina said softly, "to remember what water has forgotten. Whether he can provide that memory, whether it will be admissible as evidence, those are questions we can address when we know what he actually remembers." They made their way out of the scriptorium, up the spiral stairs that led away from the protected records. The afternoon was fading as they climbed, the November light taking on that particular quality that meant the sun was beginning its descent toward evening. Sabina could feel the passage of time like a physical thing, like the tightening of a rope around her heart. Hours remained. Perhaps enough hours. Perhaps not quite enough. But they had a path now. They had a place to search. They had, against all odds, hope. Bruised and battered and far from certain, but present nonetheless. As they emerged from the library into the chill November air, Sabina thought of Orin, standing on his roof in the deepening afternoon, waiting, always waiting. She thought of the message she would carry to him, not a triumph, not a complete victory, but a possibility. A second step where the first had been taken, a reminder that sometimes the path forward lay not in finding all the answers, but in being willing to ask the right questions. The gas lamps of the city were beginning to flicker to life as they made their way back toward the lamplighters' quarter. The ambient weave was settling into evening, responding to the transition from day to night, from hopelessness to cautious possibility. They would ask. Orin would answer. And in those answers, fragmented, precious, drawn from the deep memory of stone that had stood witness to the crafting of promises, they would find what they needed. They had to. Everything depended on it. Chapter 14. The day had been long. November stretched across the city like old canvas, all muted color and waiting cold. Orin endured it as he endured every daytime, frozen in his moment of perpetual contemplation, aware but unable to move, able to hear but constrained by the physics of unfeeling stone. The weight of it was familiar by now, after 137 years. It was a weight that had become almost comfortable in its predictability, the weight of a prison that had long ago stopped trying to escape from him. He'd heard the gardeners that morning, cursing the November chill as they worked in the lamplighters' quarter below. He'd heard a delivery truck backing toward the building's west entrance, heard men shouting coordinates to one another in the rough voices of those accustomed to labor. He'd heard the ordinary machinery of the world turning, indifferent to his stone fate, unconcerned with the question of whether a century-old guardian of a rooftop might care about such things. He'd heard, too, the silence of the afternoon, the absence of footsteps where there might have been footsteps, the absence of Sabina. Days had passed since she'd begun her search in the archives, days of waiting, of listening to the building settle into itself, of marking time by the particular angle of light that moved across his frozen form. He'd learned to read the time by the quality of shadow, the sharp geometric patterns of mid-morning, the softer diffusion of afternoon, the lengthening stretch that meant dusk was coming. He'd learned to wait for her like a man dying of thirst learns to wait for rain. And then, as the sun descended toward the western sky, not all the way to dusk yet, too early for that, he felt her approach. Sabina came through the garden gate quickly, more quickly than usual. There was an urgency in her movement, but it was different from triumph. Not the urgency of celebration, but of desperation carefully concealed beneath the appearance of control. Clara was with her, and while the girl's expression held hope, it was a fragile, tentative thing, not the bright certainty Orin had expected. Both of them were breathless, flushed, but something in their bearing suggested not victory, but the urgent need to act before time ran out entirely. The light of the afternoon was kind to Sabina's face, but Orin noted the strain around her eyes. She was carrying a leather folder. Yes, but her grip on it was tight, white-knuckled, as if she held it against tremendous pressure. Orin felt something in his granite chest tighten. It was a sensation he'd almost forgotten. That particular clenching of hope in the moments before certainty arrived to confirm or deny it. He'd learned to read her across weeks of nights, but this was something new. This was a woman carrying weight. "The sun's almost down," Clara said, glancing toward the western horizon where the light was beginning to take on that particular golden quality that meant the day was settling toward its end. "Any moment now?" Minutes. Only minutes. Orin's awareness began to expand in that familiar way, the loosening of stone that came as the light changed quality. His fingers had begun to feel weight again, a terrible, wonderful sensation that brought with it the memory of agency. His shoulders had begun to sense their own substance, the slow, deliberate awakening of sensation that meant soon, soon, he would be free to move. But as his body came alive, something within him was reading the uncertainty in their faces, parsing the subtle language of hope that was not quite certain. He felt the last light leave his stone form, felt the precise moment when ownership of himself returned. That particular unfurling sensation like consciousness expanding back into limbs that had been held rigidly still for a day-long eternity. He exhaled, a sound like wind moving through stone cavities. His shoulders settled, his head turned. The stone that had held him became his own once more. But his movement was careful. His joints, still slightly stiff from the day's immobility, required deliberate effort to unlock. There was a sound to it, a creaking quality like stone settling, like ancient machinery responding to rust and long disuse. He'd grown accustomed to this transition, the way his body had to remember its own nature each time the sun released him. But tonight, the careful movement felt prophetic. His body was telling him something before his mind had fully grasped it. Sabina approached, and he noticed something he hadn't before. The way her hands were shaking slightly as she extended the folder toward him. The way her voice, when she spoke, carried undertones of apology along with her words. "We found something," she said. Not, "We found it." Not, "We found the charter." Something. The word choice mattered. Orin's voice came slowly, like stone warming in sunlight. He'd learned that his voice carried weight, that his words, once released, could do harm. He was careful with them, economical. But now, facing her expression, he found himself struggling for words at all. "What have you found?" he asked instead. Clara stepped forward, holding the folder with reverence. But as Orin watched, he saw the way her expression shifted as she began to explain. "The Charter of Preservation exists. It's recorded. It's filed in the protected records of the Lumina Scriptorium. The entry clearly shows it was drafted in 1887, that it was signed by both the building's original architect and by representatives of the Artisans' Guild." Hope. She was offering him hope, but the shape of it was wrong somehow, incomplete. "However," Sabina continued, and there was that word, that terrible word, that changed everything that came before it into something conditional. "The original charter has suffered significant water damage. The critical clause, the preservation clause that would protect the building from modification, it's been mostly rendered illegible. We can see fragments. We can confirm it existed, that it was meant to protect, but we can't read the full legal language." Orin processed this with the methodical precision of someone who'd had 137 years to develop habits of careful thought. He understood, in that moment, that this was no longer a clean victory. This was a puzzle with a missing piece. And something in his stone heart, some deep knowing that lay beneath even his consciousness, recognized the shape of that missing piece. "The document exists, but unreadable," he said, framing it back to them, confirming the nature of the problem. "Yes," Clara said, "but Mr. Abernathy, the head archivist, he says the damage occurred decades ago. The leak was arrested, but the text is lost to water and time." Sabina moved closer, and Orin caught the scent of her, earth and growing things and something distinctly, impossibly her. When she spoke again, her voice had taken on that particular quality it carried when she was speaking about things that required hope to accomplish. "We thought of you," she said softly. "You were there when the charter was drafted. You witnessed it being written, signed, formalized. You would have read the terms. You would have understood their legal significance." She paused, and in that pause, Orin heard all the desperate hope she was trying not to infect him with. "We wondered if you might remember the exact wording, the specific clause that would protect the building." Orin looked away, looked toward the garden, toward the delicate flowers that Sabina had coaxed into being on this rooftop where nothing should grow. Somnium poppies, moon petal callus, night-blooming jasmine, all of it maintained through care and attention and the refusal to let inhospitable ground dictate what could bloom. "My memory," he said carefully, "is not what it was. The curse that bound me, the transformation into stone, it fractured much of what came before. I remember fragments, moments, pieces, but coherent recollection from 1887, after 137 years of stone dreams and fragmented awareness?" He felt the weight of what he was about to say, and it was heavier than stone, heavier than time, heavier than the burden of survival itself. "I'm not certain I can reconstruct what's been lost, not with the legal precision you would need." "But you can try?" Sabina said. It wasn't a question. "You remember some of it. Some fragments, as you say. Perhaps if we talk through it, if you try to pull the memories together." "Water damage destroyed the text," he said flatly. "My memory may be fragmented, but a fragmented memory is still vulnerable to gaps, mistakes, distortions built up over decades. You would need something that could hold up in legal proceedings. You would need certainty, not the flawed recollection of a stone man with 137 years of accumulated trauma obscuring his mind." He felt her flinch slightly. He hadn't meant to speak so harshly, but the weight of what she was asking, the weight of her hope balanced against the fragility of his damaged memory, it required the truth, spoken plainly. "I remember the binding," he said, his voice quieter now. "I remember the idea of the charter. I remember." He paused, and as he paused, something strange occurred to him. A recognition, subtle and disturbing, like recognizing one's reflection in glass without expecting to see oneself there. "I remember the purpose of the charter. It was meant to bind the building to certain conditions, to require community consent before major modifications. It was meant to protect not just the architecture, but the guardian who was bound to protect it." As he spoke these words, something moved in his understanding. The charter wasn't simply a legal document meant to protect the building. It was something else, something that tied to the binding that held him, something that suggested a connection deeper than he'd previously understood. The ambient weave flickered around them. Orin felt it in the air, a subtle shift, as though the magic that sustained Asteria's gentle enchantments was listening, responding. The phenomenon he'd felt for decades but never quite understood became suddenly, terribly clear. There was an ancient binding that connected the building's protection to his own curse. They were not separate things. They were wound together, in ways his fractured memory couldn't quite articulate but could somehow feel at the very core of his granite being. The charter, he said slowly. It's bound to something, to someone, to a guardian. And the guardian's binding, the curse that keeps me stone, it's part of the same working. Sabina and Clara exchanged glances. Sabina's hand found his arm. What do you mean? She asked gently. I don't know, Orin admitted, and the admission felt like a fissure opening through his stone form. But I remember this much. The artisans who created the charter, they created it knowing that the building required protection beyond legal mechanisms. They created it knowing that someone would have to bear the weight of that protection personally. They created it as a binding agreement. And that binding, it wasn't just words on paper. He tried to explain what he was sensing, but the memories were fragmented, pieces of knowledge that didn't fit together into coherent narrative. He remembered the drawing of the charter, the careful legal language. He remembered the private meetings where the guild had discussed the true nature of the binding, the sacrificial element, the personal cost. He remembered understanding, with a clarity that had since been obscured by stone and time, that the protection the charter offered came at a price, that someone would have to carry that price. He'd volunteered for it. That memory was clear, at least. He'd been younger then. Carver, architect, craftsman. He'd understood the building as extension of his own spirit, had helped design its protections, had carved the very foundations with his own hands. When they'd discussed who would bear the binding, who would become the guardian, he'd volunteered. He'd understood the cost. Or at least, he'd believed he did. Perhaps he'd been wrong about that. Let me try, he said finally. Let me attempt to reconstruct what I remember. We'll see if my fragmented recollection contains what you need. They talked through the evening as darkness settled over the city. Orin spoke, slowly, carefully, reaching into the deep places of his memory where the oldest stones lay. Fragments emerged. Phrases, structural elements of the legal language that the 1887 artisans had drafted. Some parts were clear as yesterday. Others were obscured by pain, by the fracturing that the curse had inflicted on his consciousness, by decades of stone dreams where past and present merged into confused succession. But slowly, piece by piece, something like a text began to emerge. Not complete, not certain, but enough that perhaps, with legal expertise and archival support, they might reconstruct the original. As they talked, Sabina moved closer. The November night was cold, the kind of cold that came before winter fully claimed the city. Her breath was visible in small clouds as she spoke, asked questions, helped him draw out the buried remembrances. He became aware of the cold radiating from his own stone form, the way his granite body had absorbed the day's chill and was now releasing it in slow, imperceptible waves. The contrast between his temperature and hers was stark. She would be growing cold, standing close to him, drawing his winter into her warmth. You should go inside, he said. You're getting cold. I'm not leaving until you're done, she said simply. This is too important. You're too important. He felt something in his chest crack, not break, not shatter, but settle into a different configuration, one that allowed warmth to exist alongside the stone. His hands, large and carved with the marks of his former craft, wanted to reach for her, wanted to draw her close and warm her with... But there was the problem. His hands were cold. His body was cold. He had nothing to offer her but chill, and the memory of what hands could do when they forgot their careful calibration. My hands, he said, looking down at them. The fingers were thick, carved from granite, capable of tremendous force. He could feel the slight trace of claws beginning to show at the fingertips, the one concession to his curse's physical nature, the hint of something inhuman in his otherwise carefully humanoid form. I don't want to hurt you, the strength. It's difficult to control. Especially when. When what? Sabina asked. When feeling matters, he said quietly. When the cold isn't just stone anymore, but loneliness seeking warmth. The control requires distance, requires not caring too much about the outcome. But she was already stepping closer, already reaching for him with hands that were warm, alive, impossibly fragile in comparison to his carven form. Your hands won't hurt me, she said. You've spent 137 years learning control. You've spent every night since I've known you calibrating your strength so as not to break what you held. Trust yourself. Trust that you understand your own capacity. He lifted his hands, slowly, carefully, as if approaching a wild thing that might bolt at sudden movement. When he wrapped his arms around her, it was with the precision of someone accustomed to working with the smallest detail, the finest calibration. His hands settled on her back, careful, aware of every millimeter of force, every potential point of failure. He could feel her heartbeat against his chest, that rapid percussion of life, and it terrified him with its fragility. The contrast was absolute, her warmth against his cold, her living flesh against his sculpted stone, the soft give of her body in his arms against the immovable rigidity of his form. And yet, the ambient weave responded. Around them, the garden began to shift. The somnium poppies, beginning to close for the night, opened their petals slightly wider. The moon petal callus unfurled a new bloom entirely. Impossible. Out of season, responding to the emotional weight of two beings finding contact after so long of careful distance. The night-blooming jasmine released its fragrance in a sudden, overwhelming wave that spoke of joy and surprise, and the particular magic that came when the weave recognized something it was meant to protect. The air hummed. It was subtle, almost inaudible, but Orin heard it, felt it. The magic that sustained Asteria responding to the embrace, the weave acknowledging that this moment mattered, that this contact was significant. Do you feel it? Sabina whispered against his chest. The magic, Orin said. It's recognizing something. Some significance to. He didn't finish the sentence. He'd become aware in the moment of their embrace of something else, a subtle resonance that echoed from the building itself, from the very foundations he'd helped protect. The charter and his binding were singing to each other, the way two strings of the same frequency will resonate when one is plucked. The protection magic of the building and the binding magic of the curse were not separate things. He suddenly understood with terrible clarity. They were the same working, different manifestations of the same ancient weaving. When the building was threatened, the guardian felt it. When the guardian suffered, the building's protection weakened. They were not independent variables. They were fundamentally, irrevocably linked. He held Sabina carefully, understanding now with new weight the fullness of what the 1887 artisans had created. They'd designed a binding so elegant that it seemed cruelty dressed up as mathematics. The building's protection was guaranteed only as long as the guardian could maintain it. And the guardian could only maintain it, could only survive it, if someone, eventually, cared enough to hold him. The irony of it was exquisite. The curse designed to protect had also been designed to isolate. The binding that kept him stone was the same binding that kept the building safe. His suffering purchased its safety. His isolation ensured its continued protection. Until someone arrived willing to search the deep places of archived memory, willing to hold a stone man carefully, understanding his limitations, willing to love him in spite of, or perhaps because of, the weight of sacrifice that bound him. What are you thinking? She asked softly, still wrapped in his arms, still holding him like he mattered. That the cost of this building's protection is higher than anyone should have to pay, he said, and that I would pay it again. I would choose it again. Not for the building, for you, so that I could stand here, on this roof, holding you in the November night, while the magic itself acknowledges the significance of the contact. The somnium poppies glowed softly, not with external light, but with something internal, something that suggested photoluminescence animated by magic. The moon petal callus continued to unfold, their white petals opening in slow, ceremonial progression. The jasmine perfume wrapped around them like silk, like blessing, like the particular approval of ancient magic, recognizing what it had been designed to protect. They stood together as the November night deepened. The city below them was settling into evening, lights flickering on in the lamplighter's quarter, people moving through their ordinary lives, unaware that on a rooftop garden, magic was responding to the contact of stone and flesh, coldness and warmth, isolation finally breaking. "We'll reconstruct the charter," Sabina said into his chest. "Between your memory and the fragments in the document, we'll find what we need. We'll stop them from displacing you, from breaking this place." "And my binding?" Orin asked quietly. "The curse that keeps me stone? That's tied to the charter's binding. If we reinforce the building's protection, we reinforce the curse that holds me. Are you prepared for that? For what loving me might cost?" Sabina pulled back slightly to look at him. In the glow of the garden's magical response, her face was luminous, and he could see the understanding in her eyes. She knew. The weave had whispered to her what he'd just understood. "Yes," she said simply. "I love you as you are, stone and all. If that means you remain stone, remain bound to this place, I'll love you in that binding. And perhaps—" She paused, as if listening to something beyond their conversation. "Perhaps the binding can become something other than a curse. Perhaps it can become a choice. Perhaps we can transform it together." It was impossible hope. It was the kind of optimism that had no grounding in reality. And yet, standing in the November night, wrapped in jasmine fragrance, holding the woman who'd taught him hope, could be more than the memory of hope. Orin began to understand that sometimes impossibility was precisely where the strongest magic lived. The charter would be reconstructed, the building would be protected, the binding would persist. But perhaps, just perhaps, it could persist as something other than a curse. Perhaps it could persist as connection, as love, as the kind of magic that the 1887 artisans hadn't quite anticipated. The magic of being truly, deeply found by someone willing to search through the fragmented stones of your memory until they could piece together enough of your broken self to make it whole again. The ambient weave continued to hum around them, and in that humming, Orin heard the ancient magic of Asteria itself acknowledging a profound truth. The best bindings were not those that confined. They were those that connected. And some connections, forged in stone and soil, in memory and midnight, in the careful holding of something infinitely fragile, were strong enough to save worlds. Chapter 15. The doorbell to the Vespertine chimed Thursday morning, and Sabina knew immediately that something was wrong. It wasn't the sound itself. That same gentle bronze ring that had announced customers and deliveries for decades. It was the way the building seemed to recoil from it, the way the windows rattled slightly as though flinching, the way even the old brass doorframe appeared to tense. The ambient weave, that subtle magic that underpinned Asteria's gentle enchantments, rippled through the air like a stone dropped into still water. She was on the second floor, cataloging the last of the petition signatures with Clara, when she heard the mechanical rumble of the freight elevator arriving at ground level. Not the small interior lift that creaked with age and artistry, but the external service elevator, the one used for deliveries, for moving heavy equipment. She hadn't authorized any deliveries. Neither had the Vespertine's aging superintendent. Through the window she could see them. 3 trucks. one marked with Cromwell Development's logo, two others bearing the insignia of demolition contractors. Men in hard hats moved with the confident purposefulness of those who believed themselves authorized, carrying what appeared to be structural assessment equipment. But their bearing suggested something beyond assessment. There was the careless energy of those about to begin destruction, the eager movements of workers itching to justify their hire. Sabina was down the stairs in moments, her heart moving faster than her feet. Clara followed, questions unasked, but evident in the sharp way her grandmother's friend gripped the stair rail. In the lobby, the air had changed. There was a quality to it that Sabina had begun to recognize over the past weeks. The ambient weave responding to threat, to disturbance, to the presence of those who intended harm. The magic wasn't visible, not exactly, but it was present. It was angry. "You have no authorization to conduct assessments on this building," Sabina called out, positioning herself between the men and the elevator. Her voice was warm, but it carried the steel that came from standing in one's power. "This is private property, and any structural work requires written approval from the building's owner," one of the men interrupted, a foreman with the aggressive confidence of someone accustomed to moving through opposition. He held a document, official-looking, bearing Cromwell's signature. "And Mr. Cromwell, as the development rights holder pending approval, has authorized preliminary structural assessment. We're just going to check the roof integrity. You can stand aside, but we're going up." The document looked legitimate. Sabina's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated this. Cromwell moving before the community rally, moving to begin destruction under the guise of assessment, establishing that the building was structurally unsound, creating precedent for demolition. "The gathering is tomorrow evening," she said, her voice steady despite the fear threading through her. "Mr. Cromwell agreed to hear from the community. The decision hasn't been made yet. You don't have the right to begin." "We have the right to assess," the foreman said, pushing past her toward the elevator. That was when the building responded. The brass elevator doors, which Sabina had seen move smoothly for weeks, suddenly jammed. Not gradually, not the slow, wheezing reluctance of aging machinery. They slammed shut with such violence that the foreman jumped back, swearing. When he reached for the button, nothing happened. The elevator simply would not open. The mechanism appeared to have locked completely, as though the building's own systems had become immovable. "Faulty equipment," Clara said mildly, appearing beside Sabina. "We've had problems with this lift before. Sometimes it sticks. You're welcome to use the interior stairwell instead." But the interior stairwell was where they would encounter the rooftop, and the rooftop, as the foreman soon discovered when his team began their ascent, was protected by something beyond mechanical malfunction. The crew made it 6 flights up before the rooftop door became impossible to open. Sabina climbed behind them, watching as each man took his turn trying the handle. The door had always stuck slightly. Decades of settling had warped the frame just enough to require a firm push. But now it had become completely immovable, as though the building's very structure had hardened around it, fusing frame and stone into something indivisible. "Must have swelled with the damp," one of the workers muttered, applying shoulder to wood. But his strength, and the strength of 3 men after him, accomplished nothing. The door held as though welded shut. Then came the gas lamps. Sabina had always admired the stairwell's antique fixtures, brass arms extending from the walls at regular intervals, burning with the gentle, eternal flame that had marked Asteria's streets for over a century. They provided warm, steady light, reliable, comforting, oriented toward people, not weapons. But as the foreman persisted in attempting the rooftop door, the lamps began to brighten. Not gradually, but in sharp increments, each flare more intense than the last. The heat radiating from them became noticeable, uncomfortable. The foreman stepped back, shielding his face. "What the hell?" he began. Gas pressure fluctuation, Clara observed, though her tone suggested she knew precisely what was occurring. This building's systems are old. Sometimes they behave unpredictably, especially when the ambient weave recognizes a threat. Sabina felt it now, unmistakably. The magic that had been subtle and gentle in her previous interactions with the building had become something else, not aggressive exactly, but fiercely protective. The building wasn't attacking the workers, it was simply refusing them access. The gas lamps weren't trying to burn them. They were demonstrating that the building itself was alive, aware, and defending what it contained. The foreman, faced with a jammed elevator, an immovable door, and gas lamps that flared hot enough to raise perspiration on his brow, made a decision. "We'll report this to Cromwell," he said, gathering his crew with the careful movements of someone who'd just realized he was in a territory beyond his expertise. "Building's got electrical issues, looks like. Hazardous. We'll need different equipment, maybe different approach." They left within the hour, deflated, muttering about antiquated infrastructure and faulty systems. But Sabina understood what had really occurred. The Vespertine had rejected them. The building, and the weave that sustained it, had made an unambiguous statement. This place was defended. That evening, Sabina climbed to the roof garden, needing to understand, needing to talk to Orin. The garden was luminous in the fading daylight, the flowers seeming to glow with an internal radiance that went beyond simple photosynthesis. The somnium poppies were open despite the approaching night, their pale purple petals arranged like supplicants reaching toward grace. The moon petal callus had unfurled new blooms, still out of season, impossible, responding to something beyond botanical logic. The jasmine released its fragrance in waves, filling the rooftop air with scent that spoke of magic, of recognition, of ancient protections stirring to awareness. Orin emerged from the shadows at the garden's edge, his form less stone than it had been weeks before, his edges slightly less sharp. The slow transformation that had been working through him continued, accelerated by love, by hope, by the particular magic that came from being truly seen and chosen despite one's curse. "You felt it," he said. It wasn't a question. His voice carried that particular depth that made her think of wind moving through canyon stone. "The building is alive," Sabina said. The understanding had crystallized during her descent from the stairwell. Not metaphorically, not in the way we speak of buildings having character or personality. It's alive. It's protecting you. "The binding," Orin said, moving to the fountain's edge. Water caught the last light of the setting sun and turned briefly gold. "The connection between the building's protection and my curse. The weave doesn't separate them. When you touch the building, the magic recognizes the contact with the guardian. When you breathe this air, the weave registers your presence as friend or threat, based on your intention toward this place." Sabina sat beside him, acutely aware of the stone-cool emanation from his form, the careful distance he maintained. "Cromwell tried to start demolition today," she said. "He claimed preliminary structural assessment, but it was preparation for destruction. The building wouldn't let them. The elevator jammed. The rooftop door became immovable. The gas lamps flared hot enough to drive them back. They left within an hour." Orin was quiet for a long moment. "That won't stop him entirely. He'll return with different approach, different equipment. The building can defend itself from casual intrusion, but it can't prevent determined systematic destruction. The protection has limits." "So we stop him tomorrow," Sabina said, the certainty in her voice drawing from something deeper than hope. At the rally, 2,000 people saw what Julian created. 2,000 people have signed their names to say this place matters. The city officials are coming. The charter, reconstructed from your memory and the fragments of the original document. It will stand. "The charter is damaged," Orin said quietly. "The legal weight is questionable. Your memory of my reconstruction, pieced together on a November night, presented as evidence? A skilled lawyer could argue it's inadmissible, that I'm an unreliable witness, that a stone man's 137-year-old recollection doesn't constitute acceptable evidence in a modern legal proceeding. Sabina felt something tighten in her chest. He was right, and she'd known it all along. The charter was fragile. Their case, though supported by community will and the building's obvious magic, rested on evidence that could be challenged. Cromwell would fight. He would bring a lawyer, perhaps multiple lawyers. He would argue precedent. He would argue property rights. He would fight. Then we'll win through other means, she said. Through the community. Through the weave itself if necessary. The building will protect you, Orin. The magic has already demonstrated its capacity. At what cost? Orin asked. His voice carried something she'd rarely heard from him. Fear. The building defending itself. The weave responding to threat. That uses power. That draws on reserves. There are limits to how many times the magic can respond before the working exhausts itself. And if the building uses all its power to defend against demolition, there will be nothing left to protect the garden, to preserve what grows here. Sabina realized, in that moment, what he wasn't saying aloud. The building's protection and his curse were connected. If the magic was depleted fighting Cromwell, Orin's binding, the very thing that kept him in this form, that let him exist as something between stone and man, would weaken. The transformation that had been working through him, making him more human, more present, more capable of touching her without fear, all of it depended on the building's magical strength. Saving the building and saving Orin were not separate quests. They were the same quest, inextricably linked. Then we stop him before it comes to that, Sabina said firmly. Tomorrow, at Meridian Green, 1900 signatures, your reconstructed charter. Julian's music, which the city heard, Orin. The city felt it. Everyone at the preview of his composition understood that this is about something larger than development and profit. They understood it was about magic, about connection, about a community choosing to protect something, someone worth protecting. Orin reached for her hand, and the contact sent sparks through her, small threads of golden light where his fingers met her skin. His transformation continued even now, accelerating. She could feel it in the way his hand was warmer than it should be, the way his fingers held her with something approaching gentleness rather than studied caution. You should rest, he said softly. Tomorrow will demand everything you have, everything the community has. Go inside. Stay warm. Be ready. She squeezed his hand, feeling the transition from stone to something warmer beneath her fingers. We'll stop him, she said. The building is on our side, Orin. The weave is on our side. The community is on our side. And I'm on your side. No matter what comes, we don't face it alone. She descended from the roof garden as darkness settled over the lamplighter's quarter. The gas lamps along the streets flickered to life one by one, casting pools of golden light in the gathering dusk. The ambient weave was settling into evening, and in that settling, Sabina felt something shift. The building had shown its capacity to protect. Tomorrow, they would show Cromwell what an entire community, backed by ancient magic, could do. The gathering was tomorrow. Everything would change by sunrise. Chapter 16. The rooftop granted Orin the privilege of witness, the ability to observe without being observed, to stand apart and watch the world turn below him. It had been his role for 137 years. It was, he'd long ago accepted, the shape of his existence. To remain stone during the day, to come alive at night, to watch the city from heights, to be present only in the margins where darkness and light met. But tonight, as the sun descended toward Meridian Green and the crowds began to gather with the coming of dusk, Orin understood that his time as a mere watcher was ending. The square transformed with each passing moment like a garden opening to moonlight. Gas lamps were lit in careful geometric patterns by the Lamplighters Guild, every available fixture, blazing golden across the flagstone surface in pools of warmth and shadow. The three-tiered fountain at the center seemed to dance in the lamplight, water catching and throwing light in cascading patterns. But it was more than light. It was intent. It was ceremony. It was a community gathering to make a stand. The crowd that assembled was extraordinary in scope. From his vantage point atop the Vespertine's highest gable, Orin could see the full breadth of what they had built. Not merely a gathering, but an organized community transformed into collective action. Conviction made visible. Love made manifest. Families arrived. Infants in the arms of parents. Children in matching bands woven from garden flowers. Teenagers standing shoulder to shoulder with elderly relatives using canes. Merchants abandoned their stalls for the evening, dressed in their finest. Lamplighters set down their torches to take up petitions. Gardeners with soil beneath their fingernails stood beside scholars carrying volumes of the garden's history. The woman who ran the flower market moved through the crowd distributing blooms. The man who maintained the public fountains examined the three-tiered fountain with the reverence of someone studying a masterwork. The entire ecosystem of the Lamplighters' Quarter had gathered. 2,000 people. More. The crowd swelled past the benches onto the flagstone, pressed against the fountain's edge, overflowed into the side streets that fed into the square like tributaries feeding a river. The night was warm with their collective presence, alive with the energy of organized intention, of citizens who had decided that some things were worth fighting for. And then he saw Sabina. She moved through the crowd like a current, organized and purposeful and glowing with joy that made his stone heart ache with an intensity that should have been impossible. She wore a green dress the shade of spring leaves unfurling, and she had woven flowers through her dark hair. Somnium poppies and moon petal callus intertwined with tiny white bells of lucent bells. She had literally dressed herself in the garden they were fighting for, become a living symbol of preservation, of growth, of the particular beauty that came from tending something with care and intention. The crowd loved her. They parted for her, touched her shoulder with reverent fingertips, voiced their support and gratitude. A woman pressed a handwritten sign into her hands, "Save the garden," in careful letters. A child gave her a drawing of flowers rendered in bright crayon, blossoms larger than the trees behind them, proportions impossible but true in sentiment. Sabina took each gesture with genuine warmth, holding the drawing like it was an artifact, a precious thing. The ache in Orin's chest deepened. The stone that had defined him for more than a century felt as though it was being slowly, inexorably reshaped by love. It was painful, this transformation. It was the ache of chisels against granite, of shape being altered from within, of his very structure being reformed by emotion so powerful it seemed to crack the boundaries of his being. He watched Julian take the stage at the wooden bandstand. The musician's frame was slight, his presence somehow larger for its modesty. Stage fright transformed his features into something vulnerable, something raw. He lifted his guitar with reverent care, as though the instrument were both fragile and sacred. When he began to speak, his voice trembled with emotion he made no attempt to hide. "I've written a new song," Julian said. The crowd hushed instantly, the attention of 2,000 people converging on the small figure like sunlight through a lens. "It's called Rooftop Serenade. It's about someone who's spent a very long time alone, about watching from a distance, about what happens when someone loves you despite everything." The words landed with weight. Orin felt them impact his stone chest like stones falling into still water. The first notes were tentative. Julian's fingers sought their way across the fretboard, uncertain, hesitant. But as the melody took shape, As muscle memory reasserted itself, the fear seemed to ease from his shoulders. His voice strengthened, finding its range, settling into the song like water finding its channel. The melody was extraordinary. It captured the particular despair of distance, of isolation, of wanting to reach for things one had learned never to reach for. But the chorus transformed everything. I'll come down, come down from my stone-built tower. I'll come down and let the love remake me. I'll come down to feel the green world flourish. I'll come down because you see me. Julian's voice soared on that final chorus, raw and true, and completely transcendent. He was not afraid anymore. The song had burned away fear and left only truth. Orin heard in it his own longing, his own impossible wish made audible, made shareable, made real. The crowd erupted. People wept openly. Sabina had her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her expression transformed into awe. Clara stood with her arms wrapped around herself, pride mingling with joy. Lamplighters raised their hands in unified support. Gardeners pressed against one another, moved by the beauty they had collectively created. Julian finished to thunderous applause that seemed to shake the very stones beneath Orin's feet. The sound rolled across Meridian Green like a wave, a physical force of appreciation and love. He bowed, looking transformed, looking like someone who had just discovered he was capable of extraordinary things. Orin felt something shift in his chest, not the cold weight of stone, but something warmer, something that resonated with the same frequency as love. The transformation working through him accelerated, driven by witness and hope and the sight of a young man learning his own worth. Then Cromwell arrived. The developer pushed through the crowd with the entitlement of someone accustomed to access, someone for whom the world had always given way. He was followed by city officials and a woman in professional attire carrying a leather case. Her bearing suggested lawyer, her demeanor suggested ruthlessness. They moved toward the bandstand with the practiced stride of those in power, those who believed their presence would be sufficient to disperse this gathering like morning mist. Sabina intercepted him before he reached the stage. Orin's chest tightened. Whatever transpired now would determine everything. Mr. Cromwell, Sabina said, her voice carrying across the suddenly quiet square. The crowd's energy transformed into attentive silence, thousands of people leaning forward to hear. She held the petition case with steady hands. I'm Sabina Thorne, chair of the Lamplighters Quarter Garden Committee. We have gathered tonight to present a petition signed by nearly 2,000 residents. We are united in our request that the proposed development of the Mercy Street Garden be halted. She opened the case. The petition unfurled like a scroll, like a manifesto, the parchment catching gaslight and glowing with significance. 1,973 signatures strong. Proof of community will made tangible. Cromwell's expression darkened. His jaw tightened. I don't have time for... These are our signatures, Sabina interrupted, still calm, still composed, her voice like a stone foundation supporting weight. Our voices, our declaration that this garden matters, that we matter. The garden provides sanctuary for species crucial to our quarter's ecosystem. It is a historic landmark. It is our collective heritage. We will not allow it to be destroyed for profit. The crowd's murmur of support was almost physical. Heads nodded in unison, hands rose in gestures of affirmation. The crowd had become a single organism, united in purpose. You have no legal authority, Cromwell began, his voice carrying the first notes of uncertainty. Actually, said the lawyer, stepping forward with calculated coldness, we do. On behalf of Mr. Cromwell's interests, I've reviewed the community's purported legal protection. She held up a document, the Reconstructed Charter. This document is claimed to be a historic protection agreement drafted in 1887. However, as you can see, The original is severely water damaged. The critical language is illegible. More problematic, the so-called Reconstruction relies on testimony from an individual who claims to remember text from 137 years ago, a claim that would be inadmissible in court, as the testimony is uncorroborated by contemporaneous documentation, and potentially influenced by external suggestion. The person providing this testimony is, moreover, a non-human entity whose cognitive capacity and reliability are questionable at best. I suggest the community abandon this fraudulent legal maneuver and accept that development will proceed. The words landed like ice water. Orin heard the shift in the crowd's energy, uncertainty rippling through them like cracks through stone. The lawyer had done her work well. She'd taken their fragile case and systematically dismantled it. The charter was damaged. Orin's memory was unreliable. The reconstruction was inadmissible. They had no legal standing. Sabina's expression flickered, just for a moment, showing the weight of the doubt being cast on their efforts. But her voice remained steady. The community's position is based on more than a single document, she said. It's based on the understanding that this place has value beyond monetary calculation, that the ecosystem it protects is irreplaceable, that the garden has served this community for generations, and emotional appeals, the lawyer said crisply, are not law. Without legal documentation, without documented proof of protection, this garden has no more standing than any other plot of ground scheduled for development. Mr. Cromwell has every right to. That was when Orin understood. He stood on the Vespertine's highest point, watching from his familiar height, and the truth crystallized with terrible clarity. They could not win through law. They could not win through community petition and reconstructed documents. Cromwell would fight this in courts, through lawyers, through systematic dismantling of their case, until the legal weight of their position was exhausted. But there was another path. The binding that held him, the curse that kept him stone. It was connected to the building's protection. The charter and his guardianship were two manifestations of the same ancient working. He understood this now with complete clarity, just as he'd understood it in November, when he'd held Sabina on the roof garden and felt the weaves sing in response to their contact. The building's protection was guaranteed only as long as the guardian could maintain it. And the guardian could only maintain it, could only survive it, if the binding was reinforced, if the curse was accepted, if the sacrifice was renewed. He could feel the magic weakening. The building's defense against Cromwell's demolition crew, the way the Vespertine had rejected the foreman and his tools, that had cost power. The weave was depleting, drawing on reserves. If the magic was exhausted trying to protect the building from lawyers and bureaucratic systems, there would be nothing left. The building would fall. The garden would be destroyed. Everything Sabina had worked for, everything the community had gathered to protect, would be lost. Unless Orin chose to strengthen the binding, unless he consciously, deliberately, irrevocably accepted the curse that defined him. Not as a violation imposed by magic, but as a choice made freely by a man who understood what sacrifice meant. A man who understood that some forms of love required the willingness to remain bound, to remain stone, to remain apart, so that others could flourish. The 1887 artisans had designed the binding with cruel elegance. The guardian's curse guaranteed the building's protection. The stronger the guardian's commitment to his binding, the stronger the building's defense. Separation and protection were the same currency. Suffering purchased safety. And Orin, standing on the rooftop, watching Sabina's face as doubt began to creep in, watching the lawyer dismantle their case with methodical precision, watching the community's certainty waver, Orin understood that he had one choice left. He could hope for freedom someday. He could believe that love might eventually break the curse, that transformation might continue until he was fully human, fully capable of walking in daylight without fear, fully capable of being the man Sabina deserved. Or he could accept the binding, consciously, completely, deliberately. He could choose to remain stone by day, alone by night, watching everyone he loved age and die while he endured unchanged. He could sacrifice the hope of freedom to guarantee the building's protection. He could purchase Sabina's garden with the currency of eternal isolation. There was no freedom in this choice. There was only sacrifice. But there was love in it. The kind of love that asked nothing in return. The kind of love that was willing to lose everything to preserve what mattered most. Orin made the choice. He felt it settle into his chest, into the stone that formed his core, into every molecule of his being. He consciously, deliberately, completely accepted the binding. He released the hope of freedom. He surrendered the possibility that someday he might walk in daylight as a fully human man. He accepted that he would remain stone, would remain bound, would remain forever separate from the people he loved. He chose the curse. He chose isolation. He chose sacrifice. He chose love. The moment the choice crystallized within him, the ambient weave responded. It was sudden. It was overwhelming. It was impossible to miss. Every gas lamp across the lamplighter's quarter flared golden. Not just the ones at Meridian Green, but every lamp throughout the entire neighborhood. The light was warm and bright, as though the city itself was responding to the guardian's sacrifice, as though the weave was acknowledging what Orin had just done. "What's happening?" Someone in the crowd cried out. The garden on the Vespertine's roof erupted. Orin felt it even from his position on the building's gable. The somnium poppies opened, not gradually but all at once, their pale purple petals unfurling in perfect unison like a wave of lavender across the rooftop. The moon petal callus bloomed in cascades, white petals glowing with soft silver luminescence. The night-blooming jasmine released fragrance in a sudden, overwhelming wave. The lucent bells chimed though no wind touched them. Every single flower on that rooftop garden bloomed at once, and their combined glow was visible even from the street, visible to everyone gathered at Meridian Green. A pillar of soft silver light rose from the Vespertine, climbing up from the roof garden toward the night sky. The ambient weave itself had become visible, made manifest through magical concentration, made physical through the guardian's sacrifice. The crowd at Meridian Green fell silent, awestruck. The charter document that Clara held, the damaged, water-stained, nearly illegible copy, began to glow faintly. Golden light emanated from the parchment, the same light that had flared in the gas lamps, the same light that was rising from the Vespertine's roof. As the light touched the document, the faded ink became legible. The water damage that had rendered the critical passages nearly unreadable gradually became visible. The words appeared as if emerging from mist, the preservation clause in its entirety, the binding language that would protect the building from modification without community consent, the exact legal wording that Orin had reconstructed from fragmented memory, now reinforced by living magic. The charter was whole again. Not physically restored. The water damage remained visible to the eye, but magically reinforced. The words now readable, the intent now undeniable. The protection now backed by the visible, undeniable power of the ambient weave itself. Even Cromwell's lawyer went quiet. The light continued to pulse from the Vespertine, continued to flow through the lamplighter's quarter, and everyone gathered at Meridian Green could feel it. A wave of warmth and belonging. A sense of being held by something larger than themselves, something ancient and protective and alive. The magic that sustained Asteria was making its position clear. This building was protected. This garden was worth defending. This community, gathered in solidarity, united in purpose, mattered. Cromwell looked around as though searching for an escape, for some avenue of counterattack. But he was surrounded now, not by people who could be intimidated, but by the accumulated authority of the city itself. The alderman stepped forward, his bearing deliberate. "The city recognizes the charter's validity," he said, his voice carrying the weight of official authority. "The preservation clause is now clear. The garden is protected. This development, as originally proposed, cannot proceed." The crowd erupted into cheers that seemed to shake loose the very stars above Meridian Green. People wept. Musicians appeared, instruments manifesting from the assembled crowd, and impromptu music swelled across the square. A complex harmony of celebration, of triumph, of community, recognizing its own strength. Sabina was pulled into embraces by hundreds of people, neighborhood by neighborhood, family by family, each pressing their gratitude into her frame. But Orin remained on his rooftop. He was stone. He had chosen stone. He had made the sacrifice and would bear it forever. Stone by day, alone by night, watching everyone he loved age and die while he endured unchanged. But the building was safe. The garden would flourish. Sabina would thrive in the community she had fought so hard to preserve. He had purchased their future with the currency of his eternal isolation. The garden continued to glow, the flowers continuing to bloom, the weave continuing to hum with the particular resonance of magic that had received what it required. The guardian's complete, conscious, irrevocable acceptance of his binding. Below, in the celebrating crowd, Sabina suddenly looked upward. Her eyes rose toward the vespertine, toward the glow emanating from the rooftop garden, toward the place where Orin stood. Their eyes met across the distance that separated them, across the span of stone and sky and the elaborate rules of his curse. For one suspended moment, they simply looked at each other. Orin saw in her expression understanding. She knew. The weave had whispered to her what he'd just done. She knew he had made the choice, had accepted the binding, had chosen her garden and her community over any hope of personal freedom. She smiled at him, not the victorious smile she'd given the crowd, but something deeper, something that carried everything she could not say aloud, a wordless communication of gratitude, of grief, of love acknowledged and accepted despite its cost. Orin's stone heartbeat, that ancient thing that had been quiet for 137 years, suddenly alive with rhythm he could actually feel. The sensation was almost painful, his chest expanding with emotion so powerful it seemed to crack the stone from within. Pride, love, the deep, bone-deep satisfaction of watching someone you would die for triumph. He had made the right choice. The celebration continued below. Musicians played, people danced. Clara moved through the crowd dispensing tea with queenly benevolence. The three-tiered fountain seemed to sing, its water reflecting the gas lamps like diamonds. But on the rooftop garden, surrounded by flowers that bloomed eternal, standing alone in the night, Orin endured. He remained bound. He remained stone by day. He remained separate from the world below, watching, witnessing, protecting with the quiet sacrifice that anchored the building's magic. The price of his love, the cost of their survival. The binding that had begun as a curse had transformed into something else through his choice. It had become connection. It had become the particular form of love that asked nothing in return, that was willing to lose everything to preserve what mattered most. The vespertine stood secure. The garden flourished. The community celebrated. And Orin remained on his rooftop. Stone and stars and silence, the guardian who had chosen his fate. The lover who had sacrificed his freedom, the man who had learned that sometimes the strongest magic was not the magic that broke chains, but the magic of being willing to remain bound so that everything you loved could flourish. The gas lamps of the lamplighters' quarter continued to glow golden through the night, burning with the warmth of Asteria's blessing, sustained by the guardian's sacrifice, fueled by the particular alchemy of love and stone and the choice to remain bound. It was enough. It had to be enough. It would always be enough. Chapter 17. Sabina watched the celebration from the edge of the rooftop, her hands still trembling slightly from the shock of what she'd witnessed. The crowd at Meridian Green continued their jubilant noise, music and cheers that echoed across the quarter like joy made audible. But she had seen what that joy had cost. She had felt it in her bones the moment Orin made his choice, had sensed the finality of it the way plants sensed winter approaching. The ambient weave had whispered his decision to her, even before the gas lamps flared golden across the city. He had made the sacrifice. He had chosen permanent stone. He had given up any hope of freedom to anchor the building's protection, to ensure that the community he loved would be safe, that Sabina's garden would flourish. He had chosen her future at the cost of his own. It had taken her nearly an hour to climb from the crowd to the rooftop. The celebrations in the streets were too dense, too celebratory, too full of people wanting to embrace her and congratulate her and press their gratitude into her hands. She had received their thanks with the hollow feeling of someone who had won a victory while simultaneously losing something irreplaceable. When she finally reached the roof garden, pushing through the heavy door onto the verge, the first thing she saw was the flowers. The entire rooftop had transformed. Every single bloom had opened simultaneously. The somnium poppies glowed pale purple in the night, luminescence almost unbearable in its intensity. The moon petal callus had unfurled in cascades of white-silver light. The lucent bells chimed silently in the darkness, their ringing visible somehow, audible to something deeper than ears. The night-blooming jasmine had released fragrance so overwhelming it made her dizzy. The entire garden was alive with a kind of magical resonance that pulsed with the rhythm of the ambient weave itself. It was beautiful. It was heartbreaking. Orin stood at the garden's center motionless, his back to her. He wore dark clothes that helped him blend with the night, but his outline was unmistakable. The squared shoulders, the particular stillness that came from stone, accepting stone. He didn't turn when she approached, even though she made no attempt to hide her footsteps. He simply stood there, watching the flowers bloom with that particular intensity that meant he was feeling something too large for words. "You knew," Sabina said quietly, and it was not a question. "You knew what you were choosing when you made that decision." Orin's shoulders tightened imperceptibly. "Yes." The single word contained oceans of weight. She moved closer until she was nearly beside him, close enough to feel the cool solidity of his presence like a stone radiating cold rather than warmth. "You could have let the building fall?" she continued. Her voice was steady, which surprised her. She felt broken internally, fractured like something fragile struck against hard ground, but her voice remained composed. "You could have let it happen. Someone would have found another way. The community would have fought. I would have found a way to protect what matters." "You were going to lose," Orin said flatly. He still wasn't looking at her. His gaze remained fixed on the flowering plants, on the manifestation of the weave's response to his choice. "The lawyer was dismantling your case. The law was on Cromwell's side. The garden would have been destroyed, and you would have spent the rest of your life knowing that you'd fought with everything you had and lost anyway. I couldn't let you carry that weight." Sabina felt tears begin to form, hot and persistent. "So you chose to carry it instead. You chose to remain bound. Forever." At that, he turned to her. His expression was devastated and peaceful simultaneously, the face of someone who had made a terrible decision and made it consciously, who had weighed the cost and paid it anyway, because love required that price. "Yes," he said simply, "I chose permanence. I chose to accept the binding completely, to surrender any hope that I might eventually be freed from it. I chose stone and isolation and watching everyone I love age and die while I remain unchanged. I chose that so your garden could flourish, so your community could survive, so you could have the life you deserve. He moved to take her hand, but stopped before making contact, as though asking permission. When she didn't pull away, he took her fingers gently in his, and she felt the familiar coolness of his touch, the way his skin had taken on a quality of polished granite that no amount of warmth could entirely soften. "I love you," he continued, his voice rough with emotions he'd been holding contained. "Loving you meant making the choice that would most protect you, even if the cost was everything I am." Sabina's grip tightened on his hand, and she felt her own nails pressing into the back of his hand, futile resistance against stone, but she gripped anyway, as though she could anchor him in place, could somehow prevent the inevitable descent into complete stillness that dawn would bring. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't make me accept this. Don't make me say that it's all right, that the sacrifice is worth it, that I'm grateful for what you've given up. Because I can't be grateful for losing you, Orin. I can't accept a world where you remain bound forever because of me." "It's not because of you," he said. The words sounded like they were being spoken by someone made of the stone he was becoming, carefully measured, without inflection or emotion. "It's because of the choice I made. I understand the difference. I've had over a century to contemplate the nature of sacrifice, and I understand that when you choose something completely, of your own will, it stops being a sacrifice and becomes a commitment." The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, the faint suggestion of approaching dawn. Sabina watched with a kind of horror as the transformation began to accelerate. His hand and hers became less responsive, the fingers stiffening as though he were becoming a statue being slowly carved from flesh into stone. She could feel it happening, the creeping inevitability of the curse reasserting itself, the stone claiming him inch by inch as dawn approached. "Tell me about the curse," she said urgently. "Tell me what it's like. I want to understand what you're choosing." Orin looked down at their joined hands, watching the slow petrification beginning at his wrist. "It starts subtle," he said, his voice taking on that distant quality that meant he was traveling back through centuries of repetition. "The stone creeps up from my feet as the sun approaches. At first, it's just the soles of my feet that become hard and inflexible. Then my ankles, my calves. With each passing moment, I can feel myself becoming less, becoming denser, becoming less capable of movement or change. By the time the sun crests the horizon, I'm completely stone, aware, but immobilized. I can feel the warmth of the sun on my surface, but I can't respond to it. I can hear the world continuing, but I can't participate." His jaw was becoming more rigid. She could hear the slight grinding as he forced the words past a throat that was calcifying, that was becoming incapable of producing human speech. Each word sounded more effortful than the last. "The consciousness remains," he continued, speaking faster now as though he needed to communicate everything before he lost the ability entirely. "I'm aware of the passage of time, aware of the world changing around me. I've watched the city grow from this rooftop, watched new buildings rise, watched technology change and seasons cycle, and people live entire lifespans while I remained unchanged. The awareness is worse than the immobility. The awareness of everything you can't touch, can't affect, can't participate in. That's what the curse truly is. Not the stone, the isolation, the separation from everything that matters." He stopped speaking as his lips began to stiffen. She could see it happening. His mouth becoming harder to move, his expression becoming fixed in place. His hand in hers was now completely stone, cool and hard and unresponsive to the pressure of her grip. But still he held her hand, his stone fingers locked around hers with whatever strength remained before the complete petrification took hold. The sky continued to lighten. Dawn was approaching now. inevitable as the turning of the earth. Sabina watched as the stone crept up his arm, visible now, transforming living flesh into cold gray granite. It moved slowly, like frost spreading across glass, like death creeping through a body. His shoulders began to stiffen. His chest became rigid. The light in his eyes, that particular glow that came from something warm and alive inside him, began to fade as the stone claimed his face. His jaw locked. His eyes, which had been looking at her with such intensity, began to glaze over with that peculiar flatness that came with complete petrification. He was still there. She could feel it in the way his hand held hers, in the faint tension that remained. But he was becoming less and less able to express or communicate that presence. "I'll come back," Sabina said desperately, as though she could convince him or herself or the universe through sheer force of declaration. "I'll come back every evening when you wake. I'll be here. I promise you. I won't leave you alone in this." His mouth was completely still now, unable to form words. But in the final moment before his eyes became entirely opaque, before the stone finished its conquest of his face, she saw something in them. Understanding. Acceptance. And a kind of desperate love that transcended the curse, that existed independent of whether he was stone or flesh, or some impossible combination of the two. Then he was stone, complete and absolute. A statue of a man frozen in eternal watchfulness, hand still extended toward her with that final gesture that contained everything he couldn't say aloud. Sabina stood alone with the stone version of him, her hand grasping his granite fingers, and felt something break inside her that had been holding her together. She sank down beside his stone feet, pressing her forehead against the cool stone of his leg, and allowed herself to grieve. She grieved the future they couldn't have, the mornings walking through the city together, the daylight kisses, the simple ability to exist in the same space when the sun was rising. She grieved the years he would lose, the unchanging centuries he would endure while she aged and moved toward eventual mortality. She grieved the absolute weight of sacrifice, the terrible clarity of a choice made with full awareness of its cost. But as she grieved, something shifted around her. The garden responded to her sorrow with a kind of gentle comfort. The bright, overwhelming glow of the flowers dimmed slightly, softening from celebration into something more meditative. The somnium poppy's purple luminescence became gentler, less overwhelming. The moon petal callus seemed to curve their stems slightly, as though bowing in acknowledgement of grief rather than celebrating in joy. The ambient weave, which had blazed with triumph moments before, settled into a quieter resonance, one that acknowledged loss and sacrifice, while still holding space for the particular beauty that came from love, chosen despite its cost. The garden understood. The weave understood. Love that required eternal separation was still love, and it deserved to be honored with something more than celebration. It deserved to be witnessed with solemnity and grace. Eventually, as the sun rose fully and the garden's flowers began to close or dim in response to daylight, Sabina pulled herself together. She remained on the rooftop, sitting beside the stone version of Orin, her hand resting on his stone one, and made her promises aloud. "I'll be here every evening when you wake," she said quietly, as though speaking to the stone itself, as though her words could carry through the hard gray surface to wherever he was aware inside the immobility. "I'll talk to you during the day, even though you can't respond. I'll tend the garden you've protected all this time. I'll make sure that the sacrifice you made means something, that it transforms into something living and growing and beautiful." She paused, gathering the courage for the next words. "And I'll stay. Not because I'm obligated or because I feel I owe you something. I'll stay because I love you, completely and entirely, in whatever form you take. Stone or flesh, bound or free, unchanging or transforming. I love you. And I choose to build my life here, in this garden, with you, for as long as we both exist. You don't face this alone anymore. The isolation ends. I'm staying." The stone was silent, as it always was. But in the way the light caught the carved features of his face, in the particular angle of his outstretched hand, Sabina saw acceptance. She saw gratitude. She saw love that had transformed into permanence, into the kind of commitment that could sustain both of them through the long centuries ahead. The lamplighters' quarter bells began to ring, the city announcing the new day. But on the rooftop garden of the Vespertine, there was no celebration. There was only the quiet, fierce love of two people choosing each other despite the absolute cost, the unshakable determination of a woman who had learned that sometimes the greatest act of devotion was simply showing up, night after night, to tend the garden of a man made of stone. The garden bloomed around them, soft and sad and beautiful all at once, a testament to the power of choosing to stay. Chapter 18. The night after the celebration was quiet in a way that felt sacred. Orin had been awake for several hours, moving through the rooftop garden with the careful attention of someone tending something precious. The rest of Sabina was sleeping. She'd maintained her vigil beside his stone form all through the day, talking to him about the plans for the garden's expansion, about the community meetings scheduled for next month, about the small moments of the world he could no longer participate in. By the time the sun set and he'd returned to consciousness, she was exhausted. He'd convinced her to sleep in the small room off the garden house, promising he would be there when she woke. He kept his promise, as he always would. But he didn't wake her. Instead, he spent the hours before dawn moving through the flowers, the somnium poppies that had begun to spread across the verge like constellations made manifest, the moon petal callus whose luminescence had intensified as though they themselves were drawing sustenance from the sacrifice that had been made to protect them, the lucent bells that chimed their silent music in the pre-dawn darkness. He was at peace. This was the understanding that had come to him during the daylight hours when he was stone and immobile, the terrible, clarifying peace of accepting what could not be changed. For over 200 years he had fought against his binding, had raged against the stone, had desperately wished for liberation that might never come. But in accepting it completely, in making the conscious choice to remain bound rather than allowing the world to be destroyed by circumstance and greed, he had found something unexpected. Freedom, he'd discovered, was not the absence of binding. It was the choice to be bound by something you loved. The difference between slavery and commitment was the difference between a binding imposed by others and a binding chosen by yourself. He had sacrificed his hope of transformation, and in sacrificing that hope, he'd somehow become more fully himself than he'd ever been. As dawn began to approach, that particular moment when the absolute black of night began to soften toward deep purple toward the first suggestion of blue, Orin positioned himself in the center of the verge, between the fountain and the section where the moon petal callus grew most densely. He knew the pattern of his petrification well enough now to understand what would come. The stone would creep up from his feet. It would claim his legs, his chest, his arms. His voice would fail. His ability to move would cease, and he would spend another day in stillness, aware but immobilized, listening to Sabina's voice even as he became incapable of responding. He was ready. He had made his peace with the endless cycle. The sacrifice sustained itself through repetition, each night of consciousness, each day of stone, building the foundation of the building's protection. He would remain here, on this rooftop, for as long as the Vespertine stood. There was a kind of beauty in that permanence, in being the unmoving anchor around which others could build their changing, growing, flourishing lives. The first hints of color touched the eastern sky, the faintest suggestion of gold bleeding through purple clouds. Orin felt the familiar stiffening begin at the soles of his feet. The stone was coming. He welcomed it with the equanimity of someone who had come to understand that acceptance was its own form of peace. But something was different. The stone crept up his feet with its familiar heaviness, but it was moving slower than usual. The stiffness that typically claimed his calves within moments lingered at his ankles, as though the transformation itself was hesitating. Orin looked down at his hands. They were becoming stone, yes, but the process seemed attenuated somehow, as though it was spreading through him at half its normal pace. He frowned. In 200 years, the curse had never varied in its pattern. It was as reliable as the seasons, as predictable as the sun's rising. The stone always claimed him with the same inevitability, always took hold with the same relentless speed. The sky continued to lighten. More color bled through the purple, hints of rose, of gold, of the particular luminosity that came with true dawn. And the stone, which should have now claimed his knees, was still only halfway up his calves. Orin felt a flutter of something in his chest, not quite hope, because hope was a thing he'd learned to live without, but something adjacent to it: awareness, attention, the sensation of something shifting in the fundamental pattern of his existence. The ambient weave stirred around him. He could feel it as clearly as he felt the incomplete petrification creeping through his body, a kind of resonance in the air, a sense of the magic that sustained Asteria itself, turning its awareness toward the rooftop garden. The flowers seemed to glow with increased luminescence, as though the weave was channeling energy toward them, or toward him, or toward something larger that contained them both. The sun crested the horizon. Light flooded the garden, not the soft preliminary light of dawn, but the full brilliance of sunrise, golden and absolute, the kind of light that had been forbidden to him for 2 centuries, the light that had defined the boundary of his existence, the demarcation between the hours he could inhabit as a moving being and the hours when he must become stone. And he felt it touch his skin like warmth rather than death. Orin looked down at his hands in disbelief. The stone was still there, yes, present in the backs of his hands, visible in patches along his wrists and forearms, but it was no longer complete, no longer consuming. The flesh beneath and around the stone patches remained warm, remained responsive, remained alive. He flexed his fingers experimentally, and they moved, stiffly, with difficulty, but they moved. He could feel the joints articulating, could sense the extraordinary miracle of voluntary motion in a body that should have been completely immobilized. He was standing in direct sunlight. For the first time in 2 centuries, the sun was not stealing his consciousness, not claiming his mobility, not transforming him into an unfeeling statue frozen in eternal guardianship. The stone didn't disappear entirely. It remained visible on the back of his hands, along his shoulders, tracing a pattern down the left side of his jaw like a birthmark or a tattoo. The granite didn't fade away to reveal the soft humanity beneath. Instead, it became part of him, integrated into his being in a way that felt almost intentional. He was no longer entirely human. He was no longer entirely stone. He was something new, something that had never existed before, something that contained the qualities of both without being entirely either. He raised his eyes to the sky, the vast open sky of morning, blue and infinite, and entirely free of the darkness that had defined half of his existence. Tears formed in his eyes at the sight of it, at the simple, overwhelming fact of seeing daylight with conscious awareness, with the ability to look and process and feel. 200 years, 200 years of darkness every dawn, 200 years of waking in shadow, spending his consciousness confined to the hours after sunset. And now there was light. The garden understood what had happened. The moon petal callus, which usually closed and dimmed with the coming of day, remained open, their white petals still luminescent, still receptive, still reaching toward the sun as though they were celebrating something sacred. The somnium poppies didn't fade into their daytime dormancy, but instead seemed to glow with increased radiance, their purple luminescence refusing to surrender to daylight. The lucent bells chimed, a sound that was no longer silent but genuinely audible, ringing out across the rooftop like a celebration of bells in the temples below. Orin. He turned to find Sabina standing in the garden house doorway, backlit by the interior darkness, silhouetted against the golden light of dawn. She moved toward him slowly, as though approaching something fragile or sacred or both simultaneously. Her dark eyes were wide with shock, with a kind of wondering disbelief that matched his own internal state. "The curse," she breathed, reaching out tentatively. "Your curse. It's broken." He looked at his transformed hands, at the patches of gray stone that would no longer spread, at the flesh that remained alive despite its mineral decorations. "No," he said, and the word came out whole, clear, undamaged by the usual rigidity that should have claimed his throat. "It's transformed. The stone is still part of me. I can feel it. Here." He traced a finger along his left shoulder where granite patches created a decorative pattern, and here, he showed her the backs of his hands where the stone formed intricate designs against his skin. Sabina reached out and traced the patterns with her fingertips, her touch reverent, her expression moving through shock toward something warmer. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "The stone, the way it patterns your skin. It's like you're marked by everything you've endured, and it's become something beautiful instead of something terrible." "How is this possible?" Orin asked, looking down at their joined hands. She was touching both his stone-marked skin and the flesh beneath it, and he could feel both sensations, the hard coolness of the granite patches and the warm softness of his skin. "Curses don't simply break. There's no logic to this. No mechanism. The binding was powered by my acceptance of it. I consciously chose permanence. I surrendered any hope of transformation." Sabina's expression shifted, became thoughtful, became something deeper than wonder. She drew him toward the fountain, pulling him into the full light of sunrise so that the morning rays illuminated every surface of his transformed body. "Do you remember what you told me?" she said quietly. "About how the curse began?" Orin nodded slowly, understanding beginning to crystallize. Rivalry, jealousy, one craftsman destroying another's work out of selfish spite. The curse was born from selfishness made manifest, the desire to possess, to control, to keep something beautiful for oneself rather than allowing it to flourish. "Yes," Sabina said, her voice taking on the quality of someone explaining something fundamental. "And for 200 years, what did the curse do? It isolated you. It kept you separated from the world, from people, from connection. It fed on your solitude. The longer you suffered alone, the stronger the binding became. Your isolation reinforced the curse, which increased the isolation, which made the curse stronger. A cycle of selfishness. The original selfishness that created the curse, and then the isolation's particular selfishness. The way suffering alone eats away at the capacity for connection." She paused, letting Orin absorb the pattern. "But then I came," Sabina continued, "and instead of turning away from the isolation, instead of accepting that the curse made you impossible to love, you chose differently. You chose to let me stay. You chose to build something with me despite the binding. And then, when you had to choose between your hope of freedom and the safety of the people I loved, you chose sacrifice. Not for yourself, for the community, for me, for the garden. That's the opposite of selfishness. That's the purest form of unselfishness, choosing to remain bound forever so that others could flourish." Understanding bloomed in Orin like a flower opening to sunlight. The curse was made of selfishness, and the cure for a curse of selfishness is An act of selfless devotion, Sabina finished. You didn't break the curse by trying to break it. You broke it by accepting it completely, by giving it up willingly, by choosing to sacrifice your freedom for love. That's not a violation of the curse's nature. It's the opposite of its nature. It's the antidote. Selfishness couldn't coexist with that kind of choice. Orin pulled her close, understanding flooding through him like the sunrise that had just transformed his entire existence. So it's not that I'm free, he said slowly. It's that the binding was never meant to survive true love. Love that asks nothing, that gives everything, that chooses the other person's welfare over its own survival. That kind of love breaks the hold of selfishness. You're still connected to the building, Sabina said, her hand pressed against his chest. I can feel it, the way the weave flows through you. You're still the guardian, but you're not imprisoned anymore. You can walk down the stairs. You can leave the rooftop. You can exist in daylight. You chose to remain bound by love instead of being bound by curse. The distinction was subtle but profound. For 2 centuries, Orin had been enslaved to the building's foundation through magic imposed upon him against his will. Now, as dawn flooded the rooftop and the garden bloomed around him with an intensity that seemed to celebrate the transformation, he understood that he was still connected to the Vespertine, still bound to protect it. But now it was a choice, a commitment, a love rather than an imprisonment. He could feel the building breathing beneath him, that familiar resonance of stone and magic, and the ambient weave that had sustained it for centuries. The connection hadn't been severed. Instead, it had been transformed from a chain into a choice. He could walk away if he wanted to. The magic would let him go. But he wouldn't, because he no longer needed to be imprisoned to be connected. Come with me, he said, and took her hand. They walked together across the verge, and for the first time in 200 years, Orin crossed the threshold of the rooftop and began to descend the stairs that led into the building's interior. The stone beneath his feet, the Vespertine's own structure, seemed to sing as he walked. He could feel the building recognizing his transformation, could sense the weave accepting that the guardian was no longer imprisoned but committed, no longer bound by curse, but bound by love instead. The magic shifted, reconfigured, settled into a new equilibrium that honored both his freedom and his duty. They descended to the apartments below, and Orin found himself genuinely looking at them for the first time. Not the abbreviated view of stone vision, but real sight in daylight, with the capacity to see color and texture and the accumulated richness of human habitation. They descended further into the public spaces of the Vespertine, and Orin stepped through the doors into Meridian Green. The rooftop was no longer the boundary of his world. The city spread out before him in every direction. Buildings he'd watched be constructed over 200 years, streets he'd observed from above but never walked, people passing by with the unremarkable ease of those who had never been forbidden from existing during daylight. Sabina squeezed his hand. Are you afraid? Orin looked at the sun, the brilliant golden sun that should have killed him, and realized he'd forgotten what it meant to be afraid. No, he said. For the first time in 2 centuries, I'm not afraid. I'm just alive. They returned to the rooftop as the morning deepened. The garden seemed to celebrate their transformation. Every flower seemed more vibrant, more alive, more conscious. The moon petal callus remained open despite the daylight. The somnium poppies glowed with their luminescence even in direct sun. The lucent bells continued to ring, their music no longer silent but genuinely audible, a celebration made tangible. And as the morning light washed across the rooftop, illuminating every inch of the garden they had tended together through seasons of sacrifice and love, Orin pulled Sabina close and kissed her. Not in shadow, not in the limited hours after sunset, but in full sunlight, with the entire city as witness, with the garden celebrating around them, with the ambient weave itself seeming to approve of the union of stone and flesh, of sacrifice and joy, of a curse transformed into a blessing. He kissed her in the light of a new dawn, their first sunrise together, the reversal of every kiss they'd ever shared in darkness. His stone-marked hands traced her face gently, and she reached up to touch the patterns on his skin, tracing the granite marks with wonder and reverence. "The stone is beautiful," she whispered against his mouth. "You're beautiful. All of you. The earth and the stone and the centuries of patience and the terrible sacrifice you made. I love all of it." "I love you," he said simply. "I think I've loved you since the moment you fell toward the street and I caught you. But now I can tell you in daylight. I can love you with the sun witness instead of only the stars. I can build a life with you that isn't confined to darkness anymore." He pulled back enough to look at her fully, her dark eyes bright with tears, her face radiant in the morning light, her expression containing everything she'd fought for, everything she'd chosen, everything she'd decided to build. "Marry me," he said. "Not someday, not when the conditions are perfect, not when the curse is broken and the time is right. Marry me now, in the garden, in the sunlight. Let's build a life together in this impossible, beautiful place where you fell from the sky and I learned to love again." "Yes," Sabina said, and she was laughing and crying all at once. "Yes, yes, absolutely, yes." The garden responded to her acceptance with a symphony of blooming. Flowers opened simultaneously across the entire rooftop, the somnium poppies unfurling their purple petals, the moon petal callus reaching toward the sun, the lucent bells chiming so loudly that people in the streets below stopped and looked upward, wondering what bells were ringing in the gardens of the Vespertine. They were no longer the cursed guardian and the woman who had chosen to love him despite the binding. They were something new, something that had never existed in the world before, a human, and something more than human, bound together not by magic or curse, but by the deepest form of choice that existed, the choice to commit your entire life, your entire existence, to another person. Orin looked down at his stone-marked hands holding Sabina's soft, ordinary, perfect hands and understood that the breaking of the curse had been the least important part of his transformation. The important part was that he'd learned to love. The important part was that he'd chosen sacrifice and found it transformed him more completely than freedom ever could have. The important part was that someone had loved him enough to stay, to commit, to build a life in the spaces between the stones. The garden bloomed around them in the full light of day, flowers that should have closed at sunrise remaining open and luminescent and alive. The three-tiered fountain sang as water cascaded down its levels, catching rainbow light. The ambient weave itself seemed visible in the air around them, a shimmer of magic that acknowledged the transformation, that celebrated the breaking of an old curse and the beginning of something entirely new. Orin had thought that freedom meant escaping the stone. He had thought that happiness meant leaving the rooftop, leaving the binding, leaving the commitment that had defined him for 200 years. He had been wrong. Real freedom was choosing your binding. Real happiness was building a life with someone who loved you completely. Real transformation wasn't becoming something other than what you were. It was becoming fully and completely what you already were at your deepest core. He was still stone. He was still the guardian of the Vespertine. He was still connected to the building and the garden and the ambient weave itself. But now he was also free. Now he was also loved. Now he was also human, in all the ways that mattered. The curse had been broken not through magic or destiny, or the intervention of external forces. It had been broken through the stubborn, impossible, world-changing power of a woman who had chosen to see a man made of stone as worthy of love, and a guardian who had chosen sacrifice over selfishness, binding over escape, commitment over freedom. In the end, it had been simple. It had been exactly what love always was: a choice. A choice made every morning when Sabina woke and looked at the stone version of him sleeping on the rooftop. A choice made every evening when he woke and found her waiting. A choice renewed every time they stood together in the garden and decided, consciously and completely, to keep building this impossible life together. The stone marked his skin like constellations, but his heart, his actual, beating, alive heart, belonged entirely to the woman standing beside him in the morning light, kissing him under a sky that was finally free of darkness, in a garden that had bloomed from their love, in a life that they were building together, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It had always been enough. It would always be enough. The real story was only beginning. But this story, the story of a curse broken through love, a stone transformed through sacrifice, a guardian who had learned that being bound by choice was the same thing as being free. This story was now a legend the lamplighter's quarter would tell for generations. And in the garden on the rooftop of the Vespertine, in the full light of day, that story bloomed eternal.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.